Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I still have that morning deep throat. I wake up with a deep voice, and I haven't really talked this morning. I apologize for being late. I didn't realize that the time was set early. I'm just sitting there like I have nothing better else to do, talking about lipsticks, and didn't realize that I was supposed to go on earlier today. And I was talking about lipsticks because I put this lipstick on today. It's supposed to be pink. It looks red. Those are the kind of things I worry about. All right, so let me go ahead and set up. So today we're supposed to hear new testimony. Okay, so today we're supposed to hear new testimony. Dawn Rashad is also scheduled to resume. She really didn't say much of anything. After I set up, I'm going to read you that Diddy filed a motion, his team, to have the lawsuit against Don, have the lawsuit that Don Rashad, I said Richards, that Don Rashad filed against him dismissed. A lot of stuff is going on. Uh, I don't know, you guys. I know it's always a 50-50 chance that Diddy might get less time than we expect and then walk with time served, or I won't say walk, but I don't know. It's getting, his attorneys are trying every trick in the book. Let me say it that way. Let me set up before we start. Oh my God. Like Justin Bieber all of a sudden coming out after years of speculation of Diddy. It's been about a year and a half, maybe two. Then he just says, "Oh, hey guys, that's not me he's talking about. He never messed with me." I don't know. Weird things are happening. Let me set this up really quick. Weird things are happening. And I'm going to read that to you in a minute. I'm so paranoid because one of the charges that he's being charged with is bribery. So, I'm wondering what's going on. Aubrey came out. Someone said she didn't say she was subpoenaed. They did. I'll read that to you too. This weirdness is happening, people. What is happening? Someone asked me, am I going to still cover the Real Housewives of Atlanta? Not really. Not to be mean. Remember, I was telling you guys I will cover the show and only do it when I feel like it. And I'm a little bit getting over the show, and their ratings have plummeted. It's really bad. Really bad. Okay. Hold on one second. I'm trying to set up. I'm talking to you guys. I mean, I don't know if it's the show as a whole, but their numbers are really bad. I don't know if Bravo's going to bring them back. Another thing is I wanted to cover the Karen Reed trial. I didn't realize that Diddy would take up so much of my time. So if we're not live talking about Diddy, then his attorneys are doing something or somebody's dropping out. So far on the stand, Dawn just, she's supposed to be first on the docket. She is just kind of repeating what her bestie's saying. That's Cassie. I'm glad Cassie's off the stand. It was just getting crazy. People when this start, that rap crowd. Oh, Boozy came out again in support of Diddy. They're saying that He's trying to reach out to celebrities. They're also saying that they are paying people on the street $20 to wear a free Diddy shirt. This is getting crazy, y'all. This is getting crazy. Free Diddy. Okay, so Don's supposed to testify today, and two women are supposed to testify under aliases. One of the aliases names is Jane, and the other alias is Mia. Now, this is supposed to be the testimony where they're saying that Diddy forced them into sex. Ultimately, that is the sign of that's the proof of X trafficking. So we'll see that. And you guys notice I don't wear any eyeliner or my lashes anymore. I just woke up one day and I'm over it. But I should go back at least to eyeliner. I'm tired of lashes. I don't know what's happening to me. I'm going through some things, y'all, and I haven't had time to do my nails. Look, y'all know I always do my nails. Okay, so let's talk about this Prince video. I don't know if it's real or not. I really don't. It could be, I'm not sure. That's what I'm saying. Like, hold on, I'm trying to get the article where Diddy's team has dropped the suit. Against Don Rashad. What an odd move to make. What are you, just that comfortable? You know she's taking the stand on Monday. They did this on Friday. Weird. Find the article. He's like, I wouldn't say they have a confidence problem. The defense, let me see here. Okay. I really feel like I didn't get a day off. I tried to, but I have grandchildren. It says here, oh, let me find it. Hold on, guys. Okay, I don't know what Diddy's, I don't know where the article is, but I'm going to read this to you guys. What just happened? Hold on. You guys know I always have something going on. No wonder Perry told me to go early. Okay, it says here, as of today, May 19th, 2025, Sean Diddy Combs' legal team has not dropped the legal lawsuit. Dawn sued him, so she has not dropped the legal lawsuit. Instead, Combs' attorney filed a motion seeking the complete dismissal of the Rashad's lawsuit. This filing coincides with Rashad's scheduled testimony in the Sean's ongoing federal X trafficking trial, suggesting a strategic legal move. It's very, very odd that Dawn Rashad was on the stand the later part of Friday. She's supposed to return today, and they filed a lawsuit they filed a motion, pardon me, to drop the lawsuit. It's weird. What kind of games are they playing? It's very, very strange. Hi, everybody. Come on in. Yeah, I don't know the reasoning behind this strategic move, but it's definitely strategic. It's strategy involved. And they've been trying to get over all last week by going really, really slow. They know what they're doing. It's not a coincidence. They're playing with the prosecution's head, or they're pissing off the judge, one or the other. Should it be that day 26 may be wrong? I don't know if day 26 is wrong. Q certainly didn't look like he was lying when he did an interview and he talked about the thing that Diddy had did some things to him, and he insinuated it was sexual. He didn't come out and say it. And then he said that he struggled with it for a long time. He had to take medicine for it and go to a therapist. I don't know, y'all. I do not know. Does this guys does this look pink to y'all, or does it look red? My daughter-in-law bought this for me. You can't see it. Probably about a couple months ago. I have the best daughter-in-law ever. She'll just buy stuff for me. I love her. She's been my son for over 10 years. But this looks, y'all say pink? It looks pink? Look, you guys think that looks pink? Okay. All right. You like it, Mimi? Thank you. Yeah, it looks pink. I'm shocked. Maybe I wear so much red. That's all I see. Barbie pink. Y'all keep saying pink. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. I might throw that away. I don't know how I feel about it. But thank you, daughter in law. I know you're in the chat. Thank you. You are the best. Or you know how to win over a mother in law. My daughter in law is just the best. Yeah, fuchsia. It's fuchsia. I was thinking more pinky. That's what I was thinking. It looks about the same as the red. You like it, classy girl? Okay. All right. I think she got it from Sephora. Who makes this? Oh, it's made by Too Faced. I need to get my game back on. I need to get my nails done. I need to put my lashes back on. Just wait. Hey, LeVar, how you doing? Cadillac pink. What? What is Cadillac pink? Anyway, so let me get ready. Oh my gosh, we have 6 minutes. So they tried to drop the lawsuit. They filed a motion for dismissal to have the lawsuit against them from Don Richard drop. I don't know what kind of games they're playing and what they're doing, but I just don't trust the defense. And I did misspeak. I said that the Freddie's here. Freddie's here. If he's here, hi Freddie. Oh, this is what well, thanks for dropping by. I know, Freddie, I have not had time to do Housewives. I was just telling them guys that the ratings are sinking for Atlanta. I'm not really into it like that. I hear Portia's got a new boyfriend that's supposed to be paying for everything. They're saying she's broke, but all that stuff has nothing to do with the show. And a lot of people love the new girl. What is her name? Angela Oakley. But I just see that as being the same formula. Like you just come in and then you go for the head girl and you start talking trash. She ain't talk about has she talked about her being broke yet? If she talks about it at all. I'm a supervisor at Ultra. Hold on. Two Face is top line product. It is okay. I just mostly wear, well, I do Anastasia. I do my favorite, Fenty Beauty. I love Fenty. But this is same quality as good as Fenty. I'm just being picky on the pink. Hi, Lily. The house mortgage isn't getting paid in Simon's home. So is Simon still in? I'm hearing that Simon's still in detention. Why, Portia? Why aren't you paying? Oh, here's Perry.
What up?
Hey, I
Huh?
couldn't find the article about Don Rashad.
You couldn't find the article?
Mm-mm.
It could have been on TMZ. Did you look there?
Yeah, I did. Okay,
Okay,
listen.
well, I'll try to find it for you in a minute.
We're supposed to go live, but let me chat with Lily really quick.
What's on your lips?
Y'all see how he messed with me? You see how he messed with, but I want to, we got a few minutes before we get started. I want to talk to Lily. I don't know what Portia's doing.
And you didn't
Girl,
answer my
we knew you couldn't afford that house anyway. Perry, what's the name of the YouTube channel again? I can't remember. Not
who?
YouTube, the live stream that I'm following. There's several, but I'm
It
doing,
was give me a second. Let me go to it.
and let me go find my uh phone while you do that. Sorry, Lily, I'll have to chat with you later because Portia's just making a mess of stuff. I'll be right back. I gotta go grab my phone.
It's called Inner City Press. Child, what have my wife done this morning? I been look like she been messing around with Diddy's medicine cabinet. What's up, everybody? What's up, Queen Chrissy, Elaine, Jazz? Let me see. What's up, LeVar? Yeah, man, we in for another long day. What's up, Leah? Lamar, D, Baby K. Let's get it in, people. Let's
So,
talk about this
Perry,
shit, people. Huh?
so what do you think Diddy's team is doing by filing a motion to get the lawsuit dismissed while Don is on the
Uh,
stand?
they basically were saying this. I mean, it was a short thing. I didn't, it said that immediately after she testified, they called for it to be dismissed. To me, I'm thinking they saying basically, oh, they saying that she lied on the stand.
Lied on
So
the stand.
maybe
She didn't say much.
maybe
What did
they're
she lie
saying what
about?
whatever was in her court documents. Maybe she contradicted herself. I don't know. These attorneys do anything. Uh,
Yeah, Don Rashad was on the stand when Diddy's legal team filed a motion to get her lawsuit dismissed. What
mhm.
kind of games is going on here, y'all? Let me know in the chat. No, it's Perry. They're doing something. They're doing
Mhm.
something.
Right. Yep.
They're doing something.
I'll be back. I'm trying to figure out how to set something up. I'm here though.
Well, I gotta find this article. Send me the article. I don't see
Okay, let
it.
me see if I can find it. Huh?
And let's get ready. They haven't started yet. They're going to be late. You know how I know? They're late every day. They are late every day. But that's court. Okay, so they're saying here, it says here,
Did you find it?
uh, no,
Oh,
no,
okay.
this is something else. Uh, 14 minutes ago, he says, U.S. versus Combs, 2 weeks, week two begins with judge ruling on scope of Don Rashad's testimony. Then Carrie Morgan, Inner City Press. Okay, so listen, you guys, I told y'all they be playing games, but Don Rashad, I'm going to predict, is not going to say much more than what she's already said. I don't think she knows anything about Diddy's enterprise, X trafficking, or unless Cassie told her something, and that's still hearsay. I don't think she went to a single freak off. And again, we're trying to get away from the freak offs. We heard enough. I am over it. So they're going to bring on Carrie Morgan, who is another friend of Cassie. Cassie says she is her best friend. And this is the woman that Diddy put his hands on. Why? Where is the Nina? Where is the Jane? The people, the two women that were supposed to testify under an alias. Now I'm getting really picky and a little perturbed. Okay, here we go. Judge says the same brand of testimony that was objected to on Friday. Does the government expect Ms. Rashad to say what she heard and saw? Yes. That would be permissible, just like the testimony in the recording studio. Attorney says personal assistants were with Mr. Combs 20 hours of the day. Their testimony is admissible. Judge, my concern is that there are other ways to get this evidence in. What Mr. James would add is just the postscript. So okay, so this is how, listen, this is how we start out every day, every damn day. They go to the court, the defense, they go to the judge, and they talk about evidence, what they can and can't do. They're probably going to send out some new evidence that was never heard of. This is starting to be a pattern for the defense. Not in the 5 days last week did we come on here, and when courts start, all rise, and they get to the business. Is always some kind of tactic that they're using. And I don't know what they're getting out of this by fighting every morning with the judge about what they can and can't say, what new evidence they got that they didn't submit by April 27th. And now this last stunt with Don Rashad on the stand, that means that y'all either filed that motion right after she finished testifying or during her testimony. Perry, what kind of games is he playing here? They make me anxious.
Well, you, honestly, you probably got about 5 or 6 more weeks of it.
You think
They're gonna
so?
keep going back and forth to, the prosecutor, of course, trying to build a case, the defense trying to tear down one. And
Uh, Carla
so
says
far we
definitely
at
ready to
round
move
one.
on.
Well,
Do I have a delay?
oh, no, I'm sitting there trying to set up my thing and I can't figure it out again.
Oh, let me run upstairs really quick. I wanted to read this though. Definitely ready to move on past the freak offs. I don't want to hear about another damn freak off. Defense doesn't have much to work with. They are all on distraction and delay. That's it. Where's my picture? No, that's it. They're all about delay, breaking the rules, because you know damn well you were supposed to have all your evidence submitted by April 25th, 27th. Okay, you guys, I'm going to run upstairs and help Perry really quick because
Uh,
he's going
oh, you
on
went
a
up. Did you get that article? You get the article I sent you? Your
no.
Gmail?
Let me go set you up because Perry is turning into what they call um
Genius.
a pole abuser.
Genius.
So Perry, you keep your eye on it. Here we go.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so they haven't said anything else. You keep your eye on it, and I'm gonna run up and help you. Okay.
Okay. All right. We almost there, people. Almost. Let me see.
So you open up the second tab.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Right here?
Mhm. Go to live.
Okay. It's right here, right?
Mhm.
Then I hit the bottom one, right?
Two. Mhm.
I did that. Maybe that's the part I could have forgot.
You see the plus sign?
Oh, yeah, I see it now.
Okay.
Voila. I am smart.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let me see. Let me refresh people and see what we got.
So you just let me tell you what I think the defense is doing. Okay. Delay, delay, delay. Question every single piece of evidence. Um, do a whole bunch of things at one time so something technically can go wrong, and then they can file for a mistrial. That's what I'm thinking. What are you thinking? Why am I over here?
I don't know. Thanks, Yvette. She says, Perry, I love the teamwork you and Sharrell have. Yeah, it's not easy with her. It really ain't.
Because I worry about stuff like the color of my
I mean,
lipstick.
and then y'all mentioned Stockholm syndrome.
Someone says the thing about freak offs is was their consent and how old they
Right.
were they chosen? And those are big questions. I mean, it's a huge big question. So remember, I told you allegedly witness number 3 is Allie Carter. Somebody asked me who Allie Carter is. Allie Carter is this lady. I was going to call her a blogger, but she's not even a blogger. She's a lady that came on the internet about 2 years ago before the Diddy trial talking about she got caught up in X trafficking. Okay. And she would talk about how they had these underground tunnels under Hugh Hefner's house and Diddy's house and what they did in the tunnels. But the most important thing that she said that there were underage girls there, and she was one of them. She said she was 15 at the time. And so at first I didn't believe her, but then when I found out, well, there are underground tunnels there. Now I don't know if she knew this and just added it in. I don't know yet because there's a big debate on who believes her and who doesn't. But
Mm-hmm.
she seems to be telling, like she cries when she talks about it. Oh, but then out the blue, her mother came on another blogger's channel, and then the sister came on, and they were all arguing with each other. It's a mess. It's a mess. So I'm not gonna say she's a liar because I don't know. She did say some things that were true. They do have these underground tunnels, the whole neighborhood, because that neighborhood is called Holmby Hills, and it's mostly for uber rich people, not just rich, uber rich. And
Mm-hmm.
so most of them are in the entertainment business. So they build these underground places,
Yeah.
tunnels for a security measure and also for
Private Frigo.
and to let someone come into your Not a private, they didn't build it for the freak out. So someone a famous can come into your residence and you have no record of them being there because you're outside waiting and there's a hidden tunnel. But they're not the only ones, not just Hugh Hefner. Here we go. Here's Mark Agnafilo. Uh, on Davis James issue, this defeats the whole purpose of this hearsay objection. The government is arguing that it's all admissible because the job descriptions are so vague. We contend these are personal matters. And let me tell you something, you guys, they're fighting over every little thing, like O.J. Simpson's attorneys did. So the whole, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit. I've seen so many cases now where attorneys come out and they attack the way that the officials did their job versus their client. So that's where I think this is going. Every day, every single day, you got to meet with the judge to argue over evidence. No, no, no. Y'all not gonna fool me. I know what y'all doing. You're taking the O.J. Simpson route. So I'm just need somebody today on the stand that can get into the charges. I do not want to hear about any more freakouts. I really don't care at this point. And if I'm tired of it, the jury must be tired of it. I really am starting to zone out. You know what that means? Like if I hear it and I'm just like, I just zone out. Like I go to a different place. I find a happy place in my head because I don't care.
To it. You become numb to it. Okay. Like, yeah, it's an important part of the story. But once you heard it, it started.
Here we go. Yeah. Oh, no. They're talking about Carrie Morgan. Now, Carrie Morgan was not on the list that we got to testify today. So here they go again. Go ahead, Perry.
Oh, yeah. Now I would say it becomes like a broken record, just over and over again. We get it. You said the story that's entered in evidence, but we eventually got to go on to some charges.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Here we
everybody
go.
Really.
The judge says, let me focus you on the assault on the chief. Mr. James learns from a member of the security detail that Mr. Combs assaulted the chief. Oh, chef. Y'all, I'm tired. We learned that Mr. Combs assaulted the chef. Wouldn't that be in the scope of their employments? Agnafilo, I don't know what relevance this has to racketeering. So maybe, I don't know. Go ahead, Perry. We're getting weary of these. We need to hear about the charges. I don't care. Or is that a technique from the prosecution? Why isn't the prosecution bringing on people to talk about the charges?
Right. I guess, they're going to lead us on to believe they're going to eventually get in there, that they're setting all this up perfect. Because that's what a lot of people saying, give it time. They got plenty. That's a RICO on 1 charge, 2 charge, 3 charge. They go through this whole thing in their mind. But maybe it could be. Maybe they
and I guarantee you, Perry, we're not going to start on time. Well, we're already late. They're 14 minutes late. They're arguing in front of the judge. They're not going to start talking about the case until 45 minutes to an hour in. And this is a repeat performance. I'm getting tired of them. The defense is working my nerve. Here. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead. No.
Now, this is tired of the freak off thing too, but want to know, I want to know one thing about the freak offs, where people being drugged and not knowing it, because that's evil. So now, if you're going to talk about that part of the freak off, maybe that's the part we need to get to.
Yeah.
Because so far, they just showed a couple having weird threesomes all last week, just the threesomes.
I know a
lot of people think, yeah, but he introduced us to her to the threesomes. People at this point, until proven otherwise, she volunteered for them. I know it's a hard thing to
See why I
swallow.
want to move on. Let's not talk about Cassie
It's a
today.
hard thing to swallow, but it's the truth,
Oh my God.
as
I
we know.
need to move forward. I realize I have a partner that I do a show with, but I'm tired of talking about Cassie. Listen, people aren't going to look at it the same. So let's just move on. I want to get to indisputable evidence about the charges. That
Okay.
way, Perry doesn't wander off
Oh no,
talking
I'm
about
giving it here. Like
Cassie.
now, like people want to know who is Allie Carter, right? I think Allie Carter came into this when all the allegations came out with Diddy. When you had this girl said
Here,
he
here,
did this to me, this guy saying
here we
he
go,
did
Perry.
this to me.
Here we go. Agnaphilo says, this is becoming a sort of bad act, free for all. Assault is just not one of the racketeering acts. That's true. Slavic says, and I don't know who that is. Slavic says, this is relevant to the means and method of the enterprise. The chef is identified as a victim of forced labor. Okay, a forced labor, that doesn't mean forced intercourse.
And
Let's just
that sound more like a labor law infraction.
man, Perry, I get what you're saying. Hold on, let me read this super chat. Hi, Sussex. Hi, Sharrell and Perry. If you watch Nate the lawyer, he gives a good breakdown of how the testimonies so far show Puff has met each of the charges. Do you remember Nate the attorney that we
Yeah, I
used
remember.
to yeah, do you remember him? He's done so good. We used to talk to Nate all the time back in the day when he just got started. He's a good attorney. I'm sure he has good advice. What does that mean? Testimony so far of how Puff has met each of the charges.
Well,
Oh,
basically,
but here's the thing with that,
the
Sussex.
prosecution has laid out something on each of those charges. And I mean, like, I guess in court cases, we can go and say, yeah, we believe he did.
Here we go,
I
Perry.
just don't see it.
We're back.
And at the end of the day,
We're back. Agnaphilo says, I'm going to defer to Miss Westmoreland on the other witness. Combs Westmoreland, Mrs. Rashad claims that of her. They're not saying what Rashad's going to say. These other allegation threats are nowhere near in close proximity to an alleged assault. Okay, so now they're going into what Dawn can and cannot speak about on the stand. This is the same woman that they just filed a motion to have her lawsuit drop. I don't think Dawn knows anything about. I love Dawn, by the way, so I'm not bashing Dawn. I think she's great. I believe everything she says. She has good character. But I don't think Dawn knows anything about Diddy's inner workings, even though she worked with him on making the band, Danity Kane, and Dirty Money. I still don't know if she knows anything about a RICO charge or X trafficking. I don't think she was at the free calls. I feel like the best she can do is tell us something Cassie said to her. I just don't see Dawn.
or something she's seen, like the day when Diddy hit her with the frying pan.
But that goes back to DV.
I get
so
it.
I understand Diddy is a bad person. Don't get me wrong. This testimony about who he puts his hands on and who he doesn't put his hands on is making me weary. Like, I get it. He broke Kim Porter's nose. He's just a bad guy.
Yeah. And then
But how many
go ahead.
But how many times we're going to talk about it? I need to get to the charges. Go ahead, Perry.
And just like you under the belief, so people don't get it the wrong way. Because I think oftentimes people get so caught up into a trial and they'll say you biased, but at the end of the day, they're biased themselves and don't come in thinking openly, right? For people, when you say that, they'll say, oh, Sharrell, you think Diddy is this great person? No, she didn't say that. My wife's under the belief that he had something to do with Kim Porter unaliving.
Without a doubt.
And other people. But she's saying that we going back to what is he being tried for? It's not
And
unaliving.
plus, I
It's
can't
not
hear any.
TV.
Also, Perry, I can't hear anything else about freak offs. Like, I'm not into that. I got it. That's what happened. I can't talk about one more freak off. It's gonna get weirder and weirder. After the going in the next room and rubbing the stuff in his nipples, I was done. Like, okay, I don't need to hear no more of this. I got it. They did it. And at the end of the day, Cassie's not on trial. So don't want to waste my time talking about what I thought of her as a person. It doesn't matter. It's Diddy's on trial. I got the message. He's a bad person. Let's move on. That's how I feel.
Mm-hmm.
Nipples and all of that stuff.
Anika says, Perry,
Here we go.
you
Here we
don't
go.
know the truth.
Perry,
Oh, go ahead.
here
Go
we
ahead.
go. It says, attorney says, we have to distinguish between Danity Kane and the Diddy Dirty money errors. And Mr. Pierre telling her, where are you going to go? I don't see how that can be construed as a threat. Judge, let me think about it. I told you they're going to waste a good hour.
Yeah, they're gonna be.
And
They're
what
gonna have
happened
sidebar.
to, huh?
I said they're gonna be
And,
having sidebar after sidebar, right?
and let me tell you another thing that the defense is doing. The defense is getting on my nerve. They every night they say, okay, who are you going to have on the stand tomorrow? We got the list. They were supposed to have 2 women that says Diddy forced them into X. They're going under the alias Jane and Mia. That's what they told the judge Friday when they left. They knew Don Rashad was coming. We don't know anything about Carrie Morgan coming on, which is Cassie's best friend. You knew Friday night that you wanted to bring Carrie on the stand. They're being really shady. Now, a lot of people say to me, Sharrell, Diddy's fighting for his life, and they should work as hard as they can and pull every trick in the book. I get that, but they're putting a bad taste in my mouth. Perry, what is your thoughts about the defense?
I think they're doing what they're supposed to do. And I know you saying that, you know what, they're getting on your nerve because they nitpicking in this. But when your client is being charged with these things,
Mm-hmm.
and you feel like they fabricating some things, because the other side doing it too. They only telling you the good testimony of their client, not the negative shit. So they'll tell them, no, we're not gonna touch this. But talk about that night in the room, it was nice and steamy. Talk about that. So
I
I
don't
mean,
want to talk about it.
right, I
Do
agree.
a poll. Do a poll.
Well,
You got
okay.
to. Oh, go ahead, Perry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Ronika don't want to talk about it either. She says, Perry, you don't know the truth. None of us know all the truth. Allie Carter been talking about this. Yes, people have been talking about it. And Ronika, if you've been around social media, a lot of people have been talking about it, but does it mean it's true? Now, I'm not saying it's definitely not, but you got to admit, it's been some wild allegations out there, and neither one of them are on the stand talking about it. Then at a certain point, you got to ask yourself that 3-letter word. Why?
First of all, I don't like the way you're talking to Ronika.
I
Okay.
love her. I love all the ladies.
And read this one, Perry, and I'll keep my eye on. Go ahead.
I think people have a hard time seeing Rico because of the no profiting, but there's more to more in it. Being pro, what is it? Prevent. Prevent. It's the little things.
Proven.
Oh yeah, proven. It's the little things in the law. Yeah, it's also okay. It's the little things in the law. It's also it's the little things in the law that can get you charged. It's the little things in the law that can get you off a charge too. So it's 2 things that's there. And at this point, I know we got 5 or 6 more weeks to go. Until they start talking about him drugging people, now, without their knowledge and things like that, and just talking about his bedroom rendezvous with his lady and a partner, That's just not gonna work. And even though he don't hit her across the head with a damn frying pan, that's not right. He should have been charged for that. And people go, well,
Here we
yeah,
go.
okay, go ahead.
Judge says, we have an application from the press that emails to be put in the record. I'm directing you to put them together and put them in the docket by next Tuesday. And after that, on a weekly basis. I told you the judge was going to start getting sick of them. And what time is it? Here we are. We're 25 minutes late. We have no witness on the stand. So somebody asked a question, said, I swore that Allie was exposed on another channel. Yes. So we all know who the other channel is. I think one day they were doing their show and they were talking about Allie. And the mother or the sister called in. They said Allie isn't even her real name. But I didn't talk about it because that family, something was going on in that family. I don't think that if she had a good relationship with her family, they wouldn't be arguing the way that they did on a YouTube channel. It got really it got bad. I wonder if I still got a copy of that. It got bad. I don't want to talk about other bloggers, so I'm not going to say the name, but
Right.
and I don't have anything against this blogger. I just only talk about bloggers that I'm real comfortable with. But if I don't know you, I don't want you taking anything in the wrong way. You know, that's happened to me a lot of times. So I just don't talk about other bloggers on my channel. I mean, unless it's in a good way, or if you done freshly pissed me off, then I'll talk about it. But this person hasn't done anything to us. They do great investigations, and so I have the video. Don't I have the video? Let me see if I have it. Perry, keep your eye on the screen for a minute. I guess
Okay.
it wouldn't hurt what I already talked about because it went down. But just because a person is, I just don't want to jump on board and start calling Allie crazy when I don't have any evidence. It just seemed like a family torn and willing to say anything to hurt each other.
It almost sounds like a person that something has happened to, but they're just putting a different name to their situation. That's what it sounds like to me, but I don't know. And then people say, "Oh, Perry, you saying that because you're a guy." I mean, the person can tell a story, but not all stories are believable to some people. And her story is not exactly believable for me.
Here it is. I could play my video, and that's what I'm gonna do. I don't want to talk bad about anybody, but I can play my own video. So this was like a 2-day, no, this was like a 4-day event because this blogger was on, I believe Allie's mom or sister called in first, and then they started going on other bloggers' channel, tearing each other down. It was insane. That's not it. I think this is it. And by me playing this, I do not say that Allie Carter is a liar. I say I don't know. It seems like she's telling the truth. I don't know. I'm just telling you guys what went down that day because she was awfully detailed. And I don't know. I don't call people liars, and I don't even know. Let's see here. And all of her Diddy stories, well, they're made up. Right here, ex trafficking. She went on Tasha K's show. She said that she had experiences with Diddy. She also was talking about there was underground tunnels. And I can say this part, she would say that there are children in these rings, and she's an advocate for the children. She wants to find the children, stuff like that. So here is a little bit of what she had to say.
Down there was
okay. They say the jury's entering. They say Slavic says, when Mr. Combs told people when Mr. Combs told you people can do missing, I don't know. How did you interpret that? Dawn says that people could die, that I couldn't believe that this could be the beginning of a journey for us. The attorney, as dirty money, Dawn, yes. I'm going to repeat that. It says, when Mr. Combs told you people could be missing, I'll put it that way. How did you interpret that? Dawn says that people could die. I couldn't believe that this could be the beginning of a journey for us. As the attorney says, as Diddy dirty money, she said yes. I need more to see what she's talking about. And I just really think Dawn is just a sweet person. You guys, I want to make sure I don't miss anything. So I will play this tape about Allie when we get a free moment, on a break, on a recess, something like that.
And
I don't
Sharrell, I
wanna
did a
miss
poll
anything.
and asked people if they believed her or not. 55% of the people said yes, they believe Allie. The other 45 said no. So it's almost a 50-50
See?
thing. Because I think some people believe that she actually went through something, but then that 45% of people might not believe that she went through it with the person that she's clout chasing off of.
We're back.
Like, yeah. That's
All
sort of
right.
how I feel a little bit too.
Slavic says, what did you observe? Dawn says, he would drag her and kick her and punch her in the mouth. Attorney, what would prompt these acts of violence? Objection, overruled. When she would speak up for herself. We're talking about Cassie again. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Hurry up, you guys. Hurry up. I like Dawn. I really like Donna Shaw. I don't think she's a liar. I know, but I already know how he treats Cassie because we heard it come out of Cassie's mouth. And I'm scared that if they don't start talking about the case today, more people are going to get aggravated,
Right.
irritated. Because, go ahead, Perry.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, because people are going to start to figure this all you got is this. But and all this stuff you didn't even charge him with. Let's get onto these charges. That's what I'm
Yeah.
thinking. And then they'll bring up Cassie, and then when you talk about it, she's not on trial. Well, damn it, it seems like it. Every day we talking
She's
about
not.
it. I know, but what I'm saying is, then people get mad at me because they keep talking about it, and then when I respond to it, they think I can't let go. But the problem is, the prosecution can't let go. She is the star witness.
Someone said there are false reports going around about Prince and Nicki Minaj. We will talk about that also on the break because this Prince thing is crazy. I don't know. That's why listen, I got tired of the Diddy trial at some point. I couldn't wait for the trial to start because I'm tired of hearsay and it's not calming down. It's not calming down. So someone says, Perry, what do you think about Cassie naming her daughter after one of Diddy's aliases? He used the name Frank Black, and she named her first child Frankie. Y'all trying to get Perry going again. Go ahead, Perry.
I think sometimes she just can't let go. And this is my belief. Yeah, and just say I'm crazy, right? I think if Diddy was to call her back tomorrow, she would go back. And not so much for this love, this young love that y'all talk about. It's the competition with the other ladies in Diddy's life. She's still battling this thing where she want to be the champion. She want to be the chosen one. That's just my opinion. And that's why she did the thing she did.
Who are the ladies?
I'm talking about
Kim is no longer with us. I think.
Well, then, okay.
Are you talking about Carisha?
When Kim was no longer here, Didn't she get upset of the thought of him saying a nice thing about her? So
Say
sometimes a
calling
person ain't got
him
to be there.
her his soulmate.
Carisha, you got Young Miami and the Gina. I'm just saying, like, people do get in this competition that they think they milkshake bring all the boys to the yard. But yeah, it do. And then they throw your milkshake out the yard once they use it up. And that's what's
See,
don't
this
happen
is
with
why I
Kay.
can't keep talking about this. This is why I can't keep talking about it. I think here we go. Here we go. Slavic says, who in security witnessed these things? Don says, D-Rock and Bonds. Attorney says, where did Miss Ventura get hit? Don says, in her knee, face, all over. Attorney says, did there come a time you were in New York for a festival? Don says, yes, in Central Park. Hopefully, I don't know why they're bringing Don on for more character, because I really doubt Don Rashad knew any of the inner workings of his companies. I don't think she knew anything like, let's say, even a cake, don't cause. The only thing I can her to is that she did a couple, like, let her break lunch, overwork them, made sure that her weight was down. And it's no doubt that he was a tyrant to work for. But that doesn't have anything to do with the case. And I just don't see her testifying about anything else but Cassie. So maybe they won't be on here long. Here we go. Slavic says, in the residence, what happened? Don says, he punched Cassie. She came into the bathroom crying. You could see her upset, like she was hurt. Objection sustained. What injuries did you observe? Swollen eye. Yeah, he definitely is a monster. He's a monster. Or a coward. What man puts his hands on women? He's just so, ooh. And even if, let's just say the worst happens, let's just say the inevitable happens and life is repeating itself, as in OJ Simpson, let's just say Diddy got off. He's still ruined, wouldn't you say, Perry?
Yeah, you know what? Like, his reputation gonna be that. And people never gonna look at him the same. And they probably really shouldn't. I mean, because even though I think there's a chance that he might can bounce out of this trial, he still have done some foul shit. And putting hands on women is one of them. The way he done his businesses, how he did his, the people that work for him, he did them really shitty. I think he can't live after this. OJ did too, but OJ didn't get the same respect no more. Everybody looked at him as a damn joke when he popped up on the scene. You remember that? So yeah, and that's how I feel about Diddy. I think this is at the end of the day.
I think, but you've got these rappers. But you got these rappers that are coming out, like Boozy came out again yesterday, and they're really trying to push the issue that
they're speaking about the charges, though. I'm talking about his character. Okay, because look, for real, let's be real.
Saying, Gary,
Snoop Dogg, sometimes when you lose respect from the community, it's sort of gone. And Snoop Dogg was one of them. And we can say, oh, yeah, well, we've seen him. Yeah, but it's not the same. And just like with OJ, yeah, he got off. If it don't fit, you must have quit. But people still looked at him as the loser that he was. That's what I'm thinking.
Also, too, I want to talk about this little Big CC. I almost called the boy little. Big CC going on the Piers Morgan show and saying that he thought that Kim Porter was poisoned with cyanide. And he said that because cyanide turns into a pneumonia. That's what he said. Cyanide turns into a pneumonia. So I looked it up because I'm like, I never heard that before. No, it doesn't turn into a pneumonia. A pneumonia, they said, is an infection. Of course, cyanide is a chemical, but it can give you pneumonia symptoms. So I think I think he stumbled up on what happened. If you ask me, she probably, I don't know for sure. They say that you can't taste cyanide. That's, here we go. Attorney, why did you remain with Miss Ventura after this incident? Don, I wanted her to feel supported. Lawyer says, what's this? Don says, the Central Park event. He shows her a photo where Cassie is in sunglasses and Don too. Attorney says, why did you wear them? And Don says, solidarity. See, like I told you guys, she was really close friends with Cassie. And so that was her way of supporting Cassie. I mean, it must be hard to work with Diddy, okay? And you know what he's doing to your friend. And he was freaking out on Dawn. And, I'm sure she wasn't paid right because that's what everybody says, he doesn't pay you. And she probably went through a living hell. With that being said, Dawn is a true blue artist that has a very solid indie following. I wonder why Dawn Rashad never broke into the mainstream. She can sing. And do you guys remember when Danity Kane's last album? It has something to do with Lemonade. I don't remember the title. And they got into a fight. And she found out that Aubrey O'Day was making plans behind her back for herself and not for Danity Kane. Pardon him.
Yep.
You guys, please, please, please don't put that name, make me say that name. I'm not allowed to say the name, and I just said the name. So I guess the leader doesn't want to be. Here we go. The next assault, who was there? D-Rock, Capricorn Clark, Harv Pierre. Who was Mr. Pierre? At Bad Boy, answering to Sean Combs. Did they do anything? Don says, none of us did anything. To help Cassie, she meant.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez. Yes, I agree with you, Tiffany. I can't say it. Please don't make me say that name. I can't say the other leader that got sick this weekend with prostate cancer. I don't want to hear of anybody having prostate cancer.
Yep.
Nobody. So, but that has that when you say that, it takes my video from celebrity topics to
a different
category. I don't even know if I can say that. So I'm trying not to. This is a celebrity trial right here. I don't want it to be classified as anything else. So don't talk about our leaders by name. I cannot say it.
So
and I
let me
don't
get
want to be.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to give you the results of the poll I posted up. I said, do you guys think Cassie would actually go back to Diddy if he called? Amazingly, if 42% of the people said yes, 58 said no. And you must be on mute.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That what can I say?
Oh, yeah.
That's what they think. This whole thing, though, is just too much. Also, too, we've got so many behind the scenes stuff that I want to talk about, but I'll do it later, or I'll make a video at the end of the day. So much happened this weekend. I guess, too, there's saying that anybody that made a documentary, anybody that went around talking about it, they didn't want taking the stand. Now, why not? Why not? If they was bold enough to say what happened to them in a documentary, why can't they take the stand? Or is it that some of those people, most of them, have been proven to be what's the word I'm looking for?
Liars.
Exactly. I just I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna stop working for Perry, okay? Because he just says anything.
I mean, that's what you mean. If you ain't speaking the truth, then some people say, "Oh, you told a fib," or you could just be straight up and say, "You told a lie." That's the grown up
So
thing to
what
do.
happened is a lot of people. Well, I don't know about Aubrey. Do you think? But she's not taking the stand. That was controversial yesterday. But she herself said she's not taking the stand.
I think more
And
went
maybe
down with
that's
her and
why
Diddy. Hmm? Go ahead.
I'm saying maybe they. Okay, so they're saying that the people in the documentaries were liars. Diddy even sued one documentary, and so they weren't going to put him on the stand. Do you think that's what happened to Aubrey? Because she said she was subpoenaed. Now, if you're subpoenaed, you're supposed to testify, even if it's against your will. So, something
You know who
happened
she
with
could have
Aubrey
did though?
O'Day.
Like, okay, say if somebody gonna subpoena you, that call you in, because she have spoken to them. And first, she could have gave them that same story. Because, just my opinion, I know Diddy do a lot of people wrong,
Mhm,
and did her wrong in some ways. But I think she's bitter,
mhm,
and I think that she probably gave up more than what the public know for favor for
mhm,
Diddy. People, oh yeah, she was in the group. I think she done went down low with Diddy
mhm.
and tried to elevate her stock. When she got rejected, now she's having issues. But I think that she could have went to the prosecutors and all the people told her story, but then realized that she'll be cross-examined. So now she's
Then
coming out. Well, go ahead.
I wanted to talk about that in the chat. People are saying Diddy, I mean not Diddy. Um, Aubrey was not subpoenaed. Let me find this article. Now, she might not have been subpoenaed, but the press said she was subpoenaed. Okay, let me see here. And
Well,
not that it matters.
no, it really
Well,
don't
it
matter
does
to me
matter.
like that. Well, I mean, to me, it don't, because like, the whole thing is, if everybody know
Harry,
about huh?
uh-huh, uh-huh.
Aubrey Day has got more
Aubrey
attention.
O'Day. Mhm.
Aubrey O'Day got more attention the last year than she don't had in a while. And that's coming out being hard on Diddy and all that. And not saying she's wrong, but a lot of people came to be noticed by talking about Diddy, to get paid to talk about Diddy. But you don't see those assholes in the court. Why not?
Perry.
Because I think they can talk that shit. Was she fearful for her life when she was talking the shit the last year? People get afraid to go to court because might they might be exposed for not telling the complete truth. You can say Diddy was an asshole. That part is true. But then you might have to answer the part, did you go down low with Diddy? Then they might have that on tape. So people don't want to expose all that.
They're saying that it was kept confidential. Let me pull up this article. Perry, keep your eye on we got to find out, was Aubrey subpoenaed, yes or no? Let's just see. Confidential? Why is that what? Isn't that crazy?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, you guys. That's crazy. Oh, but you know what? A lot of stuff was kept confidential, but not a subpoena. Hold on.
You got an update, honey, I think. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, it's bad.
Here we go. Don Rashad. When we drove back to LA, he slapped Cassie in the mouth and told her to shut the F up. Attorney, how did the passengers respond? Don, we stayed silent the rest of the ride. Hold on, I said I cannot go through another day of talking about what he does to women. We know he's an a-hole. His mother is, I'm not gonna say responsible, but a big contributing factor for his mental illness. And I really do believe Diddy has a mental illness.
Yeah.
Well, not technically, but I'm saying being ruined from childhood and being around that mother.
No, I agree with you. I mean, he got that
feel
silence of the lamb
at
syndrome.
What?
He got like that silence of the lamb syndrome. And I name it that because it's so out there and freaky and sick. Because anytime a man, look, and that's the shit they need to get to. Let's keep it real. We talking about him bringing another man on to be with Cassie. Let's talk about the men he done probably been with, because that's some sick shit. And he must have a fetish for it if he want that man's cream on his nipples. That is sick. It's sick.
All right. So now I pulled up, was Aubrey O'Day subpoenaed? Now it's saying no, she was not technically subpoenaed. I'm not going to argue over it. You might be right, to the person who said in the chat. Hold on 1 second. Dawn said, I asked myself, if he did that to someone he supposedly loved, what would he do to an employee? So I approached Mr. Combs with softness. Attorney says, did you try to intervene in the relationship? Dawn says, no, for my own safety.
Right.
Okay, this is what I don't understand either. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If you are putting your hands on people in broad ass daylight around other people, I believe on Friday, don't quote me here, that Dawn said that in her presence, he hit Cassie on the head with a skillet full of eggs. If this is really going on, why didn't nobody do anything? Or did they do something and they're just not talking about it? Because it feels like...
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
You know what, though? I understand what you're saying. Like, if, like, say, I think she probably would have did something if Cassie would have acted a little different, as if she wanted her to step in. She probably act like she didn't want her to step in. And then this is the damnedest thing. It's like, look, that's her man. Do you want to just, I mean, because I don't see couples argue unless it got too out of control. You sort of stay out of it. And if
I guess you're right.
Would Dawn go the extra mile when Cassie didn't do shit for herself? You know what I'm saying? And
thank you.
That's her boss, but go ahead.
I wanted to thank, is it Cherie or Sherry? And for telling me about the subpoena. And then I looked at her picture. Doesn't she look like my Sherry?
Yes, she do.
She really is. So I had an aunt that passed away from COVID. She spelled her name like this. She pronounced it Cherie. Eerie feeling. But thank you. Is it Sherry or Cherie? That might be Cherie, because that's exactly how my aunt pronounced her name. I mean, I get it, Perry. You don't get into other people's business. But if I saw somebody hit Cassie in the head with a skillet and she fell to the floor, I get it. There's a difference between getting in people's business and just sitting there watching the nonsense.
Well, I would tell you this too. A lot of people have done this, and really just go back and reflect just a little bit. When you cross that line, like the fight was between her and Diddy. If she called the cops and all that, who gonna be out? Don or Diddy? Who would Cassie kick out?
Take a poll, take a poll, take a poll. If you guys seen Cassie being well, I can't say that word. If you seen Cassie getting hit in the head with a skillet, who would you call the cops? Yes or no? I would call the cops. I might not do it in his presence, but that's taking it to a whole nother level. Now, maybe pushing and shoving and yelling, you don't get in other people's business. But we're talking about being hit in the head with a damn frying pan full of eggs. You don't just sit there and watch. And I know I'm the same person that said, if I knew my best friend's husband was having an affair, I wouldn't tell her. I wouldn't. But this is different. This is different. I just thought, here we go. Attorney says, did you see Mr. Cohn using drugs? Don says, yes, weed, ketamine, Molly, the white powder. He says, opiates? Don says, that I never saw. I told you she was honest. Lawyer, who brought him drugs? She says, one stop. He had it all, including the Plan B birth control. What?
Mm-hmm.
Wait.
They call
Why
them
would he have that?
one-stop shop. Oh, just in case those girls got
that
pregnant.
he just.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not illegal, but it just feels really creepy. It just feels really, really creepy. Why would you have the Plan B? Are they going to come to you and say, why would that? I think I'm well,
Well,
why
you know
would
what
you
though?
have the Plan B?
Because isn't the Plan B is when you have intercourse one night and you don't know anything, but you take it just to clear that chance up, right? So if they got the pump them up drugs before they had intercourse, to get them all hyped up and shit, then I guess the following morning they would just issue these things out to take the possible chance off for being pregnant. Maybe. I don't know.
Issue or make you take. Issue or make you take. I don't see just in my head, anybody going to Diddy, hey, I was freaking off last night and I shouldn't have been. Do you got a Plan B for me? That sounds weird.
I'm going to say
Here we go.
Okay.
Attorney says, did you see Mr. Combs with GUNs? Don said, yes. Hand ones over his lower back. Attorney says, who asked had GUNs? She says, security, D-Rock, and Bonds. What did you do after Bad Boy? She says, sing. Whenever I got momentum, I'd get a FaceTime from him. D-Rock knows where the bodies are buried. He's around all the time. He doesn't really work for Diddy. He's supposed to be good friends with, maybe he worked for Diddy. I'm gonna have to look that up. He's supposed to be good friends with the Biggie. He's supposed to be good friends with Biggie and Roger Bonds. If I think anybody was going to take the stand, it would be Bonds. Because he said he would testify. And people, when I bring up Bonds, they always talk about Gene Deal. Do I think Gene Deal is going to testify? No, I do not. Because Gene made it really clear that he left before the freak-offs or he knew nothing about the freak-offs. But I need somebody like Gene Deal to take the stand today because I'm running out of patience. Lily says, remember those men was Skeet. Oh, that's right. Oh, and Cassie.
Okay, but back to this. Now the question when you saying were they issued and all that stuff, I think they was issued, not maybe forced to take because.
Here we go.
Okay, go ahead.
How would you speak to him? Very softly. I always called him bro. Attorney. Why did you not disclose the abuse you'd seen? Don, I was told not to by Mr. Combs and Harv Pierre, attorney. When did you speak out? Don, in 2024. Okay, go ahead, Perry, because so you'll have time
Oh
to
yeah, now I
talk.
was gonna talk about that plan B though. I'm just saying, I don't think he forced him to take it because really it's in Diddy's best interest and probably the women best interest to take it because if they was pregnant and they having these freak offs as often, how do you know who baby it is? You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, that's true. Lily says, no, Sharrell. When he and Cassie did free calls, remember those men would not shoot off, okay, in her. Uh, he had those morning after pills for her so she wouldn't get pregnant. That sounds good. I will ride with that. It was for Cassie. He was just what made her stay? I know it's the cycle, but this man disrespected her in every kind of way that
She
he
wanted
can.
him bad. It's just like y'all said. Like when y'all said that young love, I don't think it was love the way y'all want to put it, but she was so into the fame of it all, being with this mogul that kept her
I
there.
withdraw the I withdraw the question, counsel. Because you every time you get a chance to go off on Cassie, you
No,
do.
I'm just telling you what I
But
believe though. Like because this sweet church woman that y'all want to portray her as would have stayed with the first man. It would have been no reason to lie to him and sneak off and cheat with Diddy. And she wasn't that
let's see what
unexperienced. Well, Perry, you don't understand. He told her all, according to her. According to her.
this is why I want to get into the charges. This is why Perry's not the only one talking like this. Uh some rappers are talking like this, and I'm just tired of the I'm just tired of it. Let's just she's not on the stand no more. Why do you guys keep
She the one wrote that
there
song
better be
years
a
ago.
point.
She wrote that song. Loose as a goose. Do you see me coming? Something like
He's
that.
lying. He made that up. Betsa says, I had a neighbor that fought his girlfriend. She was screaming for help one night. I called the cops for her. The next morning, she had a black eye. I never called again because she
Damn.
never left him. Oh, yeah, I know, but here's I get where you're coming from. Hold on, let me address that in a minute. Dawn says, I saw Miss Ventura take the stand and tell the truth. Attorney, objection sustained. Did you see Miss Ventura file a civil lawsuit and then file your own? Yes. I wanted to address this comment. Um, yeah, I get that. Most of the time, if you call the cops, they're just gonna go right back. But because this is physical, and I don't want to see her hurt or even pass away, one wrong hit, you never know. So I had a nephew that got into a fist fight at school, and the guy fell on a nail. Remember that? And my nephew
Mhm.
had to go to jail. When you're being physical, anything can happen, and you can't afford for that to happen because you only have one life. So while I might be quiet on other things, I'm going to keep calling until I can't call no more. And they're going to keep running back until they're tired. It just scares me like that. And, I've seen it in real life. There was somebody very close to me. It was somebody very close to me. And they were standing at the top of the steps and they were arguing. And he just hit her in one punch, and she just rolled down those stairs. And I think I have PTSD from that. Like, because I'll never forget it. And I just wish I would have did something.
Okay, Sharrell, so I did the poll. And pretty much, amazingly, look, 69% of the people said yes, they would have called the cops, right?
Yeah.
31 said no. But okay, now this is what I'm gonna ask y'all this question, and I'm serious now, like because I hear a lot of Stockholm syndrome. I, you know, I wouldn't leave or I didn't do out of fear. Do you think a person who stand by that maybe they could have had Stockholm syndrome also, where they was fearful that if they was to call the cops, that they would be fired and they should be back with them the next day? I'm just saying.
Right. No, that's true. That's why people don't get intervened. You'll be right back with him the next day. But because of the things that he is doing, I probably wouldn't even say anything if it was a push. Here we go. Judge says cross. Attorney Westmoreland says, are you aware there's a motion to dismiss your lawsuit? Don says, I have civil lawyers. Attorney says, you sat with the prosecution and you allege and your allegations have changed. Don says, I've been consistent. I told you, I'm telling y'all, them damn defense attorneys, they're sneaky. So you file a motion to have the case drop, then you bring it up on the stand Monday morning.
Yeah.
No, these guys are up to something. Up to something. They're trying
But did you
to
hear what
trap.
he said though? You heard what he said though, right? He said because your allegations changed from your defamation.
They're trying, listen, they're trying to trap Dawn Rashad into saying something that's not going to benefit her. And you're right. They did say, and your allegations changed. Basically calling Dawn a liar. These attorneys are up to something now. I'm not saying they're bad attorneys. If you are, have your life on the line, you want your attorneys to do any and everything. But they just drive me crazy. I just like, what? What are y'all up to? I can't trust them for anything. It's not that he's incapable, but I actually do think Dawn is lying. Cassie put everything but the kitchen sink in that lawsuit. Let me think about what Callie's saying. But she's not on trial. She's not on trial. She could say whatever, and we don't have to believe it. She's not on trial. And that's why, people are going to talk about it and say, well, what? Her husband, it looked like her husband didn't know that she was on the phone when they were having, sex. That's why I want to get away from this testimony. This better be leading to something, guys, because if not, we get it. Sharrell, it was a weekly weekend thing for a year. So also I wanted to say this. Perry, put in the chat, we just got to confront the issue. Who believes Cassie? Because I think it feels like it's growing that people are saying bad things about Cassie. And it feels like it's growing. Just put in the chat who believes her, because I don't think Donna's lying. The other Dirty Money singer was abused and had to ride with the situation. It was reported that her and Alec wasn't in a committed relationship. Ooh, wow, at the time. Wow, I didn't know that, Adrian. That's her choice. But I don't believe in open marriages. I don't. Or open relationships. Carl's mom says, don't forget they had the same abuser, even though Cassie got the worst of it. However, Dawn is one of Diddy's victims too. She was scared too. Everybody was scared. Everybody around him. And maybe even KK. Here we go. Westmoreland says, you testified he attempted to hit her about the eggs and Miss Ventura dropped down in a fetal position, right? Dawn says, yes. Did you ever say you heard a pan hit the wall? You didn't see it? She says, I don't recall. Uh-oh. This is why, okay. What
See?
difference?
No, it makes a big difference.
No,
If
Dawn,
she
no.
said-
She could,
Go ahead.
Harry,
No, go ahead.
Dawn could have
Lied.
explained it different.
No, I'm telling you, like Sharrell. I mean, that would be so dramatic. You wouldn't switch up. You could have said a small skillet or a frying pan, but you still would have had the same story.
No, no,
She was
no, no,
more
no, no. Let me stop you. Let me stop you. And you admit to this. Sometimes when I repeat a story, I repeat the story the way that I seen it. And
right,
you
and it's
have to
still a
come to
lie
me and
though.
say,
It's still a lie though. I mean, even though in your mind when you say it that way, it's still a lie.
let me tell you, no, I'm not talking to you
It's
anymore. You
untrue.
guys, have you ever repeated let's say something happened. Let's say you get in a car accident and you repeat what happened, but you're so amped up that you mix the story up. I do this. I have to sit down, and when I get amped up, I don't think straight. I don't. So you're calling me a liar too, Perry?
Well, no, in a sweet way, right? So I'm only saying this. I know what you're saying is true. I lived with you for
It's
how many
true,
years? 38.
and I'm not lying.
You just
Yes.
make it up, and once you think it, then it's law. But at the end of the day, yes, honey, to break it to you, a lie is a lie. If you speak about something and it was untrue,
No,
then it's a
it's an
lie.
unintentional lie. You really think
But
this
okay, right,
happened
okay,
this way?
unintentional, right? But they gonna look at it. It was unintentional lies that she wrote in her civil suit. Now she don't changed
Mhm.
it. She on stage. Now the skillet had eggs in it. Now it didn't. It hit the. I heard it hit the wall. I heard. Now you didn't see a damn thing. She seen it at first. I'm just saying. I don't know.
Beatrice said Dawn should have stayed home with Aubrey. It's starting to look that way. We'll see. Tamara says Diddy is the sole defendant in a RICO case. Everyone snitched. Maybe we have 7 weeks of this. Oh, I,
That's the part that might get him.
no.
I mean, because
Are we
people say,
gonna still be watching this? If this is if witness after witness keeps talking about Cassie and the free calls, is this gonna hold our attention? Because I
I
am
think we'll.
slowly withering.
I think we'll keep watching it, right? Because I think at that point we don't heard 2 or 3 weeks of bullshit, and now you don't wasted all that time, so you want to see the end of it, and you still giving them hope that they might have some evidence to prove their charges. Now, if now what Diddy got to worry about is those people who work with him, KK, the people who had access to him transferring money, purchasing things. They got the info, but they want to stay in this damn dark ass room with the red light on, with being freaky. We need to leave the dungeon, the sex dungeon.
Take a
And
poll right
you
now.
heard that story. We agree, huh?
Take a poll. Do you guys think Don is lying?
I think I did. Let me go and see. Let's
Did
go
you?
and see the result. Well, no. Oh, no. Okay, I do that too. The last poll I had, do you believe Cassie? 83% people says yes. Sharrell?
Yeah, you could. It's just obvious she was telling the truth. Now you might think she's a woman of low character or something like that, but she wasn't lying. And we saw the
Okay, but
tape, so
let me
we know.
rephrase it. Do you believe her complete story, her full testimony? Yeah,
Oh my
I believe
God!
some of the said she said yes, but some of it with the grape and all that stuff, I just don't. You
Well,
know,
let me ask you this, Perry. If Dawn was lying, what would she get out of that? To help her
that the
friend?
silver suit, she got the silver suit going on too. And look, people, I'm not even saying. I'm sure Diddy treated his employees and treated her like shit. We just talking about the only thing I know is she said this when they came back and countered her. Her story started to change a little bit. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's a mess. Do you believe Cass? Do you believe Dawn is lying? Do you guys think Dawn is lying? Yes or no? Because this is not a good look. Let's see what y'all saying. The real tea has yet to come. They say it will be scorching hot, like the place where Frank Black is going. Wait until they bring in some of the goons. They will show where the bodies are, not tell, show. I can't wait till that day. I am just so tired of hearsay. Hold on, let me refresh this, make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay. Adrian says, of course, as Black people, we're still going to be watching. However, y'all, it's a distraction. Why we why we've been talking about those shells red to be empty. Of course, as Black people, we're still going to be watching. I agree with that. Well, I don't know, y'all. If this keeps repeating itself and we don't get to the charges. However, y'all, it's a distraction. It's a huge, huge, huge distraction. Because what Perry is insinuating, and this is how I interpret it in my mind, she's lying because of her lawsuit. And her lawsuit, she wants to be paid. That's what Perry's trying to say. He'll get to it in a minute.
Right.
And I just don't, I mean.
Well, no, I'm saying this, right? I think she's exaggerating. Because I don't want to call her a liar. I'm a nice guy. I like Dawn. I don't want to call her a liar, too. But you're exaggerating. And sometimes, just like when you said, because you thinking in your head, it don't mean it's true. If you wrote down in your lawsuit that you heard a pan hit a wall, it's different than, yeah, he grabbed the skillet with eggs in it and hit her across the head. That's what she said.
So let me tell you what I think the defense is doing. While she was on the stand yesterday, so they already read her lawsuit. They know what she said, stuff like that. When she was on the stand yesterday, oh, she didn't say that originally. They jumped, go file the motion to have the case dismissed. Because if you got one thing wrong, she might have had other things wrong too. So let's scare the shit out of her and file a motion to drop the lawsuit. And then when she comes on Monday, let's call her a liar.
Well, the biggest thing, it shows the jury that, hey, this same woman who just said she got hit with a skillet with 8 eggs in it said in her own civil suit that she's trying to sue my client that she heard the pan hit the wall. She never mentioned seeing her get hit in the head. They're basically discrediting her in front of the jury.
Tamara says, people forget about the white boy that was arrested by the feds before getting on his private jet. I ain't forgot the drug dealer, private jet exporting his drugs. He got off. I wonder why. He got off? Oh my gosh, this case is crazy. Honey.
You got to update.
Here we go. Attorney, would you agree with me? It has been hard for you to keep your story straight and respect to this eggs incident. She says, I told it as close as I could. Attorney says, the day after you say, Mr. Combs said, people go missing. Yes. Uh-oh, y'all. I got a bad feeling about this. They getting ready to rip her to shreds.
Huh?
Perry, why are you smiling? Because
some people get nervous because you know what though, anybody can lie on this motherfucker, right? But the truth, you wouldn't have to be nervous if you honestly thought she was truthful, because they wouldn't be able to twist her truth. But deep inside, you knew she lied about the eggs and ham, huh?
Just take the poll. Just take the poll. Do y'all think Don Rashad is lying? I've been watching these people for a week.
I did, and the poll says 35% says yes, 65% says no. So 65% believe her. The green eggs and ham.
I believe her too, and let me tell you why I believe her. So maybe she said a couple things off, but you know damn well he was doing putting his hands on Cassie, and so What?
I got you. Yeah.
I'm reaching.
No. I'm just saying this. See, I'm following this court case. I heard what she said and I respected it. What she said Friday, I respected it. What she said this morning, I respected it. But now she's getting cross-examining. Shouldn't I respect that too? Like, when they finished questioning her, did I figure out who was lying and who not? See, wow, ladies. And I say ladies because it seems
Perry,
like
we couldn't hear anything unless I couldn't.
what? Can you hear me now?
There's a delay and you kept coming in and out.
Oh, well, they could have heard me because my girl Lily says, no, Perry. Look, I'm just saying that I listen to the whole case. I respect what she said Friday, what she said today. But when you get cross-examination across, I got to respect that too. And if now you saying, well, I said it as close as I thought it was, is different than, yeah, I walked in, he grabbed that skillet with 5 eggs in it and hit her across the head. Any variations of that story, oh, well, I heard a pan drop. Not the same thing. I heard something that could have hit the wall. Not the same thing.
Here we go. Attorney says, let's do your interview on March 18th, 2025. You did not say anything about Mr. Combs told you. People go missing. Don says, I don't recall that. Attorney says, no worries. I'm going to show you a document for the parties. Only page 5. Uh-oh. I feel so bad for Dawn. She really is a sweet person. You know, I've watched her on Making the Band. I seen her, really try to grow her career without Diddy. Oh,
Sharrell, why do I got to
thank
be
you,
the problem out
Victoria.
of this? Why do I get to be the problem? No, for real. Like, why am I the problem? Aren't y'all hearing what I'm hearing?
Because no. Let me tell you, Perry. You just admitted that when I get in a hyped up situation and somebody asks me to explain the story,
Go ahead.
I always get my stories mixed up until I calm down. It's just the truth. Tamara said, I've seen someone get mad and throw a plate of food against the wall. I believe her because she was so specific. I was 7 and still remember that what was in that plate. Because you were scarred. You were scarred.
Okay.
It takes you out. Harry, if you calling Don a liar, I'm about to call you. I'm about to call.
Tamara says, I have seen someone get mad, me too, throw a plate of food against the wall. I believe her because she was so specific. You seen a person throw food against the wall, so you believe it. Now, do you believe she heard a pan hit the wall? Because she would have been Pacific when she did her civil case too, right, Tamara? She'd have been Pacific. If you can count the eggs in the pan and know it's one of those 14-inch black skillet pans, that's real Pacific. Hitting a person across the head with it. Wouldn't you have remembered that in your lawsuit? You're proving my point, Tamara. She could be fabricate or just straight up lie.
Could be or she could not be. I have been there where she is, especially when it's something traumatic and let's say a cop shows on the scene and asks me what happened. I leave stuff out. I embellish unintentionally because that's how I took it in my head. I do it all the time, and you can vouch for that. I do it all the time. Then when I calm down, I go, wait a minute. I was hyped up. This now I remember this, or it didn't go this way. Stuff like that. I do it all the time, and you cannot sit up here and call me a liar. I'll wait.
And now they owe me about my speech. They said specific, not Pacific, Perry. Look, y'all understood. I get it, right? And I get, was it 5 eggs in the pan? Did the pan hit her in the head or did the pan hit a wall? That's the question y'all need to answer.
You're a
Y'all
mess.
so mad at me.
Put it on the screen, Perry.
Oh, I can go up there and put it on the screen. Let me see where they at. Okay, we got that one.
Because really, Perry, think about this. The only reason Don is on the stand is to vouch. They're messing with you today. They're messing with you today. But listen, the only reason Don is on the stand is to verify what Cassie had said. And especially since people was trying to twist Cassie's motives and stuff like that. Really, Lily?
See,
so it's a lot.
I do got friends after all.
I mean, it's really, really irritating me. They're getting ready to try to make Don look like a liar.
Let's keep it real, though. If a person was being 100% honest, they shouldn't have that big of a problem with Cross. Am I right?
Perry, you're not going to call Don a liar. She misinterpreted. She reversed some things around.
You know what, though?
But you know for yourself.
If she would have said a pot or a pan, same kind of general thing. But when you real specific and say a person hit a person in the head with a skillet, then that's what you should mean.
Tamara, I don't know what's happened to you, Tamara. She said, I love Perry's take too, even when I do not agree. Because something's wrong with Perry. I get what he's trying to say. You know, it was very specific. Eggs in the pan, got it. But people...
Okay, I'm saying this because it's very confusing. Just because you get distraught and you come and tell me something, oh, I lost a dog at the grocery store, but you really meant the park.
I do that all the time.
I'm saying it's a big thing because I'm at the grocery store looking for the dog when I should have been at the park. So sometimes your misunderstanding and your lying habit becomes an issue.
Listen, Don is on the stand to vouch for Cassie. We all know Cassie was telling the truth. So she twisted her words. Her main reason for being there is to say Cassie's telling the truth. And so we accept your message, and we know that them defense attorneys are going to do what they're going to do to try to make you look bad. That's their job. And so we just going to sit in the cut and wait for this to be over. Here we go. Westmoreland says, isn't it true the first time you said this was a week ago? Would you like me to show you your previous interviews? Don says, I know what I said. Attorney says, you said Mr. Combs made a death threat, one that you didn't recall 7 times. Oh boy. Does this change the game? If you got, let's just say, and I'm not saying she is, let's just say for the sake of this argument, Don was lying. We still believe Cassie, and I'm going to read this again. Isn't it true the first time you said this was a week ago? Would you like me to show you your previous interviews? Don says, I know what I said. Attorney says, you said Mr. Combs made a death threat, one you didn't recall 7 times. That takes on a little bit more, because she said he made death threats. That's serious. But anyway, just like Cassie, Don isn't on the stand. They're going to do the same thing to Don that they did to Cassie. And at the end of the day, we're going to end up throwing out her testimony, but getting the gist of what she's trying to say is that this man is a monster.
And then look,
When you
okay,
hit somebody in the head,
right, I get it, and that's the positive way. You saying, I mean, because people always say this: they're not on trial; they're on the stand. They're on the stand for a reason.
is it true?
Convey a story about Diddy. Now, people gonna take bits and pieces and believe the stuff about Diddy, but the jury also gonna believe that they wasn't totally telling the truth. And the jury could start to think all these people coming out the woodwork lying on him. Now, even though they said 85% of the truth, 95% of the truth, people remember lies over truth. And that's a fact. Well, I don't know if it's a fact or not. I just thought it sounded cool to say it that way. But go ahead.
Sheila, thank you for coming through. Sheila says it's just wording. She could have been looking at Cassie as the pan hit the wall, which would account for her hearing it. There was so much going on at that moment. I believe her. I believe her too. I think she's gotten certain.
It's just wording. She could have been looking at Cassie. Yes, I take it that she was looking at Cassie when she said, and she was looking at the skillet with the 8 eggs in it, that she got hit in the head with it. The wall only came in when they brung up her civil case. She didn't mention the wall. We can't make excuses for Diddy.
No one's making excuses, Perry.
We can't make excuses for Cassie, for Sean and Don.
No, nobody's making the excuses. We're saying she twisted her words around, but the gist we believe. He puts his hands on Cassie. So this even shouldn't be an argument or a debate.
Right. Because but then she should have said, yeah, okay. Well, no, I mean, look, they had an incident where he had a frying pan. Whether he hit her or not, I don't know, but he was very aggressive with her. Just say it that way.
Well, that's how you say it. That's not how everybody else would frame things. Listen, Don's not lying. Perry, answer this question. Do you believe that Diddy put his hands on Cassie? Yes, you do.
Yeah, no.
So she's just verifying that.
I believe that, right? I believe he put his hand on Cassie. But do I think
so you believe her?
I don't believe he shot Cassie. Big difference.
Oh, wow.
Go ahead.
Tamara, I agree with Sheila. Someone's throwing a PA against the wall, a pan against the wall. Like I saw he play is so dramatic. I mean, it is. It's scary. And she probably was shaking with fear. If I seen somebody throw a pan of eggs, especially if the eggs was damn hot, if he did hit her in the head with a skillet, it doesn't matter. He's yelling, he's screaming, he's acting unhinged. Here he goes again, because then he drags her out the room and they go back upstairs. You can't see this happening, Perry.
Okay, sure. I'm gonna do one thing. I'm gonna show this comment. I'm gonna drop the mic and go and make me some coffee and come back.
Listen, Perry is cold stone out of his mind. I think that Perry is frustrated. Perry wants to see the evidence towards the charges. We all do. But this trial is going to last damn near 2 months. And so everybody needs to sit back and just, chill. Because I said this from the beginning. It might look a certain way one day, then you come back another day, the things have changed. You might think OJ did it, and at the end, they say he didn't do it. So this is court. So nobody's taking a victory lap here. We're just saying how we feel right now. And Perry's probably just as fed up as I am, because I don't want them to keep bringing people on the stand and then tearing those people down, because it's distracting us from the charges. So are they doing their job? I wish the prosecution would be more direct, but we could end up saying in the end, oh my God, Maureen Comey was a genius. We didn't know where this was headed. Just like when they brought in Mark Furman and said, and F. Lee Bailey said, did you ever use the N-word? And he said with confidence, no. They let him lie. And then they hit him with a whammy. So we don't know where the prosecution is going with this, but it is a bit tiring, but it could be some major evidence. And they might bring on more people. We don't know where they're going with this. And if anybody could say what they think the outcome is of this trial is going to be, they're the liars. We don't know. We do not know. So did she twist her words? Yeah, it seems like it. Are they calling her out for it? Yeah, but we get the gist of what she's trying to say. That man is monster. It's a lot going on, y'all. There's a lot going on today. What time is it? It's only 7:30 Pacific, so it's 10:30 Eastern. Jeez, lots going on. And of course, more of the same. Listen, objection, sidebar, recess, break. I don't know how they get through this damn trial. I don't know how they do it. Dawn needs to get off the stand. Like, here we go, guys. Let's move to the alleged incident before the Central Park concert. You are aware there was a camera. Dawn says, not in the bathroom. The attorney says, you were filmed in the park. Are you aware if the video has been turned over? No. Uh-oh, what video? Let's see what happened in the park? Oh, did I miss something? Tamara, you're so sweet. The government is playing chess, not checkers. Thank you. They started with Cassie for a reason, okay? So we got to just everybody calm down. Well, Perry needs to calm down because this is going to be a while. Now, I want to know what happened in Central Park and what was on the damn tapes, video. So my son gets irritated every time I say tape. He said it dates you. We don't call them tapes. Call them videos, Mom. Okay, videos. It doesn't matter what you call it. Some went down in Central Park, and she claims that there were no cameras in the bathroom. Central Park. I'm going to read this again. Let's move to the alleged incident before the Central Park concert. You are aware there was a camera crew. She says, not in the bathroom. He says, you were filmed in the park. Are you aware if the video has been turned over? No. Child, what went down in the park? And let me tell you what I hear in my head. Objection. It's coming, y'all. It's objection. Every time they give something that is they don't want to hear. Objection. So I hope I hear overruled because this is driving me crazy. And I do realize. So I think I was listening to, it could have been Armand, someone saying that there were a couple people in the inside the court that were given permission to tweet. And I believe it was this guy right here, maybe CNN, but everybody else, no phones were allowed. So, it's hard to type accurately and get everything in. I personally, typos happen all the time with people. And, so that's why when we go back at the end of the day, like when they said that the guy had urinated on Cassie, and then later that night I found out, in the mouth, which was a huge gross. It made a big difference. Either way, it was gross, but in my mouth, child, leave me alone. I can't. I would have ran out that damn party so quick. So when Cassie came out the room. She picked up the phone in the hallway. I think I would have took the stairs. I would have took the stairs and then found help, because once he came out that room like a raving idiot, it all went down. And I feel bad for her for that part. People can say a lot of things about Cassie. You could believe her or you could not believe her, but you can't say she wasn't a victim of DV. You can't say it. And that's just one tape we've seen. So I guess Dawn is adding to the story. Probably if there was a tape of the pot, we would be equally as outraged. He needs to go to jail. Something's wrong with him. He puts his hands on women, and one day, mark my words, one day somebody's gonna get hurt, and he keeps doing this. That's why he's a danger to himself. He needs to go to jail. Look at it as if it was your damn daughter. If it was your daughter, no stairs on the floor. Oh, poor Cassie. They were all afraid of him, which is what the prosecutors are proving. I would have been too. Cameron says, do not forget, this is the United States government versus Sean Combs after he raided his homes and Homeland Security months later. They bring him to court. They are prepped. They are prepped. They are prepped. Oh, here we go, you guys. Here we go. About the GUNs, you didn't tell the prosecutor about them. I saw the GUNs at Diddy's house. She said, they didn't ask. Attorney says, you never saw Mr. Combs pull a GUN out and wave it around, load bullets, or cock it. She said, he just had it. Well, I hope they wrap this up. So now they're trying to prove Dawn to be just as acting like she's a big lie. They're trying to do that. How long is this going to go on? This is turning into a bashing that doesn't have to be, because Dawn is not on the stand.
Yeah, she is on the stand. She's not on trial.
I mean, she's not. Right. So this is not her trial.
And she's on there testifying against a man that is on trial. Look, I'm not for Diddy, but let's be honest here. Look, that's showing that you're supposed to have this good memory when you remember this pan with eggs in it hitting her in the head to now, but you didn't notice nothing dramatic about him having a GUN at the park. That they're going back, and then like when they said that it was 7 times she couldn't recall, 7 times, but now you in court, you recall. That's like a person being on the scene. I didn't see it 10 times when they get to court. I've seen it all. So I don't know. But I did a poll though, and I want you to just check it out. Let's do
I can't see it. You have to tell me. I can't see it.
Okay. My question is it a lie if a person told you something that was untrue? That's not true. 91% of the people says yes. 9% who want to roll with you and Dawn.
Oh, and Dawn.
Yeah. Look, it's regardless, crazy. Okay, at the end of the day, let's keep it real. Regardless of the reason. Now, you can laugh about it and say, I said that and I mixed it up. Right. But when you in court, you get to make sure you on point, right?
That's right. Mm-hmm.
So that's sort of where we at. So I think most people are so kind in the chat that they would never call her a liar, but under their breath, they feel that she's up there lying. That's just what I think.
So listen, we were covering another case before this Diddy trial. We were covering the Karen Reed case. And that case it's still going, by the way. I think Karen Reed is innocent, not that mattered. But each day was a chapter. Each day was something new. It went bam, 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 bam. Evidence this day. And it started on time. It wasn't, Judge, Your Honor, we want to ask you, can we submit this as evidence? You have to admit that after Friday, this testimony is going really slow, and they run the risk of boring the hell out of people because we've already made up our minds. I don't even see the reason why. Here we go. Attorney says, did you tell the government you never saw Mr. Combs do the white powder? Don says, I don't recall. Attorney says, your testimony has changed on quite a few things. Don said, as time progressed, I remember more. Yeah, we need to get her off the stand. It's just a repeat cycle.
After 7 times of not recalling, then you can recall.
Also, too, Perry, you have to remember that some people testify well. It's a proven fact, and some don't. And that don't mean they're a liar. It just means they get nervous, tie tongue.
I get it. I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not a doctor to say if they was nervous, they got a nervous condition or whatever. I'm just saying, when you follow the case, can you not only just go by what the people say? I mean, basically, you take their testimony for truth or not. When you get crossed up, it gives reasonable doubt. That's all it takes, reasonable doubt. And I know Sheila believed everything they said. And I'm not even going to say you're totally wrong. Things could have went that way. But when you go to court to present it, if you come across unsure, that's how they're going to play you.
Right. Sheila says, Perry, stop putting words in the chat's mouth because, Tamara says, I remember, I'm Canadian. You're Canadian. Listening to the Locks talking about Diddy and his trifling ways, and he called in. Oh, boy, it's still on YouTube. Oh.
Damn.
So the Locks, wait, did Diddy and DMX, were they friends? I don't think so. I remember the Locks. They used to be on the same label as Eve and DMX. And I can't remember the name of the label. Was it Def Jam? I can't remember.
Def Jam. No,
but I'm going to look this up. Thank you, Tamara. I'm going to look this up. Here we go. Here we go, y'all. Keep our fingers crossed. This is a mess. Here we go again. Another objection. That really irritates me. Also, too, in the Karen Reed trial, there wasn't a whole bunch of objections. That takes me out the story. I hate it when they do that. Every other word. For the Karen Reed trial, I got to listen to what a person had to say. I got to listen to them answer a question that was asked. But in the middle of talking, objection drives me crazy. Some lawyers do it, some don't. Here we go. The lawyer says, you saw one stop sell drugs. You saw him take money. She said, yes. All right, 1 second. Didn't you tell the government you never saw anyone pay him? So you lied, right? She said, no. See, now they're just getting ridiculous. This is called badgering a witness. So you lied. Right. You didn't have to say that part.
I guess the defense saying that she didn't have to say what she said either. Like,
right,
let's keep it real.
No, don't you see how this could play wrong to the jury if you badger a witness, aka beat up on them?
No, if the witness probably just stayed firm with their answer and then
come on, now you're being ridiculous. You can't even admit to it's a bad look for any attorney, not just this case, for any attorney to badger the witness.
Is it badgering when you out seeking the truth? Go back and read that statement just from what you said and take your personal feelings out of it. Okay, don't be here to fight for Dawn being right. Just fight to hear her truth and see if it makes sense. Go ahead, read it again.
I will reread it. It says, you saw one stop. So that must be what they call somebody. You saw one stop sell drugs. You saw him take money. She says, yes. All right. 1 second. Didn't you tell the government you never saw anyone pay him? So you just lied, right? So adding that last sentence was unnecessary and easily could be interpreted in the mind of a juror as badgering a witness. And
I
then
think it
that's
was
when the jury
okay.
turns on you.
Sharrell, I think it was highly important. Now, one stop is the drug dealer, according to
Right.
her, right?
Dawn.
I seen one stop sell drugs and get paid. Then he come back and say, "Well, you said this, but now when I asked you the question, have you ever seen anyone pay him? You said no." That's highly important.
Well, I understand the inconsistencies. I'm not saying that I don't see what you're talking about. I
Right?
do.
Okay.
But they're
They saying
getting
you got to just kick out what she's saying because she's not. One day she seen him get paid, the next day he didn't. You see what I'm saying? Like,
when you straight up tell a person on the stand, so you lied, that takes on a different tone. Let her answer the
no,
question.
no, it's
And
speaking the
and
truth.
when you take a different tone, you take a risk of turning off the jury.
You stand a
If you
risk
just
of okay, yeah, okay. You could be right if that's how they want to take it, but you got a good chance to impress the jury too. Because I'm walking away with, damn, you know, I don't know if he's got paid, didn't get paid. Her story keep changing. That's what I'm walking away with. It builds doubt that yeah,
right,
drug dealers
right.
sell drugs, they get paid. We know
No,
that on the common thing.
I
But when
agree
she
with you,
said
Perry.
she seen it, and then one day she didn't see
No,
it.
no, no, no. I'm not saying that her stories aren't inconsistent. I can't say that because they clearly are inconsistent. But you have to watch the way you talk to a witness because it can really be accusatory. I don't know why he laughs and he could also make me mad. It could be accusatory. If I was an attorney, I'm not Jack Nicholson. You can't handle the truth. It's just a certain etiquette you must carry as an attorney because you don't want to turn off the jury. Damn the public. Damn the people in the courtroom. You're putting on the show for the jury and the jury only. Nobody else's opinions matter. Perry, read this real quick, and I'm gonna.
Diddy called in and
I'll
said,
read it. I'll read it.
let's have it. Okay.
Tamara says, Diddy called in and said, let's have a meeting face to face. That was a threat. It was obvious that on the Breakfast Club, when he went on the Breakfast Club.
Mm-hmm. And so, sure, you can
Um,
admit this too, right? I'm gonna say this, and you know, to get back, and we get back to this in a second. When a
hold on.
person presents something like that in court, you can't handle the truth. It's very impactful, everlasting.
Depends on
You'll remember
it
that when you
depends.
back there
It depends on who you
in the
are.
jury room.
Some
No,
people
I mean,
don't mind.
hmm?
It depends on who you are. Some people don't mind badgering of a witness because they think this girl is lying. We really need to get her. Other people think, you being just a little too harsh. Let me mentally turn off. So it depends on the attorney, but it also depends on the jury. It could be good to a certain person and bad to another. So I guess we're both right. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, somebody says this too. Words matter. It really do, especially in court. Do you think she came prepared? She made things more complicated.
She's supposed to be prepared, and I'm sure they prepped her. So, but she acts like it feels like she is not expecting this type of questioning. That's what I'm thinking. And maybe
Well,
that's what they were fighting over earlier.
I'm gonna tell you what people thinking. Sharrell reaching. They asked the witness, did they lie all the time? Yeah, but she's fine with it if it was the opposite way around. That's why I think people get biased in the case. Like if you start rooting for Don or Cassie so much, and just look at it, I'm not rooting for Diddy, but I'm here to say when his shit sound like he did something bad, or if he didn't do it, I could honestly say it. Now I need you
Well,
to be truthful.
I can honestly say that they are twisting her words, and this is not a good look for Dawn. I
Nobody
can say
twists your
that.
words on the stands, though. Okay, so that's what she making a mistake, letting them twist her words instead of speaking her own words. She spoke them.
Right,
It
right,
just came out to
right.
be a lie.
Yeah. Oof, child. This is a mess.
We got to get these liars up,
Hopefully,
and people do agree with you. They need to get her off the stand. But I think
they
it's
need
too
to get her
late.
off
They
the
gave her
stand.
little easy questions. Now the cross is on her ass. Hmm.
So Friday, after Cassie testified and acknowledged that she went back after she left him for the freak offs and stuff like that, the prosecution did what they call damage control, and they brought up the special federal agent named Benda, and then they brought up Dawn to also change the narrative in going into the weekend. They did what they could, but that testimony with Cassie got very contentious. And here we are on Monday doing the same thing. You say it's their job, but they are walking on a thin rope because it could really backfire on them
Hmm.
by just because I think everybody believes Cassie. The truth is what it is. Here we go. Back from sidebar. They actually took another sidebar.
Yeah.
Attorney says, it was you who reached out to Mr. Combs to work with him again. She says, yes. Attorney says, but he had threatened you, right? You asked him to work with you again. See, this person's getting very, she said, yes. He said, okay. So he's getting very aggressive here, the attorney. I don't know if that's a good or bad move. He wants us
I
to
think it's
know.
good.
You think it's good?
Yeah.
Cameron
You know
said,
what, though? I mean,
do
because
you
he got
know?
to defend Diddy, his client. Now, good attorneys get true criminals off just off, their lawyering, right? What I'm saying is they doing what they supposed to do for their client. And what you do is just rip apart every witness that come on that stand and you make them seem not credible. And Dawn could be a nice girl, can have a lovely voice, all these different things, but you can't keep your story straight. That's a
It's
fact.
not a good look. Cameron said, did you know that Diddy's father was friends with Frank Luca, American gangster, before his dad was unalive? I see the parallel with Diddy's behavior. He acts in
Mhm.
mob style ways. Let me tell you, they say that Diddy's father was the Pow Pow Man. He was like the Sammy the Bull.
Right.
So something definitely was wrong with Diddy's father and his mother. They're about that street life. And Diddy's the same way. And he brought, here we go. Nickname of a person who Don Richards testified sold drugs to Diddy and his entourage. We know that. I guess the person was just, you don't think, did they ask Don if she ever took drugs?
I
I
don't
don't
think
think
so.
she did, but you never know with people, No one at that time, no one knew that the first lady, oops, never mind.
Yeah, I don't think they had to ask her that for real though. I think that would be irrelevant from what she's there for. But I think they already did enough to make her seem not credible, uh, not be a credible witness. Because a credible
Mhm.
witness is a person who can speak it, stay firm, and not saying she's lying. I think she
Mhm.
don't got her facts straight and could have a nervous problem or whatever. But she's not a good witness. Not just a nice witness.
uh 48 TCL says when the freaky text came out wanting that dingling thing in the back of her throat touched, it made the whole case seem bogus.
Yeah.
It's definitely hard to listen to, I'll tell you that. Very hard to listen to. So, mm-mm-mm.
Well, yep.
The whole thing. And now this is getting hard to listen to. I think Dawn is taking a beating. Let's just be honest. She needs to get off the stand right away. And let's bring in Mia. Let's bring in Jane. Let's address the charges. And even if the prosecution turns out to be brilliant and we didn't know where they were going with this the whole time, this kind of testimony right now is frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
It seems repetitive. You are losing me. So they
Mm-hmm.
need to, spice it up. This is just hard to hear
Mm-hmm.
when you and this attorney, Westmoreland, is getting very aggressive. Now I know this is all strategy, and maybe what they're trying. Oh, listen, y'all. Maybe what they're trying to do is break Don Richards. Break Don Rashad. I keep saying Richard on the stand.
They already
They
did
want her
that.
to trip over. No, they want to keep doing. They want her to trip over her words. They want her to be intimidated. They're doing this shit on purpose. It's
That
part
was
of their
supposed to do.
strategy. He's not talking like that because that's how he talks. Huh? What'd you say?
It's hard for some people to take defeat. Admit it. She's a failed witness. She's broken. She is already twisted up. That's it. So she might as well just call
Look at somebody
Cassie and go
said,
and hang out and have a drink afterwards. And they can lie to each other.
why y'all jumping down my throat? Bishop Bond says, that's already happened, Sharrell.
And look, that's what I'm saying. I don't know what court case she's listening to.
No, this is not good. It's not good. I said about Cassie, and I'm saying it now. It's not good, and I just want it to end. Sharrell, they're probably all airheads. Who in their right mind will let anyone pee in their mouth? Oh,
Yeah, see.
girl, I
I
don't
know.
know. Okay,
The damnedest thing. And let's keep it real. I don't think that was forced. But yeah, we'll leave it at that.
Someone said Dawn from Danity Kane. Dawn from Danity Kane is trying to stand up for her friend, and they went and looked at her lawsuit, looked at her interviews, realized there was inconsistencies in the stories, and now they are tearing her up in court.
And then
Because the more you, I mean, the more they do it, the more you can't deny what's going on, which is she's not doing too good on the stand. Here we go. Westmoreland says the songs you're released on your own have not reached the level of what you released with Danity Kane and Dirty Money, right? Don says true. And you reached out to Mr. Combs to try to make more money, right? Yes. Uh-oh. Oh boy.
yeah.
Oh
Wow.
boy. I still haven't lost hope, but I am have to acknowledge the same thing that happened to Cassie is happening to Dawn. Tamara says, do you remember an American Gangster movie when Frank Lucas sent a message and Pow the Italian cars? Diddy did the same thing with Kid Cudi. He wanted to be him so badly. I mean, what about what she's saying? What a part of this? What part does Diddy's behavior either come from his father or was influenced by his father? Because his dad passed away at 3 years old.
Right.
But he did used to go back and talk to Frank. Go ahead.
Right. No, you know what though? Like it could be from his father, but like you said, when his father passed, he was so young. He could pick it up in different ways by hearing stories And then sometimes
Right,
people can
right.
just get fascinated with the mob, that lifestyle. And then when you
Well,
get
he was
money, and you can emulate that lifestyle. That's what happened with Diddy.
well. He also had cousins, first cousins that were in the Black Mafia family with
Hmm.
Meech and Terry Flannery, Flannery. So Diddy was surrounded by a lot of thugs slash gangsters. So, but we could sit and debate where it came from just out of curiosity. It doesn't matter. He has poor behavior, and maybe he is repeating what he saw and what people do around him. But he's just a horrible person. I would rather sign with 50 Cent any day. Any
Perry,
day.
can you get Sharrell a drink? Honey, do you need a drink? Do you? No, I'm being
No, I don't need no damn drink. I mean, we pretty much, you know who needs to be on the stand? That damn mother. I just want to hear her talk about what she did to those children in their
Mhm,
damn childhood. So, Diddy's sister, he has a sister named Keisha, who doesn't like being in the public. Like, if I was a star and I had to have a sister, Keisha would be my sister. She is not about trying to be famous too, because
mhm.
your brother's famous, and it's apparent she keeps his secret. Now I hear that he takes care of her, and he takes care of the mother too. So I would owe, you know, my brother a little gratitude for taking care of me. I probably would want my own damn job though. But if my sister was famous or brother and they wanted to give me take care of me, I don't know if I would do that. It's kind of weird. Sheila says genetics is a real thing. Yeah, maybe it was passed on to him from his father, but he's definitely acting like his father, including the trigger man part. Because we keep hearing stories, and I was looking at this yesterday from Gene Deal. That man is not lying. That man is not lying. He was there the day Diddy got no Tupac, no Biggie, the day that Biggie got powed, and that shit just can't be made up. I believe Gene Deal, and I believe Diddy was behind the hit, and for something as simple as he was gonna leave and he was asking for his masters. Isn't that wild, Perry? Because you were around back in the day.
Mhm.
You could have told me anything happened, but never that Diddy was involved, or Puffy,
Yeah,
we called it back
yeah,
then.
it's crazy, ain't it?
Wild. It's
Mhm.
wild. This man is living recklessly.
Yeah,
Recklessly.
and people said the same thing about uh the Cosby. What was it? Bill Cosby. See, there's
Mhm.
certain things that you just grow up and you never really think, but hell, we all human, and we know a lot of human got some serious mental problems,
Somebody
and
said,
we get
Janelle says,
suspicious.
Janelle says, I think Diddy was introduced to that life when he was very young. I'll take it a step further. I think Diddy was touched. I think Diddy was touched. Here we go. Attorney says, oh my God. Can we have a short sidebar? And in
Mm,
parentheses, it says, sidebar. And it's not short. Still wondering why the side's legal arguments to the judge. Judicial documents will only go into the docket on a weekday, a week delay. We be doing weekly ebooks. I don't know what that means. They're on another damn sidebar. Now come on, Perry. This whole thing can operate a lot smoother with all of these objections.
right.
Are they doing right? So people get taken
Well,
out the zone.
right. I think the rejections come when somebody try to push the narrative to make their client look better, or look bad, or hurt their case. They ain't caring about. I mean, the prosecution just worrying about everything being written the way they want it written. The defense feel the same way. That's why you get the back and forth like that. and I don't see nothing wrong with it. That's what you got to do. Because if the judge look at it and realize that you're just overreacting, then he'll just carry on with the flow. You know.
Carl mom said, Sharrell, I don't know what you're going to do when the defense presents their witnesses. It's going to be a free Diddy love parade. Yeah. So, a lot of people are saying now in the public, celebrities are coming out saying that Diddy's not going to do any time. You can't sit here and honestly predict what's going to happen, but that's a huge possibility.
Mm-hmm.
That's a huge
Yeah,
possibility.
I mean, you really can't though. Like at this point, I think people are starting to feel that way because we haven't really seen anything yet. But we got 5 to 6 more weeks left. I think once you start getting into the financing, the business operations, maybe that's where things could go haywire for Diddy.
Look, y'all, we're getting sidebar after sidebar after sidebar. Let me play this tape for you guys of Allie Carter's family calling into another blogger show. I think it's much more interesting than this. And Perry, you stop me when you want to. Arson is part of RICO. Do both you, Sharrell and Perry, think that Diddy should take the stand? No.
No.
By the way, Gene Deal is the real deal. Gene Deal is the real deal.
No, he take that
No.
stand. Shit. Yeah, wish he would have
If
stopped.
Diddy, I mean, I wish he would take the stand, but they're not going to let him go on the stand. They're just not going to allow it. So, Perry, you look at the. Well, I can do both. Hold on, let's listen to a little bit of what happened when Allie Carter mother called in. It was just a mess. So Allie Carter is the woman that says that she was a escort not even an escort. She was in an X ring at the age of 15 and that she had encounters with Diddy. It's crazy. Here we go.
And I'll let you know.
Of being trafficked, right? Here's a picture of her right here. Trafficked. She went on Tasha K's show. She said that she had experiences with Diddy. She also was talking about there was underground tunnels. And I can say this part, she would say that there are children in these rings, and she's an advocate for the children. She wants to find the children, stuff like that. So here is a little bit of what she had to say.
Down there was something that happened. I don't even know what to call it. There was something that sounded like an earthquake, something that sounded like people got into a fight. There was a shooting. I was taken from one room to another, and then from there, someone left me there. I started moving and trying to get out of where I was. I was with the friend that I came in with, who was freaking out. She was.
So, so this weekend, all of a sudden, Allie's mother came out and called her a liar. And her mother, a lot of people called her mother a liar. Take a listen to this. This is the mom upset because people don't believe her. They're saying that she's trying to make Allie look bad. And so she got upset. So here's a clip of that.
Answer to that person, I need more photos. Well, you know what? Go get your childhood photos from your mama and post them since you need some more photos. Because you're not getting not another photo from me. It's not good enough for you. I don't give a
Damn.
I don't owe nobody on this social media nothing. You people are so full of shit, y'all. Just like Shelly Carter, Rochelle Hawk, and my daughter. I wish I would provide another photo because I can keep providing them and keep providing them. You must just keep coming with, I don't believe you. I don't give a what you believe. I'm not here the time. I have a life, a daily one. Major demands for the people that say, why now? Why you come out after all these years? Because I have a life.
Oh, yeah, that's another thing. She says that Allie Carter is not her real name. Her real name is Tori Outlaw.
Because this is entertainment for you. You don't give a fuck my daughter being in the hands of this predator, being sprung out on drugs and shit.
When Allie was younger, I believe they said 15, Child Protective Services was called, okay? There was a woman that worked there, was supposed to be Allie, whose real name is Tori's counselor. At some point, Allie kept running away from different foster homes and going to Shelly's house. And then Shelly ended up adopting her as an adult. So the mom is saying that she's being brainwashed by Shelly. She has not seen her daughter since the age of 16. She's upset with the chat because they don't believe her. Now, there are people that support Allie. I mean, that supports the mother whose name was, and there are people that support Allie. The anti-Allie side is saying that Shelly is controlling, manipulative, and is control. Also, the mom says that Allie was never in a ex-trafficking ring and that she made up the Diddy stories.
Wow.
So there, and the people that are anti-Allie are saying that Shelly is acting like a cult leader, and they think she's a cult. She's running some kind of cult, and they blame everything on Shelly, even though I believe Allie's in her 30s now. Okay. So then there are people that are swear up and down. They believe Shelly. And one of those people is Sloan Bella.
Oh, shit.
Allie Carter speaks what we've heard. Like, we've heard it. This is what they're saying about P. Diddy. It's straight up, he's in jail. It's what Jay-Z is being accused of. So I don't think she's lying. I mean, we know this happens. We've seen that. You guys know, right? So when her mother goes against her, she may have her reasons. As a mother, we don't want our kids to die, obviously, but sometimes our kids are warriors and they have to speak.
And then you have what I call anti-Allies that are determined to get Shelly locked up and thrown in jail. This last video I'm going to play is a response. Now, this was long. I think it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tapes was Allie's response. Yeah. I'm not going to play 9 tapes. I'm just going to play a little bit, but you could tell she's upset about what's happened. Got it. All right, here we go, guys. Update came in. It says they're back from the long sidebar. Attorney says, why did you file your civil lawsuit? Don says, when I worked for Sean Combs, I had no sleep. The conditions. The attorney says, in every meeting with the government, did you say that Mr. Combs beat Miss Ventura? Yes. Uh-oh. Let's read this. Tamara said, Diddy about Mace at the Breakfast Club. Look at how he looks. Oh, yeah, he was very, very high. YouTube will not let me share. He's the link. Google. Diddy says Mace owes him $3 million and denies stealing from artists. That's not the only video where Diddy was high in. I think the worst video that I ever saw Diddy high was in England with the rapper Giggs. I'm talking high as a kite. And it's sad because do you think he did drugs back in the day, Perry, when when Bad Boy was so popular and he was the toast of the town?
Yeah, I think so.
Because in that
he probably did drugs as a kid. You know what I'm saying? Like teenager and shit like that.
A kid?
I mean, I think some bad things could have happened to him. I don't know. And he seemed like he was in that little thuggish lifestyle, just mindset that he probably would do some drugs and shit like that. And then I think
Let
the
me
more
keep
money he
playing.
got, the better drugs he got.
It's sad. Let me keep playing the alley tape. So this is the girl that's supposed to be witness number 3. And, this family argument gets, she's calling her daughter a liar, but she did say, my daughter has been talking about this for years. So for her to say that Diddy and them had underground tunnels and freak offs and stuff like that before it was even known to the public, that's what makes me say, well, let's just hear what she has to say. We can't outright call her a liar. Let's just hear what she has to say. So let me keep playing that. Happening. Shelly also talks a little in this. Take a listen.
We will stand no matter the cost, no matter the outcome, but we need help. We need you to pray for us. We need you to hold our arms up so we can continue. That's it. For those of you who there's been rage bait, clickbait, character assassination attempts on us. We have pushed a lot of you back. Y'all know who we are. Y'all know how we get down. Y'all know who we are. For the angels that have met us, we're going to do a chat tomorrow. If y'all would like to come on and just speak about what you've seen, what you've witnessed, you don't have to show your face if you don't want to. But if you would please come on and speak to my dance parents,
Oh, it didn't show that. So listen, also too, I could see the prosecutors wanting her on the stand. I also could see her freaking out. Like, she seems like a fragile person, mentally fragile. But I have more tapes. I don't feel like looking for them. But either you believe her or you don't.
Mm-hmm.
And it's no in between. People are very, and maybe, I don't know. Perry, do you think she's juror number 3 that everybody's saying? And they've been saying this for a while now.
Possible. I think it's possible. But then, see, like, the weird thing about it, like, I'm not gonna say I don't believe that something happened to her.
Mm-hmm.
But when people start saying fans, I got my fans, people, it's like you're catering to this, and this is what you're striving for, is for basically to have these fans. It's small things when you start talking about it, her fans. Now, some of the
Y'all don't
things she
believe her.
say,
People don't believe her. Go ahead.
right? Because most people that go out there that's looking for justice and stuff don't start going to the fandom stuff. Fans, my fans. And I believe she definitely been in the street life somewhat to say these things, or she could have heard them. But I just think some of it, she sounds like, yeah, I can see this shit happening in some places, but maybe not with Diddy. It could be with Diddy. I'm not saying it wasn't with Diddy. I'm just saying that I think when Diddy stuff came out, everybody had a story that they want to sell. And we all know when, like, somebody get sued for something, the list get longer and longer, especially when people start making settlements, and then people use it to get attention. I was one too, not saying they wasn't. But in most cases, if you got 100 victims, maybe there's only 30 of them that was real. Just in my opinion, I'm just saying how people love to get clicks and views. People like to get, notice, attention. So I think that something could have happened to her, and she's scarred and got this mental thing. And when her mother say that she's been talking about this stuff for years, and her mother sounded like she was a little child that was out there, doing things. But I'm not sure if it was Diddy. So like, yeah, it would be nice to have her on if she had things to say. But I think if she was on, she probably get tore up worse than Cassie and Dawn.
Yeah, yeah.
Because and even the part can be telling the truth. If you don't know how to present yourself in court,
Mm-hmm.
they can rip your ass to threads.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I'm thinking.
Well, hold on. Let me do something really quick. This is not turning out to be the best day for Dawn. It's
And so
really
let me
not.
give a recap. Huh?
I said it's really not. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I asked people, do you guys think the
We're
trial
back.
will
We're
pick
back.
up and
We're
get
back.
better this week? Okay.
Attorney says, why did you reach out to Mr. Combs? Dawn says, one of the judge of making the band, Lorianne Gibson. I wanted to reach out. Combs, attorney says, objection, sustain. Attorney says, how often would you hear from Mr. Combs after you left the Diddy Dirty Money? Now, Lorianne Gibson is the choreographer on the TV show Making the Band. According to Lorianne, when her and Diddy got in a fight, he took a chair out. Hold on, here it comes. Why'd you reach out to Mr. Combs? Don says, one of the judges Making the Band, I already read that, one that he picked up a chair and tried to hit Lorianne with it. And MTV had to edit that out. She didn't talk to Diddy for a long time after that. And everybody's emotions was on 10 for Making the Band. And they were on 10 because of Diddy. He would overwork them. He would put them against each other. He would berate them. Is anybody in the chat know what I'm talking about? Do you guys remember Making the Band? He would say, hey, you getting a little fat over there. He said that to Aubrey O'Day. Should you be eating that? You're not as good as you think you are, so you better check yourself. And I thought he was acting that way because to beef up the show.
Mm-hmm.
I was his real damn personality. Just wait. Hey,
you know what, though, for real? Mm-hmm. I thought he was just acting that way too. You know how like when Flavor Flav had the show, I thought they was just, but no, that's his real personality.
Yeah.
Shit.
Hi Pia, I've been following you on not the Shade Room, on Neighborhood Talk. You've been cracking me up. Oh, she's talking to me herself. She says, personally, I don't believe it because I want to believe the victims. I want to believe the victims too. I do. Yeah, I remember that. It was crazy. It was crazy the way he spoke to these girls. And do you really just let it be known right then how he really acted? He was acting a fool. It was way beyond just going to get him some damn ice cream.
An update.
I do. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Dawn says sporadic. Lawyer says, why did you reach out? She says to keep Kalina Harper. Lawyer says, no further questions. Westmore says, may we have a brief conference at the bench. Oh my God. Listen, Dawn seemed to be one of Diddy's favorite on Making the Van. They were complaining because he wanted her to lead on a lot of songs. He just liked the way her voice sounds. But I don't think anything happened. I don't think he touched her inappropriately or she would say it. But her boyfriend, during the time of Making the Band, Q has alluded to Diddy touched him. Yeah, the whole thing is quite sick and complicated. And I know that after Making the Band, they all split up. I think for a while, Aubrey was the only one working. Here we go. It says here. This is a comment coming from the person that tweets from Inner City Press. He says Don Rashad's civil lawsuit includes charges of forced labor. I believe that's why she just answered as to no sleep. Well, here we go. Okay. I think that they went over her lawsuit with the magnifying glass, didn't skip any words, and they're trying to use that against her. And that can make her trip up her words and stuff like that, especially if they're saying something and you forgot because you didn't write it. Yeah.
No, I agree.
It is not doing good, but I warned y'all before, every day's a new day.
So I did a poll and asked people if they thought the trial would pick up and get better over the course of this week. 70% people said yes. They believe it would, pick up and get better. I hope so. I mean, we need to get to this evidence and let them fight it out, to make it more interesting, because it's sort of like,
Okay.
Go ahead.
It looks like he put some audiobook in the stand. I can't play it. It says here, again, sporadic. The attorney says, why did you reach out? She said, to help Kalina Harper. He says, no further questions. Westmore said, may we have a brief sidebar conference at the bench? And then it says 1 week auto books. Let me put this on the screen. Let's see what this is. Let me refresh the page. And let's see what this audio says. This is what they put on here. Let's see what this is. It's some audio book. Diddy on trial first week. Oh, that's for the guy. Okay, the guy that's doing the tweeting. Okay, I was about to say. Okay, let me refresh. So this is going really slow. It's just the same as Cassie. Very hard to listen to when they try to trip her up on her words. Again, I don't see the reason for Dawn taking the stand. I just don't, because this has turned into a disaster. Now we got to go another news cycle of people coming out and saying horrible things about Dawn, just like they did Cassie. And let me tell you guys, the male bloggers that support Diddy, they're ruthless. But
oh no, somebody said don't get too caught up into this thing. They still need me to do my show.
I know.
Yeah.
This stuff is hard to watch. Anyway, remember I told you guys at probably like Wednesday of last week, there's a group of bloggers that support Diddy, male bloggers that are involved in the hip hop community, and they're coming after Cassie. I guarantee you tomorrow they're going to come, or later tonight, they're going to go after Dawn. Okay, here we go. Recross. Westmoreland says, you admit you reached out to Mr. Combs to re-engage. You claim only to have a relationship with Lorianne Gibson. But if you got back together, you'd have to see Mr. Combs more, right? She said, yeah. So what are they trying to do here? Saying that if he was such a maniac, and if you were so scared of him, why do you keep calling him?
Right. Basically what they're saying too. If he was such a bad employer, why are you coming back? Yeah. It's almost like the same thing that sort of happened with Bravo when they had it out with Nene. They were saying, well, hey, if this company is like this, why are you trying to come back now? You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tamara says, this shows how crazy Diddy is. That's what I'm assuming. YouTubers who were in the court said that he had a Bible. Are you kidding me? Do not insult our intelligence. Bye, Don. He had more than a Bible. Did you guys hear about the ritual he had? Gene Dill was talking about right before the verdict came in for the Shine Barrels case. Do you guys remember that? Like when he gets in trouble, he gets real spiritual. And that's why I say his ass needs to go to jail. He only pull out a Bible. Here we go. Westmoreland says, you sued for money, right? She said for justice. But the suit asked for money, right? Yes. No further questions. Judge says, Ms. Slavic, no redirect. Combs says, break. Donaldson says a break. They are asking for another damn break. I'm going to break if we get another break. Cameron says they always come after victims. Example, yes, Meg the Stallion, Rihanna, the list goes on. So we're going to put Dawn Rashad on this list because tomorrow they're going to tear her apart. And I'm going to talk about it tomorrow. Another thing with Dawn is unbelievably talented. Do we think this will affect her career, Perry?
Who, Dawn's?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I know.
You know, I would say probably yes. And I'm just speculating on this part. Right now, she's going against Diddy. It seemed like Diddy the only person that she feels that can help her. If she had the talent to go elsewhere, why isn't she there yet? If that makes sense. Okay.
Oh,
So
yeah, it makes a
only
lot of
saying that
sense.
it's going to hurt her relationship with Diddy by being on this trial coming out.
For sure.
Right.
Here we
Now,
keep
other
going.
people don't have nothing to do with this case. But if she had other avenues, wouldn't she have already taken them? That makes sense?
It makes a lot of sense. I think Dawn is unbelievably talented, but we have to admit she doesn't have the same amount of solo success as she did when she was in Dirty Money, as she did when she was with Danity Kane. And to this day, I always hope that Danity Kane will get their act together and come back without Diddy. They don't need Diddy, but these girls couldn't get along for shit. They could not get along. It was a whole bunch of girl group drama. And to say that Aubrey O'Day was at the center of most of the drama, that would be a correct statement. I mean, Andrea was mild-mannered, Shannon was mild-mannered, and so was Dawn. The only other feisty one was D Woods, but they made a good group. And D Woods dropped out early on, and I really like her voice. But I don't know what's going to happen to Dawn without Diddy. There hasn't been just much commercial success. She has a loyal fan base, and they'll go listen to it.
Yeah.
But she's never going to break, huh?
So Soup Bone says this too. He said, but no one likes a snitch. So
yeah.
That's I get it.
Snoop.
It's weird. Like the crazy thing about it, like, and people in the chat saying Dawn is really talented.
She is.
And the reason why I think that it could hurt her after this, well, I guess it didn't hurt no more than it did before this trial, right? But it hurt in the standpoint that people who socialize with Diddy, whether they're in the business or not, and they can agree against Diddy, they probably ain't gonna bring her on for the sake of Diddy. Did that make sense?
Yeah.
You know, like blackball from the people he know.
Let's just say for the sake of this conversation that Diddy gets off. Do you think if he returned back into the civilized world, civilian. Is he going to be hell on wheels? Is he going to be full of revenge and the get back?
Yeah,
For sure.
he's gonna be full to
For
get back,
sure.
and he's just gonna tame down and make sure people sign full contracts entering the freak off.
What? You don't think the freak offs will stop once
No,
if he gets released?
Sharrell, he's in there dreaming about it right now. I'm just telling you, like,
Let me double check and make sure they're not out the break. He in there dreaming about the freak off, child. Something's
mhm.
wrong with Perry. Chalmers said, I think Cassie's career would take off. I would listen to her because she represents to me. I am humiliated, but I will speak my truth. I don't think Cassie's career will take off because now with all of this stuff with Diddy, I just don't see record companies signing up to work with her, even though I feel in order to stay in that relationship, that's why she did the freak off. But there are times when they show that she initiated. I don't think people want to deal with Cassie and what comes with that. Because you know how the record companies are. Like, no, they don't want no drama. I don't know. What do y'all think? Do a poll. Will Cassie move on and have a successful career? And she's a mother right now. She
Mhm.
said she went on tour when she didn't have any money, and that's why, they made it seem like that's why she filed the lawsuit. But you don't make a lot of money as a gym, what is he? A trainer. Not the kind of money Diddy was making. I don't see her returning to music. I just don't. And according to the rumors, I don't know when their relationship, Alex and Cassie, will get back on track. I know they're saying he was upset because he heard a bunch of stuff that he didn't know and probably shouldn't have been hearing. But I think it will survive if she stays in the private sector. But if she tries to go back into entertainment, that relationship is done. But I feel like he stuck by her all this time and he was her rock. So he heard some stuff in court that he couldn't stomach. He heard some stuff in court that he didn't know. The baby's due any minute, any day now. I don't see him leaving her. Do you, Perry?
Well, I can see him leaving. Yeah,
You
now
do?
that part I can see. Yeah,
Why?
because really,
This
at the end of the
man,
day, I mean, look. First, let me answer about her career. Her career, I don't think it'll take back off. Just my personal opinion, because I think she don't even have that drive anymore. People in the chat saying she don't even sing that good, right? But I think she's about ready to have another baby.
right,
She got money. What
right.
killed a drive to do something oftentimes is if you already got the money in the bank,
Mhm.
you don't have that drive to get up. So I think she's gonna sit there and probably become just a full-time mother.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I'm thinking. And now,
And
as far as getting
heal.
that husband, huh?
And heal.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, yeah. I guess heal, but basically do regular shit that mothers do. They deal with their relationship. Now, as far as her relationship with the husband, I'm not even gonna give it 2 years. That's
Why,
what the
why,
divorce.
why do you say that?
Look, I think people can say about his character, how nice he is, and he's this, and he was great. He could be an opportunist also.
Oh, Lord.
And I know when she didn't have nothing, but hell, he didn't either. Now that she got something, and just like when people hang with you and stuff, but when you make money like that 30 million, they don't made 10 from the hotel, 20 from Diddy. He know he can take part of that with him. And they want me to
Well,
lay out Cassie, but look, this ain't about Cassie. I'm just giving you. Well, it is about Cassie. I I think relationships change. Money can change relationships, for one. going to court, and whether you knew half the stories or not, it's one thing is that your best friend might know, yeah, man, my girl was a stripper and so happened to her. When the whole world know, your wife don't got freaked up and down, and
Oh my
according to her
God.
own words, enjoyed it. And certain SEX things that happen, a mouthful of piss. Look,
Why you keep bringing that up? I can't take that. It's disgusting.
exactly. He can't neither. Because when he go out and say he married her because she was beautiful. Oh yeah,
She
or
is very
yeah,
pretty.
my girl's beautiful. Now people, when he go out, yeah, they ain't saying the beautiful part, and which she probably still is. I'm just saying, a man can only take so much. I'm just speaking as a man. It's hard.
This
But
deserves a poll.
hmm?
Will Alex and Cassie relationship last? Perry, type it up. What was the last poll you had? Is it still up?
Okay, let me see what the last poll I had.
Because
Do you think Cassie's career could take off after the trial? 70% says no. 30% says yes.
yeah, it's not going to do it. Tamara says, you do not need record companies in 2025. You just need followers. That's true. I want to listen to Cassie and would pay just because she created a movement. I don't know, y'all. I just don't think her career is going to. Plus her age. She's in her 30s. She's got 3 children. These days, the music industry isn't paying, and so they have to hit the road to make money. Now she could take her kids with her, I guess, like Beyonce did or is doing, but I don't know. I just don't see her music career taking off. As far as her husband leaving her,
And look, I'm saying that too, among the other problems they probably already had. Let's keep it real.
listen to this. Shayna says, hey, Perry, compensation from a court case can't be touched in a divorce. Without her, Alex has nothing in a divorce settlement. Perry, please don't talk about, okay, say this in a mile.
I didn't know that. But if he planned on leaving, can't he just go to the
leaving
bank?
and doing what? He just is going to have a newborn really soon. Move on to what? Why would he move on? Everybody has a past.
It's plenty of men, and I'm not saying it right. Just because a man have a baby don't mean he gonna stay.
It says jury entering. They have asked the jury to leave the room. The government calls, oh my gosh, Carrie Morgan. This is Cassie's best friend. The government calls Carrie Morgan. Where do you live? She says, Los Angeles. He says, who is this? And shows her a picture. She says, Cassie Ventura. He says, what was your relationship? Morgan said, we were best friends. Her boyfriend assaulted me. Because remember, she said that Diddy beat her up, Carrie Morgan. And she went back to Diddy and Carrie was done. And I can't say I don't blame her. Mm-hmm. This is good. Well,
it was told she got hit in the head with a wooden hanger.
The reason I'm excited for this testimony, because this ain't what somebody's seen. This is what happened to her. This is what he put his hands, and did he dangle Carrie over the banister or another woman?
I'm not sure. I mean, that's what we've been wondering about. I mean, that's the one I think when he came in and found her and Cassie doing some drugs and got mad, and now he put his hands on her. But I'm not sure if that's the one was dangling. And then people wonder if I like Cassie. I don't have a dislike for Kathy. I don't have a like for Kathy. If she wasn't in the case, it wouldn't be a topic.
Here we go. Attorney says, do you see him here? Carrie says, yes. He's in the yellow sweater. Lawyer said, Let the record reflect the witness had identified defendant as Sean Combs. Attorney says, why are you here? Carrie said, I got subpoenaed. Attorney says, where did you live with Cassie? She says, in Manhattan. And I don't know, you guys. I can't see. I no. There was another woman that Diddy dangled over the balcony. But I'm really excited. I want to hear what Carrie has to say because I want to know what went down. I wanted to know what happened when she said, I'm done with Cassie because of the DV cycle. I'm telling y'all, when you help them out, you could, I don't know, give them a car, give them a job, give them everything, set them up to win, and then they'll go back. And they're going to keep going back until they're ready not to. So now, Perry, when you realize that Cassie even lost a friend over Diddy, do you see the cycle of abuse that we've been talking about?
It's showing me more about Cassie character. So I mean, you go in the opposite way. You want to push me to that. I'm already telling you, I'm not in agreement with the Stockholm syndrome thing. I'm more in agreement with Cassie is greedy.
All right, he's back.
And do things to benefit, huh?
They're back.
Okay.
The lawyer said, did Cassie drink? And Carrie said, not much. Lawyer says, any drugs? She says, no. Lawyer says, what was she doing for work? Carrie says, modeling. Then she recorded me and you. Lawyer said, when did you learn they were dating? She said in 2007. So Cassie was friends with this woman before the relationship with Diddy, and she's describing a clean-cut girl. She models, makes her own money. She doesn't drink. She doesn't do drugs. I know where they're going with this. She's a whole different person when she got with the monster. A whole different person when she got with the monster.
Sharrell?
And yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead and finish your statement. I ain't want to cut you off. I'm
that
sorry.
was it. No, that was it.
Because Black Magic say, show the diagram of the cycle of abuse.
Is there a diagram? Hold on.
I mean, I'm hoping you basing it off something. Because we keep going.
No, I don't have to.
We keep going there. And right, people, don't think Perry's just really ignorant. Sometimes I am, right? I'll admit. But I would say this. I've heard about this thing. Have I experienced it? No. And I know it's a real thing. But it doesn't mean everybody has it. Because if you took every selfish person, greedy person, then everybody got Stockholm syndrome? Is that why they did what they did? No, we can't put that label on everybody. And that's all I've been trying to say for the last week.
Y'all think y'all doing something. Y'all ain't scaring me. Let me go find my diagram. Let me make sure that, okay, here we go.
I check.
The attorney said, did you travel with Cassie and Mr. Combs? Carrie said, yes, to Ibiza, Miami. Attorney said, what drugs did Mr. Combs provide? She said, Molly, marijuana, ecstasy. Lawyer says, which did Mr. Combs take? She said, all. Then she said, did you take drugs? Oh, it's a typo here. Attorney says, did you take drugs alone with Cassie? And she said, opiates. All right, let me look for this cycle of abuse chart since y'all want to be funny. Y'all, so funny.
And I believe her testimony so far. And see, because there's one thing when you can show realness. She said, yeah, he took all of them. He did this, but I took my share too. See, that's,
She didn't say that.
Huh?
She didn't say that.
She said she took those opiates.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Well, I mean, hear it all, honey. Hear it all.
She probably had something happen to her leg. And she needed pain pills. Okay, y'all want to be funny? Here's the chart. Hold on, let me make sure there's no updates. Hold on. Okay. Perry, will you keep your eye so I can show
I
this
will.
chart, which was requested? Now, I can't really read this though. I'm gonna have to find another chart. Hold on. But in the meantime, I'm putting this up because y'all want to be funny. Is there a
You get
chart?
an update, honey.
Okay. Okay, refresh. Okay. Attorney says, how did Mr. Combs act? Carrie says, he would yell at Cassie. She lost her confidence big time, lost her spark. Attorney says, did Mr. Combs talk down to Cassie? She said, yes, about her looks. Who she talked to? Attorney says, did he contact you did he contact you looking for her? She says, a lot. He didn't tore down her self-esteem. Let me get another chart I can read. Hold on, because that is very blurry. Oh, this nice clear one right here. Perry, let me know if
Okay.
Let's go over this, and maybe, just maybe, Perry would get in his thick head that this is a condition. Let me tell you something. If I said Cassie had cancer, everybody would be what's the word I'm looking for? Feeling bad for her, showing compassion. But because the cycle of abuse is a different kind of illness, and it's an illness of the brain, people want to downplay it. Like, nah, she wanted to be there. She wanted this and that. So let's go over. Number one, tensions build. The abuser creates tension, and the survivor's stress builds. He was putting that girl through hell. The abuser, number two, incident. The abuser lashes out through physical, verbal, and psychological or sexual abuse tactics to dominate the survivors. That's what I'm saying. These freak offs, he didn't need sex that much. They were part of control. And you see what he did with them when he made the videos. Every time she said something, I'm going to show them videos. That girl was living a true blue hell. Then reconciliation. We've heard this before. They dog you out. Then next thing you know, hey, you want to go to dinner? I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I'll never do it again. Let's read number 3, reconciliation. The abuser makes excuses or attempts to apologize for the incident. Gaslighting, comment, aka nothing happened, acting like nothing happened, like he did at that damn hotel when we saw that damn video. Then she called him back and he acted like nothing happened. Then 4, calm. Things seem peaceful, maybe even better than before, but often this doesn't last long before the cycle starts again. This is Diddy. This is Cassie. She's dealing with the cycle of abuse. I mean, my goodness. Like I said, people don't take mental health seriously. This is a mental health disease. And Cassie's not the only one. And after a while, if they keep dragging their support system through the mud like she did Carrie, you have no choice but to say, I love you, Cassie, but I gotta go. I gotta save myself because it takes a toll on the person trying to save it.
You got an update.
Okay. Here we go, guys. Got an update. Refresh. And here we are. Carrie says, sometimes he would call 50 times in a row. A lawyer says, would others call you for him? She said, yes. Christina Coram, or KK. Attorney says, did you witness assaults? She said, yes. First in the Hollywood Hills, Ruben, one on his security guard was there. Yes, in the Hollywood Hills, Ruben, one of his security guards, was there. I bet you she experienced him putting his hands on her more than once, and she didn't say anything. And when you get so confident that Cassie is your punching bag and she ain't gonna tell nobody and been standing up for you all the time, then you get bold and then you put your hands on the assistant.
Mhm.
Now, I see why Carrie left, and that would have been the end of my friendship too. You sitting up here letting this man put his hands on you over and over again, and each time gets worse. I can't see it no more. I don't want to be around it. And he has definitely lost his mind if he thinks I'm his new punching bag. That's probably what was going through her head.
Yeah.
Now I'm adding to it, but that's how I see it in my head. You know, Perry will call me a liar, but that's how I see it in my head.
No, I mean, it's good that you brought up the chart, and I agree with the chart. If it's the cycle of abuse. Now, can you see if they got a cycle of greed? No, for real. I'm not joking. I mean,
Okay,
because
let me look. Let me look.
yeah,
Let me
I
look.
mean, you know,
Janice says Diddley is a sadist. After he beat her on the hotel, he called her and told her that he had been horny. Oh Lord, for her silence, horny for her since Friday night. Child, he's got a lot of nerve.
get an
That's
update
the
also.
whole. I got to update. Okay, refresh, and here we go. Attorney, what did Mr. Combs do to Cassie? She said, kick her. Attorney says, what did she do? Morgan says, nothing. I told Ruben to do something. He indicated he couldn't. That's the security guard actually watching. He says, then what? She says, he left the house. Cassie and I were hiding in someone's front steps. Now that's just.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's sad. That's the same stuff.
what did you want the cycle of, Perry?
Greed.
You're a mess.
Because you know how, like, when you go to the doctor and you say, hey, I've been getting congestion or whatever, a little, they might say flu. They can name a lot of things, right? Based off what you tell them. And I think people can believe by Diddy's behavior that Cassie had to be groomed, Cassie had to be this. And you could be right, but I'm just saying it's another side. Like, it's fair for me to have a belief that based off her character that I see is that she could have did it for fame, attention, to further her career. A lot of people do it. And then somebody said, and also you can try to find a cycle of gold digger. And and that's true. It's in the chat. I'm not making it up. I'm just telling you because it's different things that we can break down and analyze. That's it. That is it. The cycle of abuse. People deal with that, and it's a real thing. So it's no shade there. I'm just saying, but we can't give everybody that diagnosis. That's
Are
what
you
I'm.
watching for
Yeah,
updates?
I'm checking
Okay.
right now, babe.
No, because y'all trying to be funny. Let me see if I can find a cycle for greed. Or yeah.
Gold digger. And I bet you'd be like, yeah, that's her. Would do anything to move up. That's her. That's it.
So there's no chart, but there is a definition. Let's get to it. Because y'all want to be funny. Y'all want to be funny.
It's funny, but it's a serious thing. It's a conversation
Yeah.
we need to have. We need to have some other options, but cycle of abuse.
y'all getting on my nerve. Perry and Perry's peeps is getting on my damn nerve. Hold on, make sure. Let me refresh really quick
I'm
and make
checking, honey.
sure there's okay. All right, let's go over this characteristics. Okay, trait of greedy people. Greedy is the character trait that describes a person's intense desire to accumulate wealth. Oh wow, or
Intense.
possessions beyond. Huh?
Intense. Go ahead, desire.
Intense desire, but desire to accumulate wealth or possessions beyond what is necessary or reasonable. A greedy person is often selfish and lacks consideration for others. That's the key. They lack consideration for others, prioritizing their own needs and wants above all else. They may be willing to manipulate or exploit others to achieve their goals and may struggle to be satisfied with what they have. Greed can be a negative trait that can lead to destructive behavior, but it can also be used to create complex and interesting characters in literature. Okay, so what part of this stands out to you, Perry, that make you think? Okay,
intense desire, right?
Mm-hmm.
To accumulate wealth and possessions. That's one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a no good singer trying to make it. I'm gonna leave this one producer going with one that has more money and have more connections, things to further their career. So then she's going on. A person often selfish and lack consideration for others, like her best friend. Instead of her taking an ass whipping, now it's okay for her best friend to take an ass whipping too.
But Perry, if you don't stand up for
She don't
yourself,
have no. You let me explain my part.
Oh.
She don't have consideration for that, and they are willing to manipulate and f others to achieve their goals.
can I
And boss
speak?
lady says exactly. Thank you, boss.
Perry, ain't nobody playing with you or none of your peeps in the chat.
No, I mean, no. Okay, I'm saying now. I could be wrong, but I'm just saying how you can read into cycle of abuse. You can always read into character trait of a greedy person. So don't just give a person a diagnosis. Now pull up something about a gold diggerness, a gold digger.
I cannot. But it's only 9:00. Oh my gosh, it's early. Let me double check.
I'm checking for you, honey.
I'll pull it up. But if what you're saying is true, and a greedy person, well, it is true. A greedy person puts their needs over anyone else. If that's true, then that relationship with Alex is not going to last. But I think it is going to last. That's just you.
I know. I mean, because you want it. You want it to, because you want to believe. No, I mean, and there's nothing wrong with it. You want to believe that you're right. Most people, sometimes it's hell on wheels to change somebody's opinion. And I'm not even saying that's spot on with the greediness thing. I'm just saying that when you want to apply the cycle of abuse, that's it. One size fit all. No, it don't. It's other things too. And I'm feeling like this could be one.
Also, too, Perry, do you agree with this? That when a person is having their hands put on them, that they're not strong enough to get themselves out that situation. And so it's good practice to kind of believe the victim.
Look, okay, I'm gonna say this, and I'm serious too, right? And to let you know, I started to understand this. My mother went through this with my father.
I forgot she did.
No, I'm just telling. I know you know, but I'm telling people. So it's not that I don't know and have sympathy for this. People do feel like they have no way out. Okay, and oftentimes feel trapped. If I make this move, will it damage my family? How would I feed my family? Or other things come involved, right? So I'm saying I understand that. But I also know that in this world, we have things, we got people that we call users. And we all have met one or numerous of them. You know what I'm saying? We have ran across these kind of people. and people are greedy. People, a lot of people would do anything for $1 or to move up in their career. Diddy, if it's true with Clyde Davis, what did he do to advance his? So I'm just simply saying that, let's have an open mind when we go through all these things. You got an update too, honey.
I mean, it's a really complicated situation, and we both agreed that it needed to end as soon as possible
Get
because
your update.
she lived that life way too long. Now,
You get
no,
your
let me
update.
look.
Okay.
Here we go. Here we go. It says attorney. And the next time, Carrie says, in Jamaica, I saw him drag her by her hair. I ran back to get my purse and phones so we could leave. Attorney said, what did you see next? She says, I thought she was knocked out. Then I got up and ran into a wooded area.
Mm,
Ugh,
damn.
yeah, nah, no, she was a victim of DV. And it feels like the beatings got worse and worse and worse. And then you have a big ass security guard. I've never seen the security guard, but I'm assuming they're all big, kind of stocky. You got a big ass man standing there watching a coward put his hands on a woman and scaring the living daylights out of the other. I feel that these enablers around Diddy, I mean, I feel like something should be done. I know
You
nothing's
got
going
an
to be
update
done,
too.
but
They're coming in pretty fast.
enablers ought to feel ashamed of themselves. Okay, what happened next? We were two golf courts in the driveway. There were two golf courts in the driveway. I got in one and Sean got in the other. We went in different directions looking for Cassie. Attorney, did you find her? She said yes. Then we hid in a ditch, whispering, oh my goodness.
And one thing I would put some, clarity on too. I think the people who might say, hey, like sort of agree with me in the comments, we all recognize she's a victim of DV. So nobody's denying that part.
For sure.
But the question we would need to be is that the prosecutors keep showing proof of DV, but where is the charge for DV?
Right.
I
think
Carrie
what I think the
forgave.
prosecution, and tell me what you think about this. I think what the prosecution is doing is that some people really gave Cassie a hard time, and she needs to remind you guys, no, Cassie was a victim. So let's bring on Carrie to vouch for what she's seen. Let's vouch for what Dawn's seen. So they're just almost doing a do-over, just so you guys remember who the true victim is. That's all I can come up with why we keep talking about DV and why we keep talking about Cassie is because I think they wanted to bring the attention back to where they wanted it, and that was she's the true victim.
Right.
And it seems to be doing it a little bit because I seen you said, oh, and you shook your head like that's.
Oh no, well, no. The whole thing is I said that from the hotel tape. Look, I'm just saying this. They have proved that, but they're going over and over with it. But so even when they prove the DV, and we say, yeah, Diddy is guilty of that, right? But what about the charges that he's been?
Yeah, but they had to clean up the attacks on Cassie, and they had to do it because you guys were taking it you guys were taking and running with it and really forgetting who the real victim is, and almost, dare I say, not blaming the victim, but some did blame the victim. And I'm talking about on that popular bloggers channel. But it was just no understanding there for what she had been through.
Yeah.
And you guys
Okay.
thought she was a liar.
I get this, the things she's been through, but what I'm saying is, where's the accountability at a certain point?
No, I get
Yes,
what you're
it's
saying.
not right what happened to her. But if I ask you what got her in that position, oh, is a young girl in love? You know, young women love love. Yep, young women love cash too. Young women love fame too. Young women like the opportunity to further their career too. Then when you get into it, people would do things to advance their career, to uh, keep their financial status, celebrity status, to be with a certain person. I've seen it. Let's not keep going back to the Stockholm syndrome. Now, DV did happen to her, but at a certain point, we'll say when she was 19, I think she was all the way up to 28 or something. Her family was around. She had opportunities where she wasn't in his presence and was with her roommate or her best friend or whatnot. She could have gotten away. She had the means. I feel. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I'm just saying,
Right. You
I
just
think
feel
she
that
kept going back, not so much for the Stockholm syndrome of it,
you
is
gotta
that
update.
she wanted to live that certain lifestyle
Update.
and be on his side. I got you. Go ahead.
The attorney says, what about the incident at Comstock apartment? Carrie says, Cassie came back with a hoodie covering her face. Then Sean came and tried to get in, hitting the door with a hammer. I called D-Rock. Did he get in? No. Then the police came. With a hammer? Now he on the wild. So let me see what you're saying, Perry. You're saying that there are DV victims out there, and you acknowledge that, and your mother was one, and you lived through that in your childhood.
Right.
Terry had, since you opened the can of worms, Perry had a very tumultuous childhood with his father, not just hitting his mother badly, like she was a victim of DV. He also had, and I love Perry's father because by the time I came, he was changing, but he had a very low opinion of women.
Yeah, he was a male chauvinist.
And I love him, and I hate to say that. And he was so good to me, but this was later on in life. And you're saying, yeah, you do recognize that DV happens, but in this case, you don't think that was the case. So you're not all the way saying that DV doesn't exist and there's no such thing as a cycle of abuse, but you have to speak your mind. And in this case, you think she's full of shit. That's
saying,
what you're saying.
Without a doubt, the DV happened. We've seen it in the hallway at the hotel, clear as day. From their testimonies, people have heard these things about Diddy for a while, and I have the tendency to believe them. So that wasn't the issue. But I'm gonna ask you guys these questions. Do you think a woman will sacrifice being beat, put in that situation for fame or money or to advance their career? And that's a serious question. I mean, answer it seriously. Let's not go to the bullshit. Do you think a woman would put herself in that situation, keep going back again to try to keep her career? Because I think part of the Stockholm thing is like people feel like, hey, I can't leave. What'll happen? And maybe I guess the form of it could be Stockholm, where she feel like, hey, I can't make it on my own. I need to keep taking these ass whoopings and having these sex parties to get to where I want. I don't know, but
Also,
I
too,
think most
though,
of it came for her own greed of wanting more.
you just said yourself yesterday. Here we go. What does it say? Oh, they're handing out the papers. You also said yourself though that I lost my train of thought. Did you see where it says the docket They update it with documents too. You said yourself though that when you are a victim of DV, you really believe in your head that you love this guy and that's the best for you, almost like a prostitute and a pimp. And you said yourself that she would go back to Diddy today after the trial if he asked her to.
I think so.
You really thought she was in love with this man
So what?
and wanted him that bad.
See,
And
I said in love with the idea of the competition, wanting to outdo and not be proven wrong by the like. She came into the relationship thinking her coochie bring all the boys to the yard. It didn't so much work that way. It brought the escorts and the freak offs. But it's a competition I feel that she had with these other women that she wanted to be Queen Puffy, right? She wanted to be a mother so she could outmother the rest of the mothers of his kids.
well, let me ask you this, Perry.
And I don't think it was love. I thought it was first, it's just her trying to advance and use her body to get there. I mean, her sex in it. Look, the girl is beautiful and was sexy. She used that to get in. Like a lot of people get used. But go ahead.
Let me ask you this so people know you have a heart that beats. How did your mom get out and what did that do to you as a child?
Well, I mean, how she got out, she realized that she got herself in a situation and that as soon as her kids was taken care of, because that was her biggest fear.
We got to update.
I was the youngest. And when I got old enough to left, so did she.
We got to update.
When I moved out and went to the military, she left also.
All right. We'll go back to that very important subject. The lawyer said, what happened? Carrie says, Cassie wouldn't show them her ID. Nothing happened. They left in a card. They left a card. They must have called the cops. Attorney says, read this message. Did you send a attachment? Morgan says, yes, a photo of the card the detective left. So, people did call the cops and they keep letting them off. It's a whole lot of blame to go around this. Cassie, so you think Cassie wouldn't have been there so long if he wasn't famous? Also, people kept letting Diddy off because he was famous. The security guard at the Continental Hotel, okay, who they sold the tape to for $50,000. I don't even know if that's damn legal. Every time the police was called, he gets out of it. Right. Just like he did when he hit the UCLA football coach with the kettlebell. Remember that?
He get off because of his fame, his celebrity. And
just
then he
like
also
he did
get
with
off.
Shine. Huh? Just like with Shine.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm saying he get off for his fame, I mean his celebrity and all that stuff, right? But he also get off because people don't want to press charges against him, i.e. Cassie.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
So sometimes it stops there. Sometimes the city or the county can keep going with their own charges. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Without the other person pressing charges. I'm saying that's how they get away.
How long did your mother endure this abuse?
Shit. I mean, I take it pretty much just being treated like that, knowing your role, knowing all this, like probably from the time I remember, 5 or 6, you ain't remembering shit like that. Probably from 8, 10 years that I probably, or at least 7 years of my life seeing it. Because
and so you understand the cycle. You're just saying in this specific case, you don't believe Cassie.
Right. Okay. And I'm saying, and I could be borderline wrong, but I'm saying I think she kept going back and did all these things. Diddy wouldn't have went half as far with another woman. She wanted to be the top woman and figured she'll do everything to please him, and she didn't mind. And this is what she ended up getting: escort after escort after escort. Not saying that she never deserved these ass whoopings. That was just wrong on all counts. But so that part was wrong. He needed to be charged with that. And we wouldn't be sitting here today. Well, time is up. If she would have wanted justice, she would have had pressed the damn charges. And I know when you're in that situation, people go, hey, you know, you got to do what you got to do. I'm just saying that I feel like she stayed in that relationship. Diddy was getting a freak off freak, and she was getting status. It was a
Now,
trade.
with that being said, I disagree with you, but I wanted them to know you lived through that most of your childhood. Adrian said her family may have been there, Perry, but in my case, my spouse has my family blinded because he's so sweet. Yeah, to everyone else, just not me. Oh, Adrian. So you're going through it? Our prayers go out. Once you're in the cycle, you're in the cycle, and it's very, very hard to get out. Even Perry just admitted his mother endured that for, according to Perry, 10 years. According to the siblings, it was longer than that. And it's just, you know.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Just like in court, I'm just telling you from the years I can remember. You see what I'm saying? And I'm the youngest, so
it destroys you. It destroys you on the inside. Your Perry's mother is probably one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen in my life. She's no longer with us, by the way. She passed on about 2 years ago. And you would say, she's so beautiful. Go get you another man. What are you doing? She was caught up. They always get caught up because they think he's gonna change. They think he really loves you. It's a whole, don't get me to talking about it, because it's a mental health situation and people can't see. They have more sympathy if you tell someone you have cancer or you have the 3 letters disease. But if you tell them, oh, I'm a victim of abuse, for some reason, and maybe some women, you know, misuse that term or something like that, but every time you got people who say, well, she could have left. Every time, that's the first thing that come out their mouth. And by the way, when I was dealing with DV, it wasn't for me, it was a good friend of mine. I ended up leaving that relationship because it's taxing on everybody around you and you don't even realize it. Like, you are harming like your children, your friends, your family. Every time you go back, we lose a little bit more confidence. Understand why you're doing what you're doing, but it gets hard to deal with. And sometimes I got to let you go. Let's see what y'all talking about. Thank you, Adrian, for sharing. That's
yeah,
a lot. Oh, look it. I've been a victim of DV with older men, with an older man, and 3 kids. Stayed for years because of the financial reasons, thinking I couldn't survive nor afford. I left, never looked back, raised my babies. Best decision. Y'all getting sensitive, it's getting, remember, it's emotional. It really, really is.
and it's a real thing. I mean, that's the part I'm talking about. It's a real thing, but not everybody can get diagnosed with that. That you know.
Yeah. I'm glad Carrie testified. We can bring it back to, okay, the topic here is the charges. So I feel like the prosecution is doing a good job bringing back the place where she wants everyone to be. After this, though, we got to move on. We get it. Cassie's the victim. We can't just keep bringing people on. I think this was like what do you call it? An audible, a last minute audible, because things went so bad the day before, with Cassie admitting that he R'd her, and then she went back and people started saying, oh, she's lying. Who goes back to somebody who R'd you? So I think the prosecution is doing what they need to do. Okay, y'all looking over here. Let's come back here. I'm going to call it a reset. This is a reset. We bought Carrie on, we reset. Okay, everybody believes Carrie. Let Carrie finish her story. But after that, We must move on. We get it. We've got to move on to the charges. If not, you're going to lose people. I mean, it's sad to hear everybody's story and what Diddy did. Got it. But it's after a while, we've got to move on. So I really appreciate Carrie testifying, felt her pain, believe her. And I hope y'all don't call her a liar and start trying to chew her up. If somehow they can limit, let's just move on. I don't know. We got to move on. I'm getting fatigued here. We got to move on. I believe she also went back because of her addictions. That plays a very, 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 very important role.
You got an update.
Ooh, good. Let's see here. Okay. Attorney says, did Mr. Combs ever assault you? She says, yes. He hit me with a wood coat hanger and choked me. Attorney says, where did the hanger hit you? She said, behind my right ear. Attorney, what did he express? What did he express concern about? She says, who Cassie was cheating on with him. Was this the Michael B. Jordan days?
Oh,
Because no, it was before that. Michael B. Jordan days started in the 2015. Jeez, why did he hit the friend? Hopefully, you have no right putting your hands on anybody, but you got a lot of nerve. If Cassie is caught up in the cycle, that's one thing, but not the friend. You're just going around thinking you could do anything to anybody, like you some kind of god, and and you're not going to pay the price for what you did, because you haven't been paying the price for what you did. You've done a whole bunch of shady shit to people, and I still have not forgotten Shine, because who wants to go to jail in their prime for 10 damn years? And it's the way that Shine realized during the court hearings that he was being set up. Diddy hasn't had to pay the price for nothing that he's done, from hitting the UCLA football coach in the head with a damn kettlebell. He just keeps getting away with this behavior. He's got to go to jail. He's got to go to jail. Because he's so rich, he's worse than the average person that commits DV on women.
Yeah.
Because he's so rich, it makes his behavior so out of control. Okay, we want to bring people into our relationship. I don't want one person. I want the whole party. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to do it once. I want to do it every day. His money is not helping his conditions, his mental illnesses. That's like giving, well, Kanye is rich. That's like giving, when you give a sick person money, they get out of control. Just like Kanye he is just out of control. Kanye West is out of control. Diddy is out of control. I guess when you have all the money you want, you just run out of shit to do. So then you just get egotistical out and then do whatever the hell you want to do. He's got to go to jail. Go ahead, Perry.
And you feel like you're above the law.
He feels like he's above the law.
That's why he feel like he could have hit that friend. It could have been anybody else. He feel like he could hit anybody and they can't do shit about it. You know.
I wish I would, but I'm glad Carrie got away. Sometimes it's sad to see somebody caught up in the cycle of abuse. It's sad that a lot of people don't understand it. But you ain't gonna put your hands on me. I got to go. I had to go. And I actually did that in my real life. I had to go. And not only did I have to go, I told her why I left. I owed her that. I can't hang. I cannot deal with this. This ain't even my life. I got a husband at home. that's treating me good. I got to go. I was getting too involved in her life. And I also became the person that her go-to person.
You got to update.
Here we go. It says, attorney, who did you speak to about it? Carrie says, Ryan, Sean's old assistant. Okay. What did he do? Morgan, nothing. She shrugged her shoulders. I have not spoken with him since the Cassie situation. I have not spoken with Cassie since. Nobody's doing nothing. She had to go. Police have been called. He's been questioned and released. There's tons of witnesses. They're all scared. But nobody did anything. And I guess if you have a family to feed, and this brings up the whole Gene Deal dilemma, because people are going around bad mouthing Gene Deal. But just like it's not easy for her to get out, it's not easy if that's your only source of income. Well, it's just not.
And also, up to this point, you notice Cassie has made reference who was in the room when this happened. And even with this new witness, who was around, or even with
bodyguards,
the girl that was lying on the stand this morning. Even
Dawn.
Yeah, nobody mentioned Gene. You see what I'm saying? But people assume a bodyguard.
Right.
Nobody said he was around when these things have happened. His Gene would say himself, he's heard these things. On things where he might not been on shift, and what he's supposed to do. The bodyguard there didn't do shit. Their friend didn't do shit, and at the end of the day, Cassie didn't do shit to report it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
hold on real quick. They just said the judge said, let's take a break. Okay, go ahead. So they went on again. Oh my gosh, it's not even close to. Well, it's 12:30 back there.
Oh, so they might be on lunch break.
Did I close my tab?
They might be on
sure
lunch
did.
break. And then come back. I can't.
What is that? Hold on. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I hate when that happens, huh?
No, but we'll see what kind of evidence they have on Diddy as far as the racketeering when they get into this business.
Hold on. Let's go to this law.
Okay.
So I'm going to assume their break is a lunch break. And you know what we do at lunchtime.
Forced
Let's
labor
head on over.
And that's the distribution. Here's the thing. It does not matter if that conduct was done by Cassie was testifying to obtaining substances for the FOs. In addition to Diddy.
Step outside.
But she also referenced that Diddy's staff would get it today. A plan B form. I guess he said, we freaking off, but I don't want it.
Go ahead.
Distribution of narcotics and control. Now, Plan B is not a controlled subject, nor is it a narcotic. I know because I'm quite familiar. But those two, and then G, which was, as we said before, transportation for prostitution. So of the letters that have been presented before, we've got C, bribery, D, tampering with a witness, E, forced labor, arguably. That's arguable because more will be there. G, which is transportation for prostitutas, and H, which is possession or distribution. It could just be distribution. Just here, I'm sharing it with you guys. Hi, guys, I'm sharing it. It's the distribution or possession with the intent to share. We're going to call it with share. You follow me there? Isn't that something, y'all? Isn't that something? I'm looking at the comments now. It says, did someone or did YouTube kick you out? No, I don't think so. You don't see me?
Oh,
Then she came to court with the third kid.
now see, this is another YouTube attorney. Her name is Simone. Girl, is that legal? I watched her before, but she's saying what a lot of other attorneys are saying is that they are proving the charges. They are proving, but I don't think that's strong enough. I'm thinking y'all gonna need some stronger witnesses. What do you guys think in the chat? That's not strong enough. And I was going to go to law and crime, other people's opinions, and I don't want to stream anybody's live. I accidentally clicked on the wrong one. It's not strong enough. It's just not strong enough. I think that Carrie's doing a wonderful job. They haven't crossed her yet, so she's doing a great job, but I don't know. And I have to be honest, that doesn't mean I'm not. Here we go. Here we go.
So Sean Combs' defense counsel questioned Dawn Richard about her filing a lawsuit against Diddy, that there's a motion to dismiss that's currently pending. So does she have an incentive to testify against him, to go after him? Is there a weakness to her claims? What she's testifying to now, she was questioned quite strongly about how her story may have changed over time and that there's inconsistencies in what she said, that she left out details that she's only recounting now on the stand. For example, that threat about people going missing, the allegation is she's only saying that now. Okay, so it goes to her credibility. After Dawn Richard left the stand, then we've been hearing testimony from Carrie Morgan. Now, this is somebody who came up a lot last week, former best friend to Cassandra Ventura. She says she's only testifying because of a subpoena. She's claimed that her boyfriend assaulted me, meaning Sean Combs, that Cassie wasn't partaking in substance abuse, but it was Diddy who caused her to lose her confidence, to lose her spark, that their friend Cassie changed, that Diddy had supplied her, meaning Carrie Morgan, with drugs. Says that Diddy would yell at Cassie, talk down to her, that he or his assistant, Christina Coram, would call her looking for Cassandra Ventura. So whenever you hear more about assistance and security and those around Sean Combs, very important for the racketeering charge, right? A criminal enterprise. It's not just Combs, but others who may have assisted him. Particularly when you talk about racketeering conspiracy, it's a criminal agreement between Combs and others. And so she also claims that she witnessed alleged assaults as well. Very, very important witnesses today. We're going to break it down. We're going to take your questions, but I'm not going to do it alone. I'm joined right now by trial attorney and hip hop legal expert Afi Patterson. Afi, good to see you. Thanks so much for taking the time. I feel these witnesses are not only important, but just as important as Cassandra Ventura from last week. What do you take away from it?
Absolutely. Just listening to what was said by Dawn Richard, she was talking about how whenever Cassie spoke up for herself, that is what would prompt Diddy to violence. You know, that's a problem. She was talking about just examples of coercion. You know, a lot of people are saying, well, why didn't Cassie leave or why didn't she leave sooner? She's giving a perfect example. They would be having a normal, happy early morning breakfast and he would throw a pot at her. She would instantly drop down into the fetal position. So that tells us we know that this has been going on for a while. She knows what she knows the routine. So I think Richard's testimony is essential here. It just really backs up Cassie's testimony and everything that she wasn't able to say.
And let me just back this up with one more thing. So we have a sidebar that's coming out tonight. And by the way, we're looking at getting Elizabeth Milner up any second. But we're doing a sidebar tonight because one of the central questions that came out after Cassandra Ventura's Fine's testimony was, well, why did she stay? Why didn't she leave? And I made the point that I wonder if the jury's saying there's no way she could have consented to everything she described. And the reason she stayed is there are deep-rooted trauma, coping issues, psychological issues at play when you talk about alleged victims and alleged perpetrators, why alleged victims don't leave. We know that the prosecution is going to call Dr. Dawn Hughes, who testified in the Johnny Depp trial about coping strategies. So I did a whole sidebar with a mental health expert talking about some of these factors. And I think it's going to be quite imperative as we move forward for the jury to understand this. Now, the defense is going to have their own expert to counter, but does this big part of this whole case come down to why somebody in a position like this didn't speak up or didn't leave? And it's not so simple.
Well, it's not so simple, because what we're not talking about is the fact that we do a big issue of intimate violence, but we also have the issue of the fact that he controlled her professional life. You know, she was in, what was it, a 10 album deal with him. She only had one that was completed. I think that the big part for me is when the exposure of the videos came into play in these sexual activities. But the moment you said you don't want to do it anymore, the moment he said, hey, I can expose you, I can harm you, I can harm you professionally, I can harm you personally with your family, that is the turning point for me. That explains to me why she didn't leave.
So I'm going to take your questions right now about, we have a lot of questions coming in, Afi, about this case. And by the way, we're working on getting Elizabeth Milner up here as well. And by the way, as court starts up again, we're going to give you live updates in real time from that courtroom. So first question we have is from Heather Brook. When will the allegations against minors be addressed? I don't think it's a part of this case, Afi.
No, I don't think it's a part either. I looked into it last night, and I have not seen that. I think that's just some salaciousness that we've heard about that they decided not to address.
Well, look, I mean, he is facing lawsuits regarding allegedly abusing minors, but if the prosecution had the goods on that, if they felt they could successfully prosecute him on that, why wouldn't they make it a part of this case? Because while consent can be a defense for sex trafficking and racketeering with what he's dealing with now of adults, you throw minors in there, that consent defense goes out the window. It becomes a much more difficult case to defend. So it seems to me that the prosecution maybe didn't feel that there was enough evidence to support that. Okay, Afi, stand by. We're getting word. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to get Elizabeth Milner up because she was in that courtroom for today's testimony. Stay with us.
So they're basically saying that with the testimony that we've seen so far from Cassie, from the two escorts, and Dawn and now Carrie, that they are showing ex trafficking. I would like to see more witnesses with stronger testimonies. I don't think this is enough, but it is only beginning of week 2. I don't think it's enough. I think I really enjoyed Carrie's, not enjoyed, but believed Carrie, what she's saying so far, and I believe Dawn. I don't care what Perry says. But is that enough to call someone a ex-trafficker? And send them away for life? Because remember, there's no law against group sex parties. It's ruins relationships, is complicated, and not everybody is open to that type of lifestyle, but you have a choice to live whichever way you want to live. I feel like they definitely have proved the DV, but that's not the case. Have I seen racketeering? Let's see what the lawyer has to say. I don't know. I don't know.
A minute. We're back here with Elizabeth Milner, who is our in-court reporter for the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial. Elizabeth, so good to see you. So you were in court today, week 2. continuation of Dawn Richard's testimony. She left the stand, Kerry Morgan on the stand. Before we get to the substance of what they had to say, what is the vibe like in court today? How does Sean Combs appear? Who's there? Paint the picture for us, because unfortunately, as we know, there are no cameras. There are no audio recordings allowed in that courtroom. What did you see and what did you hear?
Yeah, well, the tone as far as this morning goes, a lot of people were kind of anticipating what would the rest of Dawn Richard's testimony look like, and especially more so, how would the cross-examination and how would Diddy's defense attorneys kind of be able to pull apart essentially her credibility. As far as just everyone inside the courtroom today, it doesn't look like there was that big kind of present for the defendant side that we've seen last week, especially when we came to day one and even day two of testimony, and that we didn't see any of Diddy's children inside that courtroom, which I think is a little big and a little not big at the same time. We saw images over this weekend that the twins were in during prom season. They were in their prom dress. As far as are they on the West Coast again because the twins are about to graduate? So it's unclear why the family presence wasn't so big as it has been for day one and day two. As far as Diddy himself, though, it seems like that didn't necessarily faze him that much. I assume that he, looks forward to seeing his family inside that courtroom, but maybe understanding that they had other obligations. He didn't seem too bothered by that or anything like that. So as far as him being inside that courtroom, it was still the same old Diddy that we've seen, kind of in the same old outfit that we've seen him in as well too. He was wearing a tan sweater, he had a white undershirt, he had khakis on. When he comes into the courtroom, he hugs his attorneys, he chats with them, all those types of things. And so a lot of people were just anticipating what would it look like once Dawn Richard got back on the stand. And let me tell you something, Jesse, when I saw her on the stand today, and even on Friday as well too, she appeared like she just didn't want to be there. You could tell that she was very uncomfortable, especially talking about her recollection of her time that she had worked with Diddy, her time after working with Diddy, especially during the cross-examination part. I thought that maybe she would get a little emotional because she just appeared maybe a little nervous, maybe a little intimidated, not necessarily sure, but she was very soft-spoken while she was on that stand today answering some of the questions. A lot of those questions obviously had to do with the egg frying incident. It had to do with why Dawn Richard even continued working with Diddy even afterwards, or even wanting to work with Diddy afterwards. And so a lot of the anticipation, or just the overall tone inside that courtroom, especially when it came to that cross-examination, it was kind of it was a little rough to watch. It was a little like a lot of people, especially us in the gallery, in the press, were just kind of like, wow, this is a little brutal. And they kind of hit the points that they wanted to hit while them being defense attorneys. And so I think that the prosecution really kind of had to tighten everything up as far as, trying to get maybe back in the jury's good graces after kind of seeing that cross-examination go and all those holes that were poked into her testimony. And so that was just the overall essence and tone of today's, especially this morning before Kerry Morgan got on the witness stand.
To go by, because I know it's so loud. So this, Elizabeth, how is the jury responding to Dawn Richard's testimony, and what were some of the highlights? I mentioned it briefly before you came on air, kind of summarized some of the points, but what were some of the points that came out today from her testimony, both on direct and cross-examination, and how was the jury responding to her testimony? Because let's not forget, she is a corroborating witness for Cassandra Ventura Fine. She helped to articulate some of the finer elements of racketeering. What were some of the highlights from her testimony, both on direct and cross, and how was the jury responding?
Well, absolutely. As far as being under direct, it was really just kind of ironing out the details as far as what happened with this whole egg skillet incident, that being the incident that happened in 2009, according to Dawn Richard, where essentially Cassie was cooking Diddy breakfast. Diddy comes downstairs, gets upset about either the way that the breakfast was made or why it wasn't being made fast enough. And essentially just an assault happened in the aftermath of that, something that Dawn Richard has even pointed out in her civil lawsuit, something that definitely the defense was definitely talking about today. So a lot of it had to do just with under direct examination still while they were finishing that up, just what was Cassie's demeanor when this was going on. They were also asked, or they being Dawn Richard was also asked, Cassie had a pretty quiet demeanor and that Diddy wasn't necessarily having that when it comes to what kind of promoted this type of violence or what prompted this type of violence, as far as why Diddy would essentially physically assault her. And Dawn would say Cassie would just be speaking up for herself, or it would be something random that happened. Then there were moments where they had talked about who witnessed these physical assaults, and Don Richard pointed out names such as Harp Pierre, who used to be the president of Bad Boy, Mia, who we expect to be testifying as well too. She had worked for Diddy. Capricorn Clark had worked for Diddy as well too, and then she named other names like D-Rock and Bonds, who both worked security for Diddy. So I can kind of see where the prosecution was kind of painting that or amping that up as far as how the staff is involved in all of that sort. As far as 2010, just the following year, she says she witnessed another incident where they were all at a festival together up in Central Park. They were about to bring out Diddy's Dirty Money group, and that right before this had happened, or actually, excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong incident. Sorry about that. But there was another incident in 2010 where they were having a dinner with a bunch of celebrities, and that Cassie and Diddy were kind of arguing a little bit secretly there, and Diddy punched her in the stomach, according to Don Richard. There, she said that at that dinner, they had people like Harp Pierre, again, former president of Bad Boy, D-Rock, security, Kalina Harper, who used to work with Diddy's Dirty Money, Mia, who also worked with Diddy, and Bonds were all there during this dinner. And so then we kind of saw an exhibit photo of what Harp Pierre looked like. And so then there was another talk, and this is kind of where I bring up the Central Park incident, where there was an incident where Diddy had allegedly physically assaulted Cassie while they were getting ready for this festival, and that Cassie came into the bathroom, and that Kalina and Don kind of confided in her, or at least kind of helped her during this moment. They all kind of put on sunglasses and then just kind of carried on like usual. Meanwhile, Cassie's kind of nursing some injuries just behind the scenes. Now, when it came to the cross-examination, and there was just a lot of testimony going on today, so I'm trying to get you guys all my notes going on and everything like that. But once it came to the cross-examination, that was done by Nicole Westmoreland, and this was the first time we've kind of really seen her in action when it comes to this specific trial. And so first thing that Nicole Westmoreland's going to be asking her is just about her lawsuit, the lawsuit that she had filed just a few months ago against Diddy. And so she was asked about the demand letter that was, I guess, set up by her attorneys. She was asked about how many times she spoke with federal prosecutors, and she said she couldn't necessarily recall the amount of times that she had done it, but the defense kind of summed it up that she at least spoke with federal prosecutors 8 different times. They brought back the egg skillet incident where on Friday, the defense was pointing out, you said that Cassie was cooling the eggs, and then Diddy comes downstairs and then he hits Cassie, or did he hit her? Or did you see him hit her? Did you see that he had threw something at her? Was he like, it was really just kind of that quick and that much questioning kind of being thrown at her essentially. And then they brought up how it kind of compared to what she had said in her lawsuit just about the whole egg incident, and said that she didn't see the pan hit Cassie in the lawsuit. And then when she was asked essentially why she brought the lawsuit about, the defense was really kind of pointing at her. And I think this is something that, you know, anybody who had filed a civil claim against Diddy might be expecting this under the cross-examination, is what was their motivation in filing the lawsuit against the defense's client essentially. And so while Dawn at times was trying to say that she wanted justice and that she wanted to do the right thing, essentially, that the defense also pointed out, well, you did want compensation as well, too. And Dawn had to kind of own up and admit that she did want compensation for the time that she had worked on as an employee. Then the defense was asking her about her most recent communications with Diddy, as going back as early or as soon as like 2020, 2021, where essentially Don was reaching out to Diddy himself, was trying to get in touch with people about this kind of whole making the band. I believe it's a reboot that they were trying to do, where Diddy wasn't necessarily going to be a judge, but instead Don wanted to use that opportunity to work with somebody else named Lori Ann Gibson. And so the defense was really kind of hammering her just about the facts that she had talked about with federal prosecutors, as far as the different meetings that she had had in 2024, on March 18th of this year, on April 17th of this year, again, just pointing out specifics in regards to this egg incident, but also at the same time going into specifics about whether or not she felt threatened to working with Diddy. And if she felt threatened, if she felt scared for her life, why did she continue reaching out to Diddy as late as 2020 or 2021? You know, as we ended direct examination on Friday, they were really kind of hitting on the point that after Don Richard and even her bandmate at the time, Kalina Harper, allegedly witnessed this physical assault with the whole egg skillet thing, because that's kind of how they were summing up this particular incident was the egg skillet incident. She was asked on Friday, what did Diddy tell you the next day? And essentially, Dawn had said that Diddy essentially said that people wind up missing when they question him and that type of thing. And that was perceived as a death threat. So then when the defense had their chance to kind of cross-examine her, they were like, well, why did you feel threatened? And yet you continue to want to work with him. And so the defense moments, Nicole Westmoreland really kind of hit it on the head. I think a lot of people were possibly wondering, did off like a liar to the best of her ability. So it was kind of tough to watch, but at the same time, I think Dawn Richard held her own. She didn't, kind of get too frazzled necessarily. She didn't get overly emotional, but you could tell that during the cross-examination, it was pretty tough.
And we actually have a poll up now on YouTube. I think the jury views Dawn Richard as a credible witness. We'll see what the results of those are. I wish I had a little bit more time with you, Elizabeth, because I wanted to ask you a little bit more about Kerry Morgan. This is Cassandra Ventura's former best friend on the stand, but I know we have to get you back into that courtroom. Thanks so much for giving us an update. Great reporting as always. Elizabeth Milner, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jesse.
Now, I'm back here with Afi Patterson. Afi, you want to hear something really interesting as we talk about the questions from YouTubers and we have polls up? So we had a poll that said, has this trial changed your view of Sean Diddy Combs? Ready for this? 56% say yes, 43% say no. Now, look, I'm an attorney, right? And I don't care what the case is.
Let me just say this really quickly. I just don't think this case is strong enough yet to convict Diddy, especially giving him a life sentence. I know a lot of you guys were saying, what am I talking about in the chat? If I were on the jury, this is not strong enough for me to convict somebody for life. Now, Sheila put on the screen that this is just the beginning. More witnesses to come. I need to hear from the more witnesses. Let's go over these charges one more time. X trafficking, transportation of individuals for illegal X activity, distribution of illegal substance. Are you talking about what Benda found the feds when she went into his room? Money laundering. Yeah, no. Rico, I need to see more. I'm not jumping off the Cassie train. I think that what she went through was horrible. I just need a little bit more evidence, something stronger. But I will be a fool to say that he's going to win. We don't know. But that's just my assessment right now. And we're going to take some polls when Perry gets back. It's a lot. I don't know.
The $10 million settlement or expected $10 million settlement that she's going to get with the LA Intercontinental Hotel. The idea is you only went after this. You brought up these allegations for monetary purposes. I don't know if it makes entire sense. Why do I say that? Cover trials all the time where somebody testifies and they're in the middle of active litigation against somebody. And the argument is, well, you would benefit if there was a guilty verdict here. Wouldn't you not? Well, she filed her lawsuit, settled with Sean Combs, and then cooperated with the government. I don't quite know what the incentive would be there, right? You know you're going to have to testify, make your allegations public, have to, if you look at people online, there's a lot of people who are questioning her credibility, her authenticity. I don't know if the defense did a significant job or not of saying that the financial motivation was a reason for her to come forward, striking at her credibility. I don't know if I saw that. What do you take away from it, Afi?
No, I agree. I'm merely focusing on Don Richard's part, and they're questioning her. Why are you coming forward? But I think just with respect to how people feel about him, Diddy, and how they view him, I think a lot of people are turned off by the money aspect. But if the problem is, if you focus on the civil suit first, you have people questioning, well, why didn't you go the criminal route? Now that she's going the criminal route, people are saying, well, oh, okay. Now they pick apart issues like, why did you stay? you should have left early. So it's like you really can't win in situations like this. I think in intimate partner domestic violence situations.
Well, the way I think the prosecution tried to correct that, I don't know if you know that's the right
Mm.
terminology, is they said, she was in the middle of this, very hard for her to get out, maybe didn't even recognize she was a victim or what was going on. Again, taking the allegations
Mm.
as true. And it wasn't until later on that she went through therapy, potentially for PTSD, where she recognizes to recall traumatic episodes and recognizing what happened to her, and then files the lawsuit. Now, the defense could say, this therapy, is it actually recalling real memories of what happened, or is it tainting it? Is it tainting your recollection of what happened? Is it a little bit of a dubious science? And I'm sure that's going to come back and forth a little bit, but it is a question. You were part of this relationship for quite some time, helped to set up these alleged freak offs. The text messages would say you encourage them. You wonder if it's a question and a problem for the prosecution, but at the same time, the prosecution knew about these messages. They knew about the timeline. They still felt confident to go forward with this case and Cassandra Ventura as their star witness. Okay, we got a question from Last Plane Home. Can Diddy still take a plea deal? It sounds like they were all under the influence, which impairs a sane mind. Afi.
Is the deal still on the table at this point?
Yeah, I mean, well, put it
I
this
think you
way.
can always take one.
You could always take one, right?
Right. You can always take one, but is it still on the table? It depends on how confident the prosecution feels about their case. And I think, again, what this is set to be an 8-week trial. So I think that you're going to have a lot of people. And Jesse, you tell me, I believe there's supposed to be at least 2 more alleged victims coming through.
Well,
But this is supposed to be an 8-week trial.
There were supposed to be 4. One of them can't be found, which is a problem. But look, it's also different, right? If it was before the trial started, before opening statements, before Cassandra Ventura had to take the stand, your prosecutor would say, listen, we want to avoid this. We want to avoid the jury after seeing this. We want to avoid putting on alleged victims who have to recount what happened to them. Okay, we might be interested in you accepting a deal. Now, after she takes the stand, now after Dawn Richard takes the stand, I don't know.
Yes, but just also, you were talking about the PTSD therapy that Cass got. I thought that her testimony showed that, yeah, she was a willing participant very early on. I don't think it was super helpful for the prosecution, but also to your point, I think you mentioned the fact that it was brought up that she may not know that she was a victim. But for me, the line of delineation is, when did it become coercion? Clearly coercion. And that is when she wanted to leave and he threatened her with the videos. I would love to see more of a timeline come out, because I'm not seeing just a clear timeline. And I think, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no. I was going to say,
Oh, okay.
I think this all comes down to closing arguments. There's a lot here. There is a lot here. And I think the prosecution and the defense needs to crystallize it, like you said, with a timeline, matching it up to the elements. I'm a lawyer. And let me tell you, explaining this to people, what racketeering is, sex trafficking, how all these allegations match up to the elements. It's complicated.
It's complex. Yeah, it is.
So got another question for you. Got a lot of questions coming in right now. Again, we're waiting to go back into the courtroom. As soon as that begins once again, we will give you real-time updates. Okay.
You guys, let's just see what you guys are thinking of this, because you guys' opinions are important. Folks accusing her of succumbing the power play instead of leaving are the same folks that help hide/ignore his dark deeds instead of taking a stand against him. Yes. So true. Threatened her with videos that they don't have evidence that he's in possession of. Everything was on her phone. Yeah, well, it's a lot. It's a lot, y'all. It's a lot. All the videos. Let's go up here. I get that one. Exactly. Coercion is clear as day. For Cassie, it is, but I thought Cassie wasn't on trial. I don't know. If you can't say no, you can't consent. Right. How does one allow themselves to be used sexually for 10 years? Think of it as a mind F, because that's what it ends up being. Diddy owned her, he did. And she full on believed it, period. They haven't proven coercion. Do you even know what coercion means? Forced. It's forced. I pray you never find out. I mean, this is just where we are so far. I need more evidence. I would like to see more evidence. I believe Cassie. I believe Dawn. I really believe Carrie. I like this guy, Law and Crime Coverage. He is unbiased and asking the right questions. I'm a big fan of Law and Crime. Really, really bad. They have so much on Diddy. They have so much information on Diddy. So you would convict today, Rebecca, if you could? It was a Count Dracula Igor type of relationship. Yeah, it really is. I like the guy too. I watch his vids. Yeah. I think it's become a staple in the law community and maybe even the mystery community. Keeping it really real. Many that are not believing Cassie is her skin color as far as judging for the settlement. I am a woman of color, and to hear other women of color downplay of the abusive, awful. I am a survivor as well as DV. Your story or your truth is yours to tell when you are ready and not when others think you should. I'm in my 50s and there are parts I haven't spoken out because the truth would most likely cause lives, as some were very close friends of my family. I mean, I've been saying that the whole time. You don't get out that situation unless you're ready. I feel like there are a lot of people who don't, you can say it till you're blue in the face. Some people it has to happen to them before they understand it. But people are going to keep saying this isn't about DV. I think we all agree that Diddy's not a nice person. As a matter of fact, he's a jackass. But is this enough to convict right now? And I'm going to go with no. I just wish they would. I really never forget the fact that even though I can't stand Diddy, and who the hell do you think you are for putting your hands on people? Life, I don't know. That might be too harsh. Jail, yes. Life, I don't know. Cassie enjoyed the perks of a kept woman. She could have emancipated herself earlier. Oh no, yeah, we got to be very careful. Life, we're talking life. Some jail time, yeah, I'm cool with. But if I was, and I'm glad I'm not a juror, by the way. I don't know if I want to send somebody to life because I know what that means too. Remember, I've been telling you about my family. So life, I don't know. Cassie is not a victim. She is a participant. People projecting their own experiences. That's problem number one. Cassie is not a victim, y'all think. Coercion can be insidious. Cassie would be pregnant and in jail with Diddy if she didn't testify. She was a co-conspirator first. Let's see what Quentin talking about. Diddy is not getting life, but he's getting sometime, yeah. I'm totally down with that. But what? I want more witnesses. What can I say? Because someone said this is definitely a RICO charge. I just don't see it. I just don't see it. And maybe I'm slow, and I'm glad I'm not a damn juror. You say life? Nah, I just don't see enough evidence for life. I wish I was the jury. You do? I don't. Mm-mm. Cassie is setting the foundation for the prosecution case. Over 50 witnesses, okay, are still pending testimony in this case. Diddy is a monster. See, I want to see more. I want to see more witnesses. Ask yourself, would Cassie play her hand like that if money and fame weren't involved? It's a lot, y'all. We gotta go. Give it time. The prosecution has receipts. Okay. This is only part one. So I was, is that my, hold on. Sharrell, it is day one of week 2. You need to save some patience because there is a lot more in store to come. Now that's true. I would be a fool to make a decision today. These things could change. You never know. I want to hear more witnesses too. I just want to hear more witnesses. The RICO charge is coming, Sharrell, hopefully. None of these people went to the police. They sued. So of course, it's financial motivation. I don't know, because sometimes, if you want to get somebody to really learn a lesson, and y'all know I say this on my channel all the time, hit them in the wallet. So I'm not even judging for civil lawsuits, because if you did something wrong, your ass will learn. If you got to take a certain portion of your money, we have to focus. Diddy is not on trial for DV. He is not. He has a RICO charge, and we are stuck in the Cassie and freak-offs. Yes. We need to move on from Cassie and get into the evidence that support his charges. That's what I feel. Maybe that's why I'm saying, I don't know. I need more witnesses. I'm tired of tying the DV thing. Big J is commenting like it's his job to convince us Diddy didn't do it. LOL. Have fun trying. Diddy didn't do it. Why? We can't say that. We know he did it, but we have to say, we know that he committed DV. Now, as far as even the transportation of prostitution, I don't know, y'all. They are slowly building this RICO. The workers were scared to speak up because of the DV and other assaults by this evil man. All right. Thank you, guys. Let's go back to someone wanted to hear him. Let's go back to law and crime. It's a lot, y'all. Ooh.
So, who do you think, Afi, is winning the case?
And a jury hears something, you can't ever take that back. Once the genie's out of
the judge tells the jury, disregard that comment or stricken from the record, the jury doesn't strike it from their minds? Is that what you're saying to me, Mauricio?
Yes, the jury does not strike anything from their mind. Just like the jury goes home and turns on the TV and Googles and Googles and Googles.
You're so cynical. Like, you're so cynical. No. You're so cynical.
That's
my
just
gosh.
the reality of life. Like you tell them not to do it, and they go and they right away do it. Terrible. In my opinion.
Speaking of the jury in this fashion, Mauricio. All right, Mauricio, let me ask you a question.
From my experience.
I'm just fooling with you. Okay, we got a question from Clarissa Schmidt. I'll throw this to you, Mauricio. Do you think the defense has a secret smoking gun waiting to drop?
You know what? In a case like this that's played out in front of the media, I feel like if they really had this smoking gun, they probably would have leaked it a while ago to try and change, the court of public opinion before this went to trial. So that's one of the main reasons why I think that they don't. And I really don't know what could be the smoking gun in their defense. Like, I'm pretty sure that a bunch of evidence has come out that Cassie was a willing participant. I heard that she admitted to being on ketamine and things of that nature. So there's things that benefit them, but to define it as a smoking gun, I feel like if they would have had that, they would have already shared it with the public.
I mentioned we have these polls going up. So I will tell you the results right now of the jury. Do you think the jury views Dawn Richard as a credible witness? 66% say yes, 33% say no. We have another poll that's coming up. Do you believe the absence of victim 3 will affect the outcome of the case? We'll see what the audience thinks about that. But yeah, Afi, there you go. 66% believe that Dawn Richard is a credible witness.
That's the exact same numbers on our poll. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, and I agree with them. And I think just to get what you guys were talking about earlier, the defense's whole defense, like, no, there's no smoking gun. Their whole defense is, yeah, he's a bad, bad man, but this was all consensual. And consent ceases to be consent when you're under threat and when you're being coerced. That's the whole point here. And I think that Don Richard just really kind of supported Cassie's situation. I think Don spoke where Cassie couldn't, because even in Cassie's testimony, I thought it was pretty easygoing. I thought she was pretty light and pretty relaxed on Sean, as she calls him, or Diddy as I know him. So I think that, Cassie is going to have a lot of people being her voice, and that's what the prosecution is going to do with the next couple of weeks.
The counter argument to that be, if she came out really strong, like a crusader, that could look bad, right? It could look like she has something, an ulterior motive to go after Sean Combs, whereas, composed and explain it, got emotional at certain times. I remember she got emotional explaining how she would give back all the money, the settlement money, so she would never have to participate in a freak off. Okay, as I mentioned, we have live updates that are happening from court. No cameras, no audio equipment, but we do have live updates in real time. So let me tell you what happened. They are back from a brief lunch. The judge said, if I let this in, so some piece of evidence, Miss Ventura would be recalled as a witness. So the prosecutor says, I doubt that we would call her. The judge comes back. The defense could call her back to the stand. Prosecutor responds, I doubt that she would be available because obviously if she's pregnant, maybe about to give birth. The judge says the evidence is out. So whatever evidence that is not going to come in. Okay, we'll keep you updated on more courtroom action that's happening there. Let me go to you, Mauricio, talking about Cassandra Ventura. Question from Tracy Q. Do you think focusing on Cassie as the main witness weakens the prosecution's case? Why not widen the case?
When I'm assuming that the question is widen the case regarding other victims, right?
Yeah.
Because
there are other alleged victims, but she is alleged victim number one. She makes up the racketeering charge. She makes up her individual sex trafficking charge. Her testimony helps support all the charges that are being leveled against Sean Combs.
No, and listen, at the end of the day, all trials are you are convincing a jury, or you're explaining a jury, and a jury's going to pick one of two stories. So to use her to get the story of what P. Diddy did, the illegal things that he did, and to have her as the protagonist, the victim in your story, it helps them. And I think it's just as wide as they've wanted it, because they're going to include other victims, other crimes, other things that he did, but she's the main protagonist. And I think it's good to have that. Anytime that you're trying to get a jury to understand a story, it's good to, present it in that manner.
Mauricio, we have a good question, backup question here from Enlin93. Is there any chance the feds have backup charges if they don't get him this time? Could there be something they're saving to make sure they get him, or is this all or nothing? That's a great question.
All or nothing.
I mean, in my opinion and in my experience, I think that they're going to try and hit him with everything that they possibly have. All right now. Now, you see all the time superseding indictments. And if let's say if they were to lose, I don't think they're going to stop. They're going to look for other stuff that could possibly be there to charge them again. I don't think that they're ever going to rest if they have a public loss like that. But usually they have to charge everything that they've witnessed in their investigation. Now is the time to bring it up.
Afi, we got a court update I wanted to bring everybody aware to, and I want to throw it to you. So the judge says, I anticipate Mr. David James will be the next witness. How is he relevant? To which the prosecutor responds, as to the means and methods of the enterprise, meaning for the racketeering charge, Mr. Combs threatening to assault employees. So I think that this was a former, chief assistant or assistant of some kind, right? I mean, if we're talking about racketeering and we're talking about the people who are part of this criminal enterprise or organization, important witness, right?
Right. So I expect to see a lot more former employees take the stand, but we want to know how he ran his operation, how involved he was with this operation, and how involved and knowledgeable all of these players were. So
Also, guys, the person that is doing our live feed is not in the courtroom. He's out. So these are updates coming from Long Crime, our current.
you've got his, his personal assistant, you've got his bodyguards, you've got his chef, you've got anyone who is there, who assisted him. You might have a massage therapist, but anyone who was there and assisted him with these alleged charges in the racketeering matter. So I expect I expect us to see a lot of that. So, and we also want to see um, his observations. What did you see? Did you make this appointment? Where? How long was it supposed to last? Were you ever present for the freak offs? What was Cassie like? Was she always high? Was she sober? Did she seem enthusiastic about it? Did you see her be abused verbally or physically before, during, or after? I expect to see a lot of that from his employee or former employees.
And when they talk about means and methods of the enterprise, it's just the ways in which Sean Combs allegedly conducted this criminal organization, right? Using threats or violence or intimidation to allegedly engage in a campaign of abuse, against women and others. So it's a really important aspect of the overall racketeering charge. And when you're talking about, racketeering conspiracy, there has to be that agreement between Combs and another person or others, even though he is the only one charged. We can talk about that if we want. This is interesting. Okay, so Mauricio, I'm going to throw to you interesting evidentiary question. So this is a question from Kate's Game One. If the missing witness can't be found, so we're talking about alleged victim number 3, can the prosecution use their police interviews, videos as evidence in her absence?
Well, I'm gonna say it's hearsay unless they can bring the video in another manner. I've seen them try to, bring in like chats or bring in videos using the person that extracted it. But then there's also evidentiary challenges with that. The short answer is they could try. The rules of evidence exist, but it doesn't mean that the prosecution can try to ram something down your throat despite the rules of evidence. And that's the constant battle of a trial. I was like ready, set, here's all the wrong things that they want to try and get the judge to agree to. In my experience, that's what every big case is. So it sounds like it can be authenticated through another method. It can't. That would be a challenge at that authentication.
Because it's the right to cross-examine, the right to credibility. And if it's a pre-taped recording, what are they supposed to do? I mean, it's a problem.
Right.
So we got a question here from D. This one to you. Do you think Diddy's assistants or security guards will be charged as co-conspirator? If so, when?
I don't think that they will be charged as a co-conspirator. I think that they'll bring them out during this trial, and that is what the prosecution expects to use to bury him. But I don't foresee them being charged. I've always thought that, since January of if they were going to be charged, they would be charged by now.
But don't you think, Afi, that's going to be a prime question for cross-examination? Did you take a deal? Were you offered anything by the prosecution? You're accused of, you're basically saying you were part of this alleged criminal activity. Why aren't you charged? I think that's a fair point.
It's super fair, and I think that the prosecution is going to have that correct. They have, a mandate. They want the bounds of ethics to get that done. It's super normal. It happens all the time. That doesn't mean that I don't think the witness loses any credibility. I don't think the prosecution loses any credibility. It's pretty normal in the practice of law.
So by the way,
Stop there.
we're taking your questions right now as they come in. I will read them and answer them on air, but we're also waiting for more updates in court. No cameras, no audio equipment, but we're doing our best to recount to you as soon as possible in real time what is happening in that courtroom. So we got a question from Rel. I'll throw this to you, Mauricio. If Diddy beat the RICO, racketeering, and sex trafficking charges, will Diddy get time served? The one thing I'll add to this is he's also facing the prostitution charges, transportation to engage in prostitution. And for me, Mauricio, I feel that is a relatively easier conviction to get him on, right? So you're talking about transporting alleged sex workers and victims for purposes of prostitution. I don't know. That feels like pretty easy to convict him on, no?
Yeah, it's okay. Do you have the prostitute? Is he going to testify? Do you have the manifest that shows that he was on his private plane? I mean, that's all you got to show. That the testimonial evidence plus whatever airline tickets that he bought and things of that nature is pretty easy to prove. Now, I don't know. I don't even know. Has there been a video of an actual freak off in evidence yet?
There's been descriptions. I don't think an actual full video has been played. I'll get confirmation from producers, but look, I'll say this much, Mauricio. If you talk about that charge, right, and the defense said in their opening statement he was paying these people for their time and experience. Really, I don't feel like that's a great. That's not a good one.
No, that's a bad one. That's a bad one, and it's not gonna fly. And you're already dealing with a jury that they don't have to decide whether or not P. Diddy is a bad guy. They know he's a bad guy because they saw a video of him beating up a woman, and really nobody likes a wife beater, period. So they're going to be in a position to say whether or not are we going to acquit this guy that we don't like. And if a jury doesn't like you, that's not a good sign. Like, they could convict you just because they hate your guts, just because they saw that video of you beating her up. And now everything else that she says has credibility because we already saw you beat her down for no reason.
Mm-hmm. Well, I hear exactly what you're saying, and I think that does become a little bit of a difficulty there. But this jury, I mean, I would love to know what they're thinking right now about this entire case. I don't know. I have no idea. It's so hard. We get our reporting from Elizabeth Milner about them taking notes, checking out, looking in, paying attention. It's impossible to know what a jury might be thinking. Okay. Okay, here's an update regarding one of the questions you had, Mauricio. So the jury actually heard audio about an intense freak off where I have to be careful how I say this. There's some profanity used.
Quick update. They say, attorney says, no further questions for Morgan, Cross, Agnafilo. You were Miss Ventura's best friend since 2004. She says, yes, 01. We met waiting for the Pollards to develop Polaroids. I was living in Buffalo. She was in Connecticut. So Agnafilo they're back.
Used.
Diddy had these videos of her and that he could ruin her professional life, which he was in control of at any time. It shows you how afraid she was, how panicked she was, and how her consent was likely forced. So that's the value for me.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, we got more updates coming in. The jury has officially entered the courtroom once again. The prosecutor says no further questions for Miss Morgan. So Carrie Morgan, this is Cassandra Ventura's best friend who testified earlier. She had witnessed assaults, talked about the changes in her friend. So now we move on to cross-examination by Mark Agnifilo, one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys, asks, you were Miss Ventura's best friend since 2004. Carrie Morgan responds, actually 2001. We met waiting for the Polaroids to develop. I was living in Buffalo. She was in Connecticut. Let me bring in right now, we got another guest. We got with us former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani. Nima, so good to see you. Thanks so much for taking the time. Look at this panel right here. It's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Nima, okay. Talk to us about what you're taking away from today's testimony. Carrie Morgan, Dawn Richard. What do you think the big takeaways are both for the prosecution and the defense? Who do you think it's helping more?
Certainly helping the prosecution, Jesse. We'll start with Dawn Richard. Look, she got cross-examined by Westmoreland a bit, some inconsistent statements. But whenever you have someone who's corroborating Cassie Ventura's testimony, an independent witness, even though she's filed that civil lawsuit, may have a financial motive, that's helpful for the government. Then moving towards her former best friend, of course, this is someone that we got some very good statements related to control and fear in. Why Cassie Ventura wouldn't leave Combs? Because he controlled every aspect of her life. And she too was a victim. Combs went after her with a coat hanger. So now we have a skillet, we have a coat hanger. I mean, you're seeing this pattern of violent activity. So all in all, a very good day for the prosecution tonight.
Nima, because you just joined us, we're going to throw a question at you. We got questions coming in from our viewers. This is from Melissa Butas. Why isn't the jury sequestered, Nima?
Great question. Look, people don't want to serve as jurors. And now you have a 2-month trial, and it's really a big imposition on their personal lives. You're taking away their cell phones. You're removing them from their friends and family. So I understand why people do like the jurors sequestered, especially in this day and age. You don't want one of the jurors, you're on Law and Crime or Googling about the case. That's how you end up in a mistrial. But generally speaking, at least if you're thinking about the jurors, they do not want to be sequestered.
By the way, I want to thank everybody for coming in here to not only be a part of this, but also all of our viewers for your outstanding questions. So engaged, great questions we're getting. And one of the reasons we can keep putting on these live lunch shows and updating you as soon as possible about what's happening in that courtroom is because we have an amazing partner and sponsor. I just want to call out real quick. It's Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. This firm, let me just say, amazing track record. So this is a firm.
So every attorney that we have heard so far, including the one I accidentally clicked on, can't remember what her name was, say that it's looking really good for the prosecution. You have to remember, we're not inside the courtroom. We're getting tweets from only 3 other outlets. And so they're saying that, Dawn did good. They're also saying that, yeah, the attorney was very forceful with her. I mean, like I said, it was so aggressive. But they're saying everything is going pretty good for the prosecution. And I knew that if he kept questioning her so hard like that, that was going to backfire. He was going in. But let's see what else they're saying now.
That we've been bringing up these polls. And there was a poll that we had about, do you believe the absence of victim 3 will affect the outcome of the case? Because we've talked about how there's a problem actually getting this witness to testify. 57% of you say no, 42% of you say yes. So it seems, Nima, just to throw more questions, because we're going to be, we have limited time with you. It seems to me that the audience at least believes this witness is not the make or break of the case.
Someone has almost unlimited money. There's a very real possibility that he pays one of these victims to go away, or he intimidates them. We know as prosecutors, sometimes in these domestic violence or sexual assault cases, and I know this is sex trafficking in RICO, that the victims, the witnesses, they can get cold feet. So the question is, did the government really slice this too thinly? Obviously, we know there are upwards of almost 100 people who claim there are victims. Should they have 5, 6, 7, 8 victims to really overwhelm the defense in case one or more of them went sideways like this?
Got a question for you, Mauricio, from Danny. Why was Dawn's scope of testimony so limited? Did they bring up when she said Diddy locked her in the car?
No.
If it was limited, it was probably by design, and they probably just wanted to keep her focused on what she knew and had firsthand knowledge, because they didn't want her to get cross-examined on certain aspects that she may have been cloudy on, or et cetera. So, when you ask why was her testimony so limited, it's by design. It's because the prosecution wanted it to be limited. That would be the only answer there.
Because it's really to support the testimony of Cassandra Ventura, right? It's to say, what did you observe regarding Cassandra Ventura? And she's not, I believe, one of the alleged, identified victims in this indictment, although her testimony about being scared and feeling threatened actually goes to the overall indictment against Sean Combs. Why, the means and methods of.
All right, here we go, you guys. Agnaphila says, then you were both in New York City? Carrie said, I stayed downtown. She moved to Harlem. Agnaphila, have you ever met Kim Porter? Morgan says, yes, probably at a concert. Agnaphila, was Cassie ever jealous? Morgan says, yeah, yes. Agnaphilo is the lead attorney. Big man in charge stepping up to the plate. Let's see how this goes.
This criminal enterprise to keep people explain why Cassandra didn't speak up earlier, right?
Does have a pending lawsuit, and she's also, I'm sure, on cross-examination, they could have brought up, okay, well, you saw all of this in 2009. You didn't say anything until 2020. Part of what you're saying.
Crazy Goose says, I don't feel sorry for Diddy at all. He should have stayed off drugs and married Kim Porter. Then this would have never happened. And I don't know if you're aware of this, Crazy Goose, but 50 Cent said the exact same thing. So wanted to address that.
Yes, because people keep saying Cassie, agreed to it. Does her originally agreeing harm the trafficking charge? I think that means because she first had agreed to freak offs as a way to make her partner, Sean Combs, happy. What do you think?
No, I think that she has a right to initially engage in anything. I think, she can say that she wants to do something 99 times. I don't care how, call it what you want, sexually deviant, a little bit of freaky, a little bit, risque or interesting. She can agree to that 99 times, but the 100th time when she says she doesn't want to do it, that's when it becomes a problem. It does not matter that she consented early on.
Mm-hmm.
Her desires, she shouldn't be shamed for her desires. My point has always been, at what point did it become coercive? At what point was she under a threat of violence? And that's the huge factor in this matter for me.
Nemo, got a super chat question from Nest Dog. Nest Dog, thank you so much for your super chat question. Why isn't Aubrey O'Day tested? That's my answer. I don't know.
She said
we don't know yet. Obviously, we're just finished week 1 of a 2-month trial. We're going to have a lot of witnesses that are going to be called in the prosecution's case in chief. We may have rebuttal witnesses. Look,
that's really weird. He's saying he doesn't know if Aubrey's going to testify when she just came out and said beyond a reasonable doubt she would not testify.
I think it's very premature right now to say a witness will or will not be called.
Got another update from court. So this is the continued question and cross-examination by Sean Combs' defense counsel, Mark Agnifilo, of Kerry Morgan. He asks, then you were both in New York City? Kerry Morgan responds, I stayed downtown. She moved to Harlem. Agnifilo asks, have you ever met Kim Porter, who we know was Sean Combs' ex? Yes, probably at a concert. Question then is, was Cassie ever jealous? Morgan responds, yes. Nima, let me throw that to you. The whole Cassandra Ventura was jealous that she wasn't the love of Sean Combs' life, that it was really Kim Porter, focusing on the jealousy. Is the relevance of that to say, hey, this is the reason the relationship deteriorated. This is the reason that there was problems in the relationship. This is the reason why Cassandra Ventura is now coming out against Sean Combs. I'm not sure I quite follow what the whole jealousy angle is.
I think there's 2 parts to it. One is sort of the revenge, right? This is a disgruntled ex that has an axe to grind because she wasn't the main girlfriend, right? She was on the side. So that's that. But they're also going down this line of, essentially mutual combat, right? That Cassie Ventura was also physically violent. She punched Combs, so certainly doesn't excuse it. But what the defense is trying to do is say this was a violent relationship. It was a toxic relationship. Cassie too participated in these jealous rages and the violence. Again, they're trying to walk the line between physical violence and sex trafficking. I don't think they're going to be able to do so, but I think that's the argument there, Jesse.
All right, we got another question. From, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry if I mispronounce your name, Evangenia Kartsasheva. Okay, apologies if I mispronounced your name. How soon do you think professionals like forensic psychologists will take the stand to help explain manipulation mechanics and why it takes so long for any victim besides Cassandra to speak up? Mauricio, I'll throw this to you.
Probably a little later. Usually the prosecution likes to, start with, really good witnesses and end with a really good witnesses. And usually, expert witnesses like forensics, like the one that this person is describing, sometimes tend to be considered a little boring. So usually, I would expect them to be somewhere in the middle. I've never seen a case where they start or end. I've seen some murder cases where they end with the forensic pathologist just because they want the jury to end with the gruesome pictures of the murder scene. But other than that, they usually sandwich them.
So somebody said, I want to hear what Mama Cones has to say on the stand. Mama Cones really freaks me out because I think she was at the freak off. Did you guys see the clip of her going around? They're both getting an IV, and she kisses her son on the lips. And not like y'all seen that? Do y'all think that Mama Cones was at the freak offs? I just feel that. I don't know if I'm going too far. Let me know your thoughts.
Somewhere in the middle, in my experience.
So simple. You can do everything right from your phone. Just takes 8 clicks or less. So if you're injured, you can easily start.
Really weird. Mama Cones is weird. And I think she's responsible for her son's abnormal, obsessive sex addiction. she is so weird. You raise children in a day. Oh, that's it. Okay, they're done. I've been checking all while I was talking to you guys, making sure I was updated. I love to hear from Law and Crime on the breaks because not many people are allowed to leave the building. And I guess they got some kind of special permission. Because if you notice, like some people, like I don't think anybody is giving live updates. I don't think they're allowed to leave the building, but I like to hear what they say and give us a feel for what's going on in the courtroom. Oh, hi, Perry.
Hey, I'm still working on something, but I'll be back in a few minutes. I ain't want you to think I just left you. Okay.
I did not think that. Thank you for handling business. We've really got to get back to Perry's channel. But this has been so interesting and overwhelming. But so far, I'm liking Carrie's testimony. I really do. But just like with Dawn, just like with Cassie, just like with the escorts, Carrie's about to get it too. I don't know what she did in her past, but here we go. No, that's not it. Temporary protection. She's going to get it because that's been the pattern for the defense. And according to you guys, that's their job. I don't necessarily, well, I guess if I was at risk of going to jail for the rest of my life, I probably would want them to do that too. But it's really weird. Yeah, I'm gonna need some more witnesses. I mean, I'm listening to the attorneys who know best, but I don't believe this is not strong enough. So let's see what's coming in. I got to get to the strong part. It's not strong enough. What about you guys? Dawn went home. They said, what about you guys? Are you satisfied? Oh, I can take my own poll and see what you got to say. Bye-bye. Let's see here. And I'm going to put up there is the prosecution winning at this point. What I mean by this, you guys, I heard my question. Who's giving the better, Can we get off of Cassie already? I've been off of Cassie. That's what we said when we first came in. Who's giving the better performance so far? No, yeah. Sorry, I used to leave this to Perry. I don't know. I see something popped up. Hold on. Corey says, thanks for the OT coverage, Sharrell and Perry. Time is the only way to see what the verdict is in court. The public has already found Diddy guilty. Well, you're right. None matters what we think. It really doesn't. We're just allowed to be spectators. Hold on, let me check. Make sure I'm not overlooking an update. He's most definitely guilty. Now we got to see, if they can convict him of anything. But like that one attorney said, there's no smoking gun for me. Not yet. I like a smoking gun. I could make a decision without the smoking gun, but I like a smoking gun. I like where somebody testifies and it just shuts it down. There's no argument. Perry said I missed a super chat. I got it. Did I miss another one? I want a smoking gun. We don't have that yet. Let's see here. Perry is a mess. I don't know. Do you have enough info to convict right now? So I'm asking you guys, we know we can't predict what's going to happen, but if we were to take a poll right now, do you have enough information, do you feel, to say that Diddy is guilty? Lock him up. Lock him up. Yeah, I agree. 65, no. 66, 67, no. We don't. We do not. We need to keep going. We got to keep going. It's just not enough here. People are saying the prosecution is doing a fabulous job. The defense is coming off kind of shaky. That all might be true, but it's not enough. Not enough to convict right now. Plus two, we're just at the beginning of this. Week 2, day 1. What's taking so long? Do we have another sidebar? Do you guys remember on Friday, we were waiting a half hour before they dismissed the jury? I don't like long pauses. I'm not in the courtroom though. Oh goodness, it drives me crazy. Crazy. Let's see. Eventually, you guys, Perry's gonna at least be gone for. Did I miss a super chat? Thank you guys for all of the super chats that are coming in. No, I got it. That was Corey. Look at him. Look at him. I don't believe Cassie. I don't believe Dawn or Cassie. They both need to go to jail. You don't believe Dawn? Just because they ripped up her story. Listen, how many times have y'all worded something wrong, thought something happened? I guess that's enough to say it. I wonder who who he paid off will be testifying. I mean, people called me immature yesterday when I said, did he pay off what's the girl with the blonde hair? Can't think of her name. Aubrey O'Day. I believe them both. Yeah, me too. Lots going on. Why are you people so quick to throw someone in jail? You think jail is a fun place? No, jail is hell on earth. It's hell on earth. That's why I'm being very cautious. I'm saying, even if he's convicted, I don't think he should get a life sentence, but he needs some time to stop doing what he's doing. He's been getting away with murder for years. Since since the days when he was hanging with, what is that perv's name? What is that guy's name? Aaron Hall. Diddy has been getting away with stuff for years. So he needs a timeout. Now, not a life sentence, but enough. Because also too, I don't know if I should say this now, but he just needs a timeout. So we understand the magnitude of going to jail. You do not put innocent people in jail. You just don't. But you can say he has a record sheet about as long as my arm. Shine came out himself and said, Aaron Hall is missing. What do you mean? They couldn't have brought that drunk on the stand. Was he supposed to testify? He cannot testify. Aaron Hall is, ugh. I'm not being mean to people that like him, but he's got a screw loose. He disrespects women. He think it's cool to be a pimp. Something wrong with Aaron Hall. And he an addict. I'm sorry. Nah, enough is enough. Aaron Hall is a weirdo. And he's a woman beater. Remember his girlfriend, something Valencia. I can't remember her name, but the things that he has done to women has been going on since days in college. It has. He needs to be in jail. Now, how long? That's up to the jury. Because I don't really care. But not life. Life is too long. Not life. But some jail time, whatever y'all think. So did he put people through hell? Bad boy for life. He put people through hell, a living hell, especially females. Yeah, no life. We don't want you to go away for life. But you got to, oh, I forgot to check. Hold on. I started talking. Hold on. I think I missed something here. Let's see what this says. It says, Agnafilo. And the other way, Carrie Morgan says, Cassie was speaking with Michael B. Jordan and Sean got jealous. She was trying to leave him. You were both using drugs. Carrie says, no, we were in South Africa. Agnafilo said, did you learn about Gina? She says, yes. Gina, here's another one I missed. He was having a full-on relationship with this little girl. What? Agnafilo, why do you call her that? She says she acts like that. She's younger than us. Yeah, don't say little girl. Here we go. Agnafilo, when you say Sean came and hammered on the door, why did the police come? Morgan says, they said because of the noise. Agnafilo says, what did they say to you? Morgan says, Cassie was visibly injured, but she didn't say anything. Yeah, she's not going to say nothing. You know who probably called? The neighbors. They're probably sick of hearing the screaming. Somebody called that knows that this is a repeat thing. The boy is definitely got a screw loose in his head. I'm so over Diddy. Do you guys remember when he was crying, talking about he can't handle it, he needs some mental health, and they didn't do anything? This probably was around a couple months ago. He can't handle being in jail. Nobody can. You should have thought about that, sir, when your ass was clowning and you were putting your hands on women. And who knows? When you get into when you go to prison, it's a whole different culture. It's a whole different life. Okay, they got all these crazy rules. Black people can't hang with white people. You got to go to your own race. I don't know what happens to the mixed people. Remember, maybe one drop of black blood, they put her over there with the blacks. So they got all these crazy codes. It's an honor system. You got to be tough all the time. So and some people will mess with you for no reason just because you got the name P. Diddy. So he gonna give back everything that he did. And every day that something happens to you, he might get a jailhouse boyfriend and try to hide it from the public. Everything that happens to you in prison, you deserve. And think about if Shine had to go through those things when you falsely put his ass in jail for 10 damn years. 10 years. Unfortunately, through the grace of God, God put his hands on Shine, and now he's a congressman in Belize with the hopes of running for prime minister. Can you believe that after going to prison in your prime? So this is going to be, I wonder how he's going to take this prison sentence. You can't keep crying. Don't nobody care. And jail is just that, jail. Prison is 10 times worse. You're going to eat, what's it called, Roman soup for a good portion of your life. They do everything with Roman noodles in there. They squish it. They eat it without cooking it. I was watching some show the other day, and they put the Roman noodles in the plastic bag, and they run it under hot water. It was a mess. I was like, I can't do the food. I just can't. I got to follow every rule in the United States of America because the food alone, I couldn't do it. It looks unsanitary. Some of the prisons in there are just old and dirty. And I don't do rodents. I would freak the F out if I seen a rodent. I can't. I can't call the exterminator. I don't do jail at all. But does anybody? So he's clearly going to pay for his crimes. Yeah, child, they eat Roman noodles with everything. I've seen them put some chocolate on it, and then they made it a burrito. They eat. I'm going to hell. I can't. Roman noodles. You can't have makeup. I was complaining about this lipstick. Them days are gone. They use coloring crayons. No wigs. No wigs in prison. No clip-ins. No braids, none of that. You lose your looks instantly when you get locked up. They said Diddy was running around gray as hell. He gonna get back everything he's ever done when he goes to prison. And he's going. We just don't know on what right now. But I believe in the prosecution. And somebody gonna put their hands on him in prison. And let's see how he likes it. He gonna crawl into that little ball that Cassie crawled up in. Like, no, he is just terrible. And then, do you guys remember Misa Hilton came out and said that he ruined? Let me see if I have that. She said that he ruined their son Justin. Hold on. Hold on. Let me double check before I pull this email out. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Let's see, is this it? Oh, come on. I think I need a new computer. it's going. Um. No. All right. Do y'all remember that I believe just a DUI and Nisa lost a series of emails right here. Hold on. Right here. And Misa was another woman he put his hands on. And do you guys see this yellow right here? Where it's so this is her going off about Justin getting a DUI and how she didn't raise him to be like that. Then she just starts going off on Puffy. Do y'all remember when she said, everyone has to sit around for years and act like there is nothing wrong? She's talking about with Diddy. Act like nothing's wrong with you. This is where the buck stops for me. She called out Diddy, right? But then who was in court on Friday sitting with her son? Misa. Now, she said she was supporting her son. No. If you Justin is a grown-ass man, and if he wants to go to court to support his mother, to support his father, then let him go. But you said something was wrong with him. So you are condoning also, Misa. We all heard how he pays you off, pays your rent when your husband gets behind. Girl, you're a part of the problem, not the solution. That's what I think. No shade, but that's just true. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. And I blame Clive Davis for this, because if Diddy wouldn't have freaked him off, he would have never gave him that money to start Bad Boy. Clive Davis kowtowed over for a boy toy, and now he's not even around to witness what a monster he created. They say that Clive Davis has Alzheimer's really bad, or is he faking it? I don't know. He is 90 something years old. I blame Clyde Davis. It's a lot of people to blame for Diddy's actions. There's what are they called? Security guards. The one that they refuse to do anything. I'm not talking about Gene Deal. I am not talking about Gene Deal. But I'm talking about the other ones. The one that Carrie was talking about this morning, sat there and watched and said wasn't nothing he can do. Well, maybe they didn't do anything publicly. I'm going to just believe in my head that they are the ones that keep calling the police when they show up, because no one else did. Oh, yeah, I know. Someone said, see, now you're gossip, no evidence. Remember, this is a gossip channel. I can't go a day without gossiping. Child, y'all gossiping too. Look at this. Everybody's saying that Wolf is Justin's real daddy. Y'all are messy. But Quincy wasn't the real dad either. I mean, Diddy wasn't a real father to Quincy either. So I don't know. So much going around. Let's see what else y'all talking about. Clyde Davis seems like a nightmare. Something demonic about him. That's what I heard. Listen, he's done so many shisty things, and a lot. Here we go. Agnaphilo says, you two were best friends for 18 years, and now you haven't spoken with her since 2018. Carrie says, that's true. Agnaphilo says, at the danger of being capital obvious. That's a long time. She's moved on. So someone says objection. So I like Agnaphilo's style so far. Kind of calm, just asking the questions, not giving any leading questions, not setting somebody's ass up unless that's getting ready to come. Because somebody said objection, so they know where they're going. It's just ugh.
So what I miss? Anything?
Not really. They're back on the stand. Agnafilio is interviewing. I'm not interviewing. Is asking the questions for Carrie, and he's been really mild, unlike that Westmoreland guy. Real mild.
Mhm.
People say some people like the style of aggressiveness. I'm scared of the style of aggressiveness because it could backfire on you. But at lunch, all the lawyers are saying that the prosecution's doing a great job. I don't think so. I'm thinking I need more evidence, but I don't know where they're going with this.
Yeah, I mean, I guess lawyers looking at it, and they gonna read the fine print. But the problem
Mhm.
is, unless you got 12 lawyers sitting in a jury stand, that might
Update.
be the problem.
Yeah. Yeah. Agnaphila says, "Why haven't you spoken with her?" Carrie says, "She did not support me after Sean assaulted me. I tried that line at assault." Agnaphila says, "You reached a settlement with Miss Ventura?" Morgan says, "The money came from Combs." Wait, what? Let's read this again. Agnaphilo, "Why haven't you spoken with her?" Carrie says, "She did not support me after Sean assaulted me. I tried that line at assault." Agnaphilo says, "You reached a settlement with Miss Ventura." She said the money came from Sean. So did she try to sue her and won?
Remember, okay. See, this is the part you forgetting. Remember when they asked Cassie what happened to their relationship? She said that basically Diddy did assault her, hit her in the head with that wooden hanger. Then she came back and said that her friend sued them. And she was being a classy woman, Cassie, and said that Sean paid half and she said basically she paid half of it. So now they coming back to asking her. She's saying Diddy, I'm assuming it came from Diddy.
Yeah.
But out of on Cassie's mouth, she paid half of it because she was such a lady.
Man, can you imagine that? I don't take my friends to court, but if he hit me in the head with a hanger, I don't think I would have took him to court. But these people got money and people know they got money. And so every time one of them messes up, court.
Well, maybe you and your friend got a dispute. Y'all have a bad day. Your friend
Mhm.
hit you, but your friend man hit you, and she don't do shit.
And she don't do nothing. That would make me
Right.
mad.
And I think where they going with this is they speaking on Cassie's character.
Okay.
They
That
just gonna try
she
to use her to say,
right.
"Have you spoke to her since?" No.
Hmm.
Did you sue her? As if you know. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, this is interesting at best. Very interesting. I'm believing Carrie. I'm liking Carrie so far, but it hasn't been a cross examination yet. They might come out with some, this
She
defense
getting
is
cross
too
right now.
much.
Isn't
Huh?
she getting cross right now? She getting cross right now, right?
Oh, she sure is.
And that's why they asked her about that. And I think they're gonna have a play on words with it. That
We'll
Cassie
see.
ain't shit. Or
Agnafilo
Cassie
is
lied. Huh? Go ahead.
the lead attorney, Agnafilio. He's coming across real smooth, real, he gonna switch up in a minute.
Well, no, and sometimes you don't have to, especially when you got them going the direction you want them to go.
What
Sometimes the nicer
direction
you
does the
are
defense want them to go?
is to basically probably come out and just say, look, they basically taking Cassie's testimony.
Yeah.
And right now, somebody lying. She said, well, they might come back and ask her again about the payment, right? She said, well, no, I assume it basically came from Sean. But Cassie had already said she paid her half and Diddy paid her half. You know,
Yeah.
basically
Babe,
just
can I go
saying,
grab me a bite?
yeah, you can. You can. And I refresh. Let me see. Let me see. What we got here? I'm still here, everybody. I'm just trying to see if anything new pop up. Get out of here. Yep, it's getting pretty good. And as far as her as being the witness, Curry, I mean, hell, be nice to her, and then she'll just give you everything you want, and then they'll use it to play on Cassie that she's a liar. I'm not saying it, that's how they're gonna portray it in court. And one thing about these charges, these attorneys can say whatever. If the jury ain't looking at it that way, and I heard them earlier saying, well, if they don't like him, they can rule against him. But it only take one. It only takes one. It only takes one. She's moved. Okay, objection. Which one was this? Okay, 5 minutes ago. Yep, he said, so you reached a settlement with Mrs. Ventura. The money came from Mr. Combs. Morgan said the money came from Mrs. Combs. Mr. Combs. She said she paid half. And which both could be true. Combs could have cut the big check. She could have gave Diddy back the other half, But in court, it makes it seem like somebody lying. I believe they went to Craigslist because one, they were unorganized and didn't really have a plan. And two, it sounds like Cassie has a disease she was spreading to the damn Callie. What the hell? What the hell are yo? Damn. Well, the one guy in jail did say he got the H. Now, where he got it from? Matter of fact, do anybody know where the guy claiming that he got the H from? The guy in jail. Is he saying he basically saying that he got it with the rendezvous and that's why he got paid off, right? Or something like that?
What did I miss?
Oh no, nothing yet. But I was just going over on how they probably trying to just cross up Carrie, not to make her look bad,
coming.
to make Cassie look bad, huh?
It's coming. They're gonna tear her up. That's been the pattern.
Well,
in the meantime, let's go over to the tabloids so we can see Gene Deal coming.
Okay.
In. Why is Gene there? Gene's lost a lot of weight.
I guess he want to know the outcome too. And then, if he around, is he in the courtroom or just around?
Look. See, no, he's not inside the courtroom. Maybe he came for support.
All right, and
Big Gene, that's my boy.
Or he could be around to testify. You never know. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
He could be around to testify. I don't know.
It says look at him. Everybody know him. Oh, let me hear what is he talking? Can you hear? No.
Not at all. You are. So why are you here? All right.
Give him some space, y'all. Give him some space.
Is that Tisa Tails?
It looked like it.
Why is she outside the courtroom?
I don't know. Maybe she couldn't get in today or something.
She probably didn't.
This is Diddy's former bodyguard. We gotta proceed.
Huh?
The screen.
I was just watching you last night. That's crazy. I just saw your
Hey,
video.
sir. Good morning. How are you? Happy Monday.
Gotta love. You guys, you gotta love Gene. All y'all hating on Gene. Why y'all hating on Gene? You have to love him. Look at him. He losing weight. He getting sexy back. Okay, I wouldn't go that far, but he looks good. All right, let's see what else we're missing. Oh, Perry, you got your eye on it?
I'm refreshing. Yeah, I'm wondering, and they didn't go to break. No,
You got your eye on it?
Yeah, I got it.
Nah, it's probably something. Let me get this off this. How do I get this off? Here we go.
Yeah, do what you do, and I keep.
My favorite, y'all know what my favorite. Okay, y'all know my favorite blog is the Neighborhood Talk. I don't know what it is. I know Kyle used to work for the Shade Room. Most people love the Shade Room. Not me. I'm in love with the Neighborhood Talk. Perry, what's your favorite?
Probably Neighborhood Talk.
You too?
Mm-hmm. That's the one that, yeah, that's my go-to.
Neighborhood Talk?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. When I wake up every morning, no, probably like every hour on the hour, I check the Neighborhood Talk. So let's see what they got going on with the case. Okay, I don't know what's happening there. Oh, I can't stand DDG. We should do a story about that later. Cassie's ex-best friend Carrie testifies about a time she and Cassie hid from Diddy inside the ditch. I thought she was knocked out. Then she got up and ran. It was hard to watch, listen to, and ran to a wooded area. Then we hid in a ditch. Cassie is crazy. Keep going back to that man. Just crazy. She's caught up. She's caught up. Ooh, where's Mariah Carey going? She will be my forever superstar. Diddy's defense attempts to poke holes in Dawn Rashad's testimony, accuses her of altering her story on the stand. Your testimony has changed on quite a few things. Let's read the comments, because I love to do that. The defense is proving that most of, if not all, the witnesses have seen or known of Puff's behavior and still chose to work with him for money / fame, despite allegations. Everyone involved is sick in some regards. I said that myself.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go on. Her credibility is. Listen to this, Perry.
I know, but go back to that first one, and you can say the same about Cassie. But go ahead.
Everyone involved is sick.
Mm-hmm. And no, that whole thing you just read, that people would do anything for money, for fame, and all this. Either let things go, let things happen to them. No?
I mean, that's been your feeling.
No, I'm just saying, I mean, this person basically saying the same thing, and it describes Cassie also, is what I'm saying.
Another person says, and that's just like her. Credibility is shot. Oh, well, damn. I mean, if he was blowing up cars and getting away with it, that would explain her change in testimony. People are scared. The fact that she is on his last few projects really discredits her. All right, we don't have to read no more. They're not feeling Dawn Rashad. Kind of a little bit feeling like Perry. Wow. Let's keep going.
And fear, you can't put fear to change it. If she couldn't recall 7 times, then when she get there, she start recalling certain things.
Y'all gonna leave my Dawn alone. That's why I only read the top ones, because I don't want to.
She's pretty dope.
Dawn Rashad?
Mm-hmm.
That's Cassie. That's Cassie's
middle?
Friend. In the middle, that's Carrie.
Okay.
Remember? They look alike.
Yeah, I remember now. No, but that's not the one who got hit in the head, is it?
Yeah. So you guys don't Carrie and Cassie look alike. And I wouldn't be surprised if Diddy put the moves on her one day, because they look just alike. I think Carrie is slightly prettier, but these are two beautiful women. I shouldn't even made that.
And that might be another reason why she let Diddy hit her with the hanger and not speak to her, because she ain't want competition around.
Perry, you need to stop.
No, I mean, really, if you think about it, how much did she care about the friendship? But she'll do anything to save her empire, which was Diddy. And after a while, she was getting used up like the public pool. So Diddy might be hitting up Curry next. I'm just saying, it's a
I can't.
possibility.
Let me check, make sure we haven't missed anything. We have not. Let's keep going. Oh, I didn't know I had this up. You guys, doesn't Carrie look like, she looks just like Cassie. They look like they could be related. Yeah, everybody's now turning on Dawn. Y'all are messy. That's my girl. I still love you, Dawn. You did lie a little bit, just a little bit. Let's see what we got here. I'm tired of these housewives. Oh, you guys. So our ex-leader in charge getting a lot of, love and outpour. Even Donald. Let me stop talking about this.
No, somebody said that's Dawn, Sharrell. In that picture.
What are you talking about? That's
That
Dawn.
Well, that what they said.
Dawn is not the skin complexion.
I don't know. I'm just
Oh
saying
my
that's what they said.
God. They're saying that it's Dawn.
I just said
What did
she's
she
pretty.
do to
Yeah.
herself? That
She's
is
a
not
pretty little
Dawn.
tiger.
Let me go to her IG. Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
But you know what though? Why would they have her name in the title and not be her though? I'm sure
I know
that's
it's her, but I couldn't believe it. Oh my goodness. What? She says, oh my God. She's stunning. What happened? Let me look. I'm on her IG. This was taken in March. She's pretty though. She's very pretty. Love me some Dawn. Very eccentric. The hair is over the top. That's her. I wonder if she's still trying to be a musician. Well, it looks like she is. Girl,
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to work for you. Let me go back to that other picture.
Somebody said that's makeup. But she still
It
looks
has
pretty.
to be. She's stunning. Look at that. Just look at her. She is beautiful. All right, let me head back over to make sure I'm not missing any tabloids. Let's go to my fave. Oh, let me double check.
I'm checking.
You are? Okay, good.
Yeah, you can just do what you do.
Love, okay, we're looking for Diddy stuff. Cassie's ex-friend, Carrie Morgan. Diddy tried breaking down the door with a hammer after a LA beating. Poor Cassie. Is this Carrie Morgan? It says right here, Morgan said about 30 minutes after Cassie came home, Diddy showed up at the door banging. This says Carrie Morgan and Cassie. Anybody in the chat, is this correct? Is this Carrie Morgan? Because I thought she was a black girl, but now I know I was talking to about Dawn.
Because I seen one picture and it looked like the best friend was white, but I ain't sure. It's crazy. I don't know. I'm getting confused. Somebody says no.
She is white. Is this
Oh.
white, you guys? Look.
Carrie is white.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. I'm not talking about these two. I gotta talk about them later. That is too much. So right here it says Carrie Morgan and Cassie. So the black girl I thought was Carrie is actually Dawn, and then this is Carrie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm loving her testimony so far, but they haven't ripped her up yet. These two is just too much. That's all the TMZ has to say. Okay. Cassie's ex-friend, Carrie Morgan, tells her, I saw sober Diddy assault. So they're just breaking up what happened. I love this show. It doesn't have anything to do with Diddy. 600-pound life. A lot of them pass away. That's it about Diddy. You know, like the last couple days, you go down TMZ, Diddy.
Mm-hmm.
We're
Well, I
talking
mean,
about
tonight you
Dawn,
probably
what she
have some
said
stuff.
yesterday.
Yep.
People will die. Maybe. Danny Kane. What a shame. They were a great group. What a shame. Well, that's it. We did a little
And still
log
nothing.
run and nothing.
Unless they're having a sidebar or something going on. I mean, they haven't taken a break, so I don't know.
Yeah.
You got an update. It just came in.
Okay, great. Okay, here we go, you guys. It says Agnafilo shows Carrie Morgan photos, then asks Agnafilo, do you know if Louise Hayes is a self-help author about self-affirmation? She said, yes. Agnafilo, why did you send him this with words of encouragement? I told y'all. She says, I don't remember sending it. He said, okay. Okay, here they go. They're going to rip Carrie apart now. It's her turn.
Yeah.
It's Carrie's turn.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez, they're going to rip her apart. But she gave a very good, she was testified really, really well for the prosecution. Now they're getting ready to hit her with some low balls, try to, tear down her self-esteem. They will do whatever they have to do to make you look bad. This defense is not playing.
But most of them do like most of them do good when they're questioned by their attorney.
Sorry, guys. Go ahead.
It's just when
I'm
you
eating
switch hands.
I'm eating a chicken salad. I'll go on mute. Go ahead, Perry.
No, I was saying typically when you question by your own attorney, it's always a peaceful day. It's just when they switch hands.
Right.
Yeah.
I just now figured that out. I've been calling Carrie, Dawn, Rashad.
You got an update.
2 days. Here we go, you guys. We got an update. Refresh. It says, the attorney says, I want to show you a few more photos, but first, let's talk about the incident when he put his hands around your neck. Were you and Cassie using any drugs at the time? She says, no. What did he say? He said, who is she cheating with? So he wanted to know if Cassie was cheating with anybody, but ended up putting her hands around Carrie's neck. He's out of control.
Basically, it sounded like he went in and figured since she was a close friend, figured he had choked the shit out of her and hit her with a clothes hanger to find out who Cassie was cheating with. That's what it sounded like to me.
Unacceptable behavior. Here he goes again.
Right. But now I'm going back to something. Now I think when Cassie explained it, right? When Cassie explained it, when she was talking about the incident when he hit her friend, I think she said that he found them doing drugs. She never mentioned any cheating.
She did say that. Ask the chat because I don't want to be wrong, but she said that.
I know. Because we all watching this together. Wasn't Cassie's conversation pretty much about Diddy was upset because he found those two doing drugs?
That's what
Nothing came up about cheating, did it?
Not from her. Here we go.
If anybody knows. Okay. Go ahead.
Agnaphila says, you went to an urgent care and not a hospital. She says, right. But you don't, but you don't. The prosecutors, it was bloody and you went to the hospital. I don't know. Something was left out here. She says, I don't remember. He said, look at this. and he hands her some material labeled 3,500. But he didn't show it to the jury, they said. So here we are again. There's some typos. So I'm going to try to figure it out. He says, you went to the urgent care and not the hospital. She says, right. He says, but you, and you see where it says that? But you don't, the prosecutor. I'm thinking, but you told the prosecutors it was bloody and you went to the hospital. Oh, goodness. Here we go again. She says, I don't remember. So he's pointing out little inconsistencies in her story. We knew it was coming. This is really not a big deal. I went to urgent care versus the hospital. I would make that same, again, I would make that same mistake. You just went to go get treated. Okay. It doesn't really matter if it's urgent care or a hospital. Am I covering for them again, Perry?
No, I mean, now at least that's close. You went and got medical attention. And some of these little urgent cares are set up on these corners and stuff that can look like, you might say hospital, urgent care. So yeah. But I'm thinking the problem going to be is when she's bringing up the cheating. I think he's leading into this. He don't want to go with Cassie. Diddy was upset about them doing drugs because we know Diddy do drugs. I think he's wanting to get into the conversation of the little cheater cheating. Right? Sharrell?
Right. I was on mute because I was chewing.
Okay.
I mean, are we going to do this for 6 weeks?
We'll do it.
Every time the prosecution puts someone on the stand, you dig into their background, you go into their social media, and any discrepancy, this is not worth talking about.
Well, that's what lawyers do, though, on both sides.
How do they expect this to affect the jury? You didn't go to urgent care. You went to the hospital.
It's to discredit the witness.
Oh, my goodness.
Because, and now he could be really nice to her to get into the cheating thing. So why would he think she was cheating? Who was over? Who was she with? Shit like that. So Kathy was cheating, right? Yes. I just didn't think it was my obligation to say nothing. I'm just making that up.
And I can't remember who this one was. Was this Kid Cudi or was this Michael B. Jordan?
I don't know about, but I think we're getting around to him trying to find out.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking. And see, just remember how they floated out stuff that Cassie would call the escorts on her own? Yeah. They alleged this, or try to throw it out there. And well, at least that's what I perceive. That they saying that she enjoyed it so much, she started hooking up with them on her own. And then the one guy wanted a relationship with her, right? So, I mean, I don't know how people are going to feel if they find out Cassie was a cheater, because I think Callie Nola said that when I was outside taking a break. I was doing something, and she had said that, people said that she was afraid to leave and stuff like that because she had Stockholm syndrome. But however, she wasn't scared to sneak out and cheat.
What? Perry.
What? I mean,
what are you talking about?
Wouldn't a person be more afraid to be getting caught cheating than just saying, hell, I'm out of here, I'm going home? You know what I mean?
Well,
okay.
No, I don't.
You can't convince me that you're so afraid of your captor that you can't leave. But if it's true, and she's creeping out cheating, they'll be more fearful. Right?
I guess.
No, I'm just keeping it real. If you're going to be afraid, damn it, be afraid.
But you guys heard what I was telling you yesterday. The rumors is she fell for Michael B. Jordan and she fell hard. Do you believe that, Perry?
Say what now?
The rumors are she fell for Michael B. Jordan and she fell hard.
Mm-hmm. I mean, because he had a lot of stature too, right? Like everybody know who he is. See, that go back to my point.
Listen,
Now,
look at this. Read this,
okay.
Perry. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Let me stop my point.
Yeah,
They
because
told me to stop.
you need a break. Not all the time, Perry. Like you got to go on timeout, Perry.
Yeah. Now I'm just wondering though, like for real, if you're afraid, you want me to believe I'm so afraid if I ain't home by 9, he's gonna be upset. But you brave enough to creep and spread them.
So what is
Yeah.
your point?
It's sort of proving my point that she wasn't that afraid to leave when she can conveniently leave and cheat with somebody. Wouldn't that
I
piss
mean,
them
I
off
guess she
more?
didn't mind getting hit in the head with a skillet.
No.
either.
I'm just saying she knew he was crazy and sick. But instead of saying, hey, you know what? I don't have enough of that. I ain't gonna be around that psycho. She stayed around for the fame of it all.
When
And
Diddy
the
goes,
status.
if Diddy goes to prison, will he
If it
ever
wasn't
write
for
that?
Diddy, if it wasn't for Diddy, I would have never heard of her ass. Can I say that,
Which one? Who are you talking about?
Cassie?
Well, she had one hit. Yeah, no, you're
I
right. You're right.
said if it wasn't
No,
for
I said
Diddy,
you're
I
right.
would have never heard of her. That's a fact. She loved the fame of it all. She got notoriety by
No,
being
not
getting slut.
again.
And I will say that because that's what he did. He sluttered her out. It's not right. That's what he did. He's sick. And I got to give some sickness to her side to go with it too. Damn.
You're saying this is what you're saying. Let me reword it.
Yeah.
Both sides did some wrong. They're both not perfect. But his wrong was a lot worse than her wrong. We agree
Right.
to that?
No. I would agree, but I'm saying both are sick. We can weigh it out in different ways because I can say hers is even worse when you volunteer to be as sick as his ass, right? When you sick enough to go and lay with different men just so he can pleasure himself.
We have
And
an
you got a
update just in
mouthful,
time.
huh?
We have an update just in time.
Yeah.
Carrie says, I see that I said that. Now cross-examination. Foster says, do you remember Mr. Agnifilio asking you about an incident in LA? Agnifilo says, objection, overruled. And he hit her, like in Jamaica, arguing about jealousy. Not another fight. That's all they do. This is a very toxic relationship. I don't know how she dealt with that all these years. I don't know who's to blame, but they're giving me a headache. Both of them. I'm not impressed by the freak offs. I think it's weird. And the constant arguing, it's got my nerves bad. And then he's hitting on top of that. Like, this was a very toxic relationship. My goodness. And I get it. Everybody fights, but not like this. And I would say, Perry, you have never, ever put your hands on any of my friends, not even our grandchildren. Diddy is out of his mind.
Yeah.
Out of his mind. Trying to exert that control. He's weird. Do you think that?
I put this up here, but you overlooked it.
What does it
By
say?
mistake. It's by mistake.
Oh my God. Melody! She also pimped her own self out 1,000% for fame and money.
Say,
I'm not even fighting with y'all no more. Y'all have wore me down. Okay, here we go. Foster says, what happened in Jamaica? Carrie said, he dragged Cassie by the hair, a 50-yard hallway. Attorney says, was he talking about jealousy? Morgan says, no. He said she spent too long in the bathroom. He says, nothing further. Judge, any cross? Agnafilo, now. I'm getting tired of him. I don't know how she put up with him. Like, he is really pissing me off. He's pissing me off. He's such a coward. Hey, Aphrodite, how you doing? How's the Reed case going? Oh, did you put up Callie? Oh my God, you're paying Callie for these.
No. I mean, it's just sensible people flock together.
Go ahead while I take a bite. Go ahead.
I still bad for these. I still feel bad. Me too, Callie. That these men were dating her, and I'm sure they didn't know who she was sleeping with on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday.
Oh, you mean like Michael B. Jordan and Kid Cudi?
What? Yeah, I mean, and some of it, according to the guy in prison, you can't shake, you can't get rid of the H.
You did not bring up Jonathan Odie.
Well, I mean, that was his complaint. And I know they want him to come and testify to go against Diddy, but he gonna testify that apparently somebody gave him something. And I'm not sure. Did Jonathan Odie ever say he slept with Diddy or just Cassie?
Diddy, too, both of them.
Oh, both
now
of them.
Listen, okay. He said he was the ex-slave. I just thought about something. Gene Deal just didn't show up for moral support. Court has already started, and he has walked into the building. Is it safe to say, you guys, that Gene Deal might take the stand? Because remember when we saw Dawn walking to the building from the same door, she showed up, huh?
It's a possibility.
Oh my goodness. Gene Deal might testify, y'all.
You got an update. We got a new witness. It's not Gene this time, but he might be on the list.
Okay. Next witness is David James. That's his ex-assistant. Let me keep going. Why are you here? James says, I've been subpoenaed. Attorney says, were you Combs' personal assistant? James said, from 07 to 09. Attorney says, who is that in this photo? James says, that is David James. He said, is that yourself? He said, yeah. Why would you call that's Sharrell's world. I would just say, yeah, that's me. No, you guys. And they're going through witnesses awfully quickly all of a sudden. Gene Deal is going to take the stand. So all of y'all that's been dragging him and calling him a liar, no, he's telling the truth. But you know who's not on the stand? Well, I'm not going to even go there.
Hold on, see. Oh, shit. Angela, who cheated too? Are you talking about this witness? Or were you talking about Diddy or something?
Perry, I think you're looking for a fight, but go ahead, Angela.
No. She said, well, we got a new witness and it popped up around that time. I'm not sure if she's referring to this. Yeah.
Oh my God, my hands are shaking. I'm thinking, y'all, Big Gene, you're going to take the stand. Didn't he say something happened to his brother? His brother passed away and he wanted to look out for his health. Gene has lost a lot of weight. Am I the only one that noticed? I guess I am.
Well, no, It was actually people in the chat noticed it. Now, Perry needs to see Gene Deal interview on the trial when he said that Cassie was groomed by Diddy. Yeah, people can just say that softly on the outside, but Gene thing was Diddy's treatment of the people around him and his women. Now, Gene can have his opinion too. He can feel like she was groomed. I feel like she sort of wasn't groomed.
I'm just excited Gene's gearing to take the stand. I feel like 97% he's going to take the stand. Now, this will be interesting. I love Gene Deal. He was talking about this stuff before Diddy even got caught and arrested. We used to call him some crazy guy. I really did. And kind of ignored it.
No, Gene cannot be in court listening and take the stand too. Well, no, we seen him walking into the courtroom. It don't mean he's watching testimony. Right? Sharrell?
Right. All right, we have an update. It says, David James, he says, I went to college in Michigan. Later, I faxed my resume to Bad Boy. Attorney says, where was the interview? He says, 1710 Broadway. The lawyer said, who did you meet? He said, Tommy, his sister, Keisha, and others. This is the first time I've heard anybody even acknowledge that Diddy had a sister named Keisha. They must hide her in the basement. I didn't even know what she looked like until today. I mean, a couple days ago. So, Perry, if we had to guess, why is Gene Deal there?
It could be possible that he's testifying because, like, you know, because remember how when you walk in, maybe you go to a separate room. You know, people ain't never went and testified on nobody, so I don't know the court routine on how they do it. But it don't necessarily mean that he's sitting there listening to testimony, because all these other witnesses, when they come out, when they come in during the day, they come in at separate times.
Right. And this is kind of what happened with Dawn Rashad. We seen her walk into the building. Now, she had people with her. Big Gene was by himself.
Right.
So that's really cool. If he testifies, it's really good because he's really been taking a hit lately with people. Here we go. Attorney says, how did they test you? James says, they gave me 40 appointments and asked me to make a schedule. You had to know, for example, what time a particular show on Hot 97 came on. Attorney says, what did Mr. Combs ask you? He said, to make a spreadsheet for Miami. Now listen, you guys, this assistant of his, he's got the scoop. He was really close to Diddy. He was, I don't know if sounds like he was before KK without a doubt. Did he do as much as KK? We're getting ready to find out. And I'm going to pull a picture. Hold on. Perry, you look at my spot. I just want to pull a picture.
Okay.
Just because that's what I do, you guys.
Well, at least things start getting more interesting. I mean, since they bringing in assistants and stuff like that.
Okay, this says, I don't see a picture of him. They're just saying that he was the right hand man.
You got an update, honey. Well, yes, an update.
Okay, here we go. I'm excited that Gene Deal is going to take the stand, if I'm correct. All right. David says, I said, I know his food and restaurant preferences. He asked me, why'd I make a good assistant? I said, can't stop, won't stop. I got the job. Oh, that's cool. Attorney says, did he have other offers? James says, Miss Robles, Mr. Barber, and others. Robles, that must be a Hispanic last name. Robles. I mean, That's a pretty what is the word I'm looking for? Prestigious job, wouldn't you say, Perry? To work for one of the
Yeah.
top music moguls.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder how much they're paying them. I know KK has 2 homes, one in LA and one in North Carolina. Because you got to pay me a lot to lace your damn drinks. Because I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it. I will walk off the job. If they ever, has anybody ever asked you to do something illegal at work? You have to have common sense. No, you do it. I ain't
Well,
doing
too,
none of that, huh?
this is what I heard, that somebody just sent me this thing that Gene was talking to another blogger and said that he would not be testifying. Then I also heard that most of the people who had these blogs and stuff that talked about these cases, that the feds won't be using as witness. Now I'm not sure if it's true. That's just what
Right. No,
was
it
written
could
here.
very well be true. If it's true, what is he doing there?
Oh, just
There's only
checking
20
it out.
people allowed. There's only 20 people allowed. No, it's only a certain number of people allowed in the actual courtroom. Then they have this room that they call the overflow room.
Mhm.
And you're just staying there all day. Because I heard that Lauren from the Breakfast Club, she was saying you can't leave those rooms. So, and no one enters this late in the game. Well,
Right.
we'll find out what happens. We'll find
Yeah.
out. Because if he came early and got in, okay, even if they let him in the overflow room,
Mhm.
that's fine. But it's the middle of the day. What time is it
Right.
there? 11, 12, 1, 2.
And that's what I'm not sure of, though, because
It's down
people
there
say
3
you can't
o'clock.
leave. Because most of the bloggers, most of the bloggers that make it in come on later after court is over, and
Yeah.
you never see them go outside for lunch and stuff. I was told, I guess, they can have their lunch in that same room or next to it. The bathrooms and everything was
Right.
right there. That
Right.
they couldn't leave, but obviously I ain't there. That's what I heard. So either you get in or you don't.
Oh, listen. Juanita says that Gene has gone home.
Okay.
Oh, well, what happened? What's going on? Maybe he asked if he can come in tomorrow. What? Maybe, I don't know. We don't know why he was
I
there.
don't know.
Don't get me
Yeah.
making stuff up. Gene said if the prosecution called him, he'll definitely testify. I want him to testify, but he said he wasn't around when the freak offs and all that was happening.
You got an update.
Here we go. Now I'm all let down again. I perked up. Here we go. Attorney says, what would you do as the assistant? James says, bad boy to 5, then out to dinner. Bad boy to 5, okay. Then to the studio around 3 a.m. We'll get a call time at the end of the night. What? They're going to the studios at 3 in the morning. That's a sign of someone on white powder, sir. Not you. I'm saying Diddy. Because who want to be up at 3 in the morning? I'll read it again. What would you do as the assistant? He says, bad boy to 5, then go to dinner. Maybe he meant go to the bad boy offices till 5, then go out to dinner, then to the studio at 3 a.m. We'd get a call time at the end of the night. Well, when do you go home? Like, you the assistant 24 hours a day? I didn't see home on that list.
It sounds like you is.
Oh my goodness. He was working these people to the bone. That's why I can never work as anybody's assistant. I have to go home. Don't call me after 5. I got my kids and my grandchildren. Oh my goodness. They were really working that poor boy. And I still can't get a picture of what he looks like. Let me see. See if I can try it again.
He must be famous if he called himself David James. David James.
I still don't have a picture. Oh wait, hold on. Is this him? Yeah, I think I found him, y'all. Let's see. Okay, so it looks like he has a. Now let me go to this Facebook profile. Hold on. No, that can't be him. No. I'll keep looking. False alarm. My bad.
Now I'm refreshing, so you can keep looking.
Why am I so weird? Why do I have to have a picture? I do it to everybody. You notice that?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Hold on, y'all. That's not David James. There's no picture of him. That's a picture of one of the other guys. That's not him. That's Philip. So we don't know what he looks like.
You got to update though.
So we got to move on to the update. Refresh, and here we go. That's not an update. He keeps doing that, talking about other cases at the same time.
No,
my bad.
Sure.
That is a update. It's
Okay.
no. Attorney says, "Did you travel with Mr. Combs as well?" He said, "Yes." Attorney says, "Who were the security staff?" He said, D-Rock, Bonds, Uncle Paulie. He said, "You work 20 hours a day?" He said, "Yes." Security did too. 20 hours a day? Like, I like Diddy and all, but I have to maintain my own life. Can you believe this? It's crazy.
Yeah.
But they make you do that in Hollywood. Like, pay your dues,
Mm-hmm.
and you have to decide what you're going to do and what you don't, and what you're going to do and what you're not going to do. And you have to be vocal in what you're not going to do. Because if somebody like Harvey Weinstein asked me for some favors, as Cat Williams said, and you just gotta tell him no. You do. 20 hours a day, 5 hours of sleeping. This man probably didn't have no wife or girlfriend, not even a relationship with his parents. He probably won't see them much either. It's crazy.
They came with perks, so I guess they got dinners and freak offs and stuff. I mean, personally, I couldn't do it, but some people do it to move up, to make money, make the cash.
Come on, Soup. Come on, Soup Bone. And now Eugene trying to lure me back in. All right, Eugene. Hold on. Let me see if I can do it again. What? Did you know that the internet has been scrubbed for certain people? Why do they keep scrubbing the damn internet? I know KK did it. Her picture be just go to her social media. Now those are scrubbed. I don't go understand why they keep scrubbing the damn internet so people like me can't find out. No, just like I'm pissed.
Eugene talking about hit the button. What button he talking about?
Okay. No, wait. I need to find who this guy is.
Well, I'm looking. Oh, when I ain't looking for him, I'm waiting on the updates. So keep
Yeah.
looking.
Because I need to know who it is. I got to see your facial expressions. I have to get a full picture in my head.
Somebody said,
This
look on
might,
YouTube.
on YouTube, this might be him. Let me show you guys this photo. This might, might. And I would have to zoom in awfully close. Oh my God, I hate that my computer slowed down. What does that mean? Does it mean I have a virus?
You can have too many apps open.
Oh, all right. Let's put this picture up here. This might be him. And if this is him, he looks squeaky clean. No KK business. He looks young too. That's supposed to be him. Hardworking guy. I feel bad for you back then. I don't know what you moved on to. You sent me a link. Somebody said I sent you a link.
You got to
Somebody said
update
it.
also.
I got to update. Hold on, guys. Refresh. Here we go. What did security staff tell you? To stay in my lane. Who said that? James. He says, Bond, Uncle Paulie. Focusing on his personal chef. Who is he? He says, Chef Jordan, with an extra U in there, is Gourdan. Jordan Atkinson. Who was I talking about? Someone said this. Was this the picture? I sent you a link. Let me go to my IG. I need to know. Let's see here. I don't see the link. Oh, unless it's in Facebook. So like you guys like, well, I'll tell you later.
You got to update.
Okay, so I do. Hey, good. Okay, here we go. It says, attorney, did Mr. Combs have girlfriends then? He says, Kim Porter, Sarah, Tara, Yana, and Cassie. He says, what was your first conversation with Cassie? David says, we were on Star Island. Carrie Morgan was there too. Cassie said, this lifestyle is crazy. I'm thinking he's probably one of the best witnesses so far, because no, I appreciate all the DV and all of that, but this man was right by his side from 07 to 09, was it?
Right.
I have to go back and look. All right, let me go to my messenger. This is, oh, geez.
The lifestyle is crazy. And it make you do crazy things.
Well, it really is.
Yes, Cassie.
I mean, when you first came from North Carolina to California, was the lifestyle different to you? Well, of course, right?
Yeah,
It was different, right?
Yeah, it's two different words. You get an update though.
Have an update? Here we go. It says, David says, I asked her, why don't you leave? And she said, Sean controls my life, my music. He pays for my apartment. The attorney said, next conversation. David says, it was about her music, but the album never came out. Attorney says, did you overhear a conversation? He says, yes.
Oh shit.
So I've had people explain to me how they think California is a whole different planet. Now, remember, I was born in Detroit. We moved to California. I kept going back and forth, back and forth. So that's all I know. But what do you think is so different about California? And
It's just
why do you
looks.
think it feels so fast?
Really, people in California, nobody was really from California. So you got open-minded people instead of being in the like the Southeast, been being raised in the Bible Belt. It's different. Houses was brick, treesy, you know. But when you go out there, it was ocean, the tile roofs, the openness. You know what I'm saying? And the weather and shit. It was nice. It's just like two different worlds.
So you're saying it physically looks different. But why do they
Totally.
say the lifestyle is so fast paced?
Well, it sort of is for one, because you're gonna have 3 jobs to stay there. Right.
Here, I
So,
got to update. I got to
okay.
update. David James says, Mr. Combs said, Kim is my queen out in LA with my family. He said, I have Cassie right where I want her. She's young and moldable. Oh my God. Attorney says, Your Honor, how much longer do you want to go? This could be a good place for a break. Not another break.
No, he getting down to the point. And to a lot of people, they'll say, see, I told you, Perry, she's moldable. Yeah.
Let me say this too. What Perry was trying to say about living in California. The prices are so outrageous, unbelievable. You either have to make a lot of money. If you do that, that means you're working all the time, like this poor gentleman right here. Also, you need 2 to 3 jobs to survive sometimes. And so everybody has something to do. It's not that slow pace. Like when I went back to Virginia, there will be times where the whole city would just be really quiet. That's unheard of in California. You can get in a traffic jam at 2 a.m. So that's the difference I'm thinking. Same for New York, any other major city. It's like busy all the time because usually the cost of living is crazy. And is LA still the most expensive place? Let me ask. Hold on.
I know it's expensive as hell. I know that. I don't know how they rank. New York, probably Hawaii.
I mean, Hawaii is absolutely ridiculous.
But the crazy part, and you would think, let me stay away from the expensive places. Hell,
It says here, as of 2025, Hawaii remains the most expensive state in the United States. And let me tell you something. So New York is second, California's third, Massachusetts is up there with California. It is really expensive.
Sharrell, you got an update, and I can't believe this. Yeah, it's an update. Just check it out.
Okay. It says we'll take a break for the day. Wait, what?
Yeah,
We're
is
done?
that right?
Are you sure?
No, okay, maybe. Remember the
No,
one
he
judge?
said he said we'll take a break for the day.
Okay, unless the guy, let's give it a couple minutes to make sure he didn't,
Me and
miss.
Perry can't believe it.
No, yeah,
We
I mean,
cannot believe it, you guys.
because the prosecutor said it'd be a good time for a break. He said it, right? Then the judge has no, I don't know. That this is, it might be a typo. I mean, because it is 3:15 back there. I get that, but
Hold
they'll
on.
normally roll. And then they have been going through witnesses.
Hold on. Let me reach out to somebody and see if it's over. Hold on.
And for the day, I mean, because they was about ready to get in David James' ass, the defense.
You leave James alone. That poor little boy was treated as a slave. Just maybe they're still talking to the judge. Okay, let me see if I can. That's crazy, ain't it?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Nah, why would if court is over today in a few minutes, something is wrong with the judge. Like, this is the best judge I've ever seen. He don't believe in weekends and you taking too damn long to get your testimony.
Somebody said maybe last break for the day. So I mean, it's hard for me to think that he's calling it when he was trying to speed everything up and see like these witnesses was going, and the defense didn't have no say so or anything. That's why I'm thinking this man, hold on, might just get off. Damn, somebody said he might just get off. Well, I don't know.
Off?
Yeah,
Like the
'cause I
case?
sort of think that they would have to have, you know, whether how strong it is. I would think the prosecution would have to have something, being the feds and with their
Oh my
record.
God, she just said it. It's official. I just got a word from the insider. Say Sharrell, he just canceled, dismissed the judge. Just the jury has been dismissed for the day. That doesn't mean they're done, does it?
Well, that mean that, yeah, as far as court, they can go back and forth with each other and whatever for tomorrow. But when he dismissed them for the day, that mean they gone.
The jury.
Damn.
She just said the jury has been dismissed. So he's getting ready to dismiss everybody. They're probably up there lying to him again about who's going to be a witness tomorrow.
So
not
what's
being
this that
messy.
he's saying though? He like a conversation they had or
Hold
something
on. It says
7 seconds ago.
this is 32. It says Agna says MDC Brooklyn makes us in VCT calls at 6 p.m. We need more. Ending at 3 helps. If you can't extend it, put a letter on the docket. So they're still there talking. Yes. Okay.
I'm trying to figure out what's that.
They're about to
what's
be
that?
released.
Yeah.
That's what I think. Because there's no more to talk about. The jury's gone. The defense is up there begging for something else that they're lying about, and then we'll be able to go. That's my prediction.
Somebody say
Well, what did
something.
you think
right?
today, Perry?
Hmm?
What did you think of today's testimonies?
I think it was pretty good. I think did we go anywhere with it? No, but it seemed like we started to leave the bedroom. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and stop
So
talking
that was
about.
good. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess they're chit-chatting. This was good because, like Perry said, it moved the needle. We're going in a different direction. I am tired of talking about Diddy and his freaky ways. And for some reason, I like David. And hopefully David can give us the tea. Now, I don't know why I like David. I've never heard of David before, but when he said basically he works 24 hours a day, I felt bad for the little boy. And look, he looks like a little kid. Like he just got his degree and he got a job, lucked up and got one of what he thought was one of the best jobs.
Wow.
Lily said normally federal doesn't end this early. I know. That's why we're sitting here, because they said that I had an insider said that they dismissed the jury. Okay. Carrie and Dawn corroborated Cassie's testimony according to the legal. Well, we know that. I'm just waiting for the people in the courtroom to leave, because I don't want to miss anything. And why would they end so early? Like, Perry, what are your thoughts? So, what's wrong with the judge? Is he mad? What happened?
Or is something else going on? I don't know what this VCT is.
Yeah, it looks like some kind of.
At 6 p.m. VCT calls at 6 p.m. We need more.
Again, it says the jury has been dismissed for the day. The jury has been dismissed. David James will continue testifying tomorrow. So I'm not going to listen to them bicker and go back and forth over what evidence they can show, what evidence they can't show. I'm going to end it here. Today was a good day, and I love these short days. Now, I know you can't get anything done with this short, but we get a chance to do other things like go on Perry's channel and stuff like that. So I'm going to end it. What do you think, Perry?
Yeah, because that's pretty much it. And then we'll be back tomorrow morning.
Let me double check really quick. Hold on. She said there's still people in the courtroom. They are filing out slowly, whatever that means. What does that mean?
Oh,
yeah.
Filing out, leaving.
They're saying that Uli says, what a great cliffhanger, the best. We got the little boy on the stand. I don't know if he's in his 30s, but the judge wants to hear more evidence. Oh, gosh. No Rico yet. Tomorrow will be better day. Bye. All right, you guys, we're going to end it here. Thank you for sticking it out with us. We will be here tomorrow, most likely around 5:30 our time, just so we can go over anything we may have missed today. And you guys, I will be putting my regular videos out. I'm got some good videos over there about I'll Be Sure. So let me know your thoughts about that, and I'll see you guys tomorrow on this channel.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, guys.